A group of mysterious people gathered in the unexplored northern region of Korea. Among the mysterious cloaked figures, the young man clearly showed anxiety. As he began the journey, a friendly elderly man asked the young man if this was his first time participating in an expedition. The young man honestly admitted his nervousness, as it was his first time setting foot in an unexplored land, which made the elderly man laugh and advise him to prepare himself. The elderly man warned of unforeseen dangers, as the place harbored countless ancient and ferocious monsters. The young man suddenly became more confident, mentioning that the expedition leader was the younger brother of the renowned Lee martial arts clan's patriarch. Surely a formidable master. Another member of the expedition team unexpectedly interjected, his eyes clearly showing contempt when mentioning the leader. He spoke harshly, revealing Lee Cheol's identity as an illegitimate child, so weak that he was expelled from the clan. It turned out that the leader was the 9th young master Lee Cheol, the abandoned illegitimate child of the renowned Lee martial arts clan. Contemptuous words continued to echo, criticizing Lee Cheol for not only lacking talent but also willpower, questioning how he could be trusted if he only reached level 7 at this age. Amidst the whispers, Lee Cheol continued to stride heavily, seemingly oblivious to the slander. One of the mysterious cloaked figures spoke up, urging leader Lee Cheol to continue the journey. Lee Cheol frowned slightly, but then nodded in agreement, continuing to lead the group deeper into the wilderness. Lee Cheol secretly thought about the Shadow Sword team, those who were supposed to protect him, but instead brought an indescribable sense of unease. Lee Cheol's eyes showed a hint of worry. He had a premonition that this mission would not go smoothly. A flood of memories rushed back, taking Lee Cheol to the beautiful days when he still harbored many dreams and hope. He recalled the moment as a child, feeling for the first time the burden of being a member of the prestigious Lee martial arts clan. And then, the fateful moment when the strongest sword chose him during the weapon selection ceremony. A spark of hope ignited. Lee Cheol then believed that as long as he continuously strived and proved himself, one day he would be recognized by everyone. But then, a Lee family doctor pointed to the X-ray, declaring that he had never seen such a strange mana pathway. Young Lee Cheol's innocent eyes were filled with horror when he heard the Lee family doctor declare that his body was unsuitable for learning magic, and martial arts would also be unstable if he tried to practice. A Lee family official coldly declared that for young Master Lee Cheol, reaching level 9 was merely a distant miracle. Even the Lee family patriarch stood silently, his gaze distant, as if he had accepted his son's cruel fate. Since everyone learned about his condition, Lee Cheol's life had completely changed. They dismissed the glorious moment at the weapon selection ceremony, considering it merely a coincidence or a mistake, leaving young Lee Cheol alone in the darkness. Nevertheless, young Lee Cheol still gave his all, proving the doctor's words wrong by reaching level 7 at the age of 25. An achievement that truly made him happy. But then, if it weren't for his Lee family elder brother, perhaps things would have been different. Young Lee Cheol realized that without his elder brother's intervention, he might have left the clan as a corpse. Since then, Lee Cheol had been living on the run for 10 long years, wandering everywhere. Then a period of chaos descended, plunging the world into decay and violence. Tattered old newspapers fluttered, recording the traces of a turbulent era. Unexplored lands expanded further, and monster invasions became more frequent than ever. Lee Cheol, in his familiar cloaked appearance, sat silently, his eyes filled with the sadness and weariness of 10 years on the run. His hand reached out, touching a newspaper with a large headline, "Solution to expand explored lands." He slowly opened the newspaper, his eyes hidden behind the cloak focused on reading every line. Lee Cheol's gaze suddenly turned sharp, as if he had just found something important. Shocking news. Holy Lord Lee Taishan, the Lee clan patriarch and pinnacle of martial arts, had passed away. A cold voice echoed, calling out young Master Lee Cheol. 2 mysterious cloaked figures appeared. None other than the Shadow Sword team Lee Cheol had mentioned. Lee Cheol looked up in astonishment, unable to believe that the Shadow Sword team had found him after so many years of hiding. A mysterious hand presented an important decree, initiating a series of turbulent events. Lee Cheol let out a weary chuckle, realizing his question had been blatantly ignored. The decree clearly stated the mission to investigate Zone B1 and was issued by Patriarch Lee Gunsong, making Lee Cheol wonder in shock if his third elder brother had taken power. He looked up, the image of his eldest brother appearing in his mind. While the other coldly declared they would meet him again in an hour, Lee Cheol hastily reached out, trying to hold back the one who had just delivered the decree, but that person left without a word, leaving Lee Cheol immersed in worry about his eldest brother's fate. Frustration surged as Lee Cheol realized he was being ignored again. He wondered what the true purpose was of sending a level 7 martial artist, who hadn't held a sword in 10 years, to explore an uncharted land. 2 black-cloaked Shadow Sword team members appeared. Questioning Lee Cheol if he dared to refuse the clan's order, Lee Cheol lay sprawled on the ground, his hand clutching his sword, his eyes filled with helplessness as he realized refusing the order meant death. Forcing him to accept, Lee Cheol sat silently, his eyes thoughtfully fixed on the decree. When a strange light suddenly flashed from the ground, he gritted his teeth, crumpling the decree in his hand, and a curse burst out in indignation. Under the dark night, Lee Cheol and the expedition team silently advanced deeper into the dense forest. The young man suddenly exclaimed, his eyes clearly showing astonishment. Before them appeared an ancient, abandoned structure, surprisingly well preserved in this remote location. Lee Cheol decisively declared, leading the entire team inside the mysterious building. The expedition team cautiously stepped inside, each person highly vigilant. The entire team was horrified to discover a gigantic monster skeleton lying amidst countless smaller remains, creating a chilling scene. The expedition members couldn't help but shiver, wondering if this was the corpse of an ancient monster. The red eyes of the Shadow Sword team member gleamed with cruelty. He coldly declared that he had found the target. The black-cloaked figure gave a signal, and a surge of crimson energy erupted, signaling an impending massacre. Before the young man could even understand what was happening, a blade of crimson energy pierced his neck, splattering fresh blood. Lee Cheol and another member watched the bloody scene in horror. Unable to believe their eyes, the black-cloaked figure continued his brutal assault, the remaining members screaming in despair. With bloodshot eyes, the black-cloaked figure coldly declared that all of them had been destined to die from the very beginning. He continued to deliver fatal blows, sarcastically remarking that they should feel honored to be sacrificed for the clan's goodwill. Another member fell into a pool of blood. Unable to resist the cloaked figure's brutal blade, Lee Cheol stared in horror at the blood-soaked cloaked figure. Yelling to ask who was behind all of this, the black-cloaked figure coldly replied, revealing that the patriarch himself was behind this massacre. With blood-stained hands, he continued to explain that they were ordered to bring everyone here, and without hesitation, he declared his mission was to eliminate everyone as cleanly as possible. The black-cloaked figure smirked, and the wound on his hand miraculously healed before Lee Cheol's astonished eyes. A desperate expedition member charged forward, screaming and swinging his sword at the cloaked figure, but the black-cloaked figure easily dodged, unleashing a powerful counterattack with crimson energy. He looked contemptuously at the fallen Lee Cheol, disappointed that he was much weaker than imagined. The black-cloaked figure continued to mock, reminding Lee Cheol that he still carried half the blood of the prestigious Lee clan. A destructive attack from the black-cloaked figure struck down, cracking the ground and sending Lee Cheol flying. Lee Cheol coughed up blood, his face contorted in extreme pain. He lay there, blood flowing profusely, his eyes filled with despair as he realized he could no longer resist. Lee Cheol gritted his teeth, unwilling to accept this tragic death. In that moment of life and death, he struggled to find a weapon. Determined not to give up easily, an ancient sword plunged deep into the desolate ground. Like a mysterious invitation, Lee Cheol, his body battered and covered in blood, stared desperately at the sword, pleading for one last chance. With his last ounce of strength, he gripped the sword hilt tightly, determined not to give up. Lee Cheol's face was contorted with pain and shock, fresh blood still clinging to the corner of his lips. The sword in his hand suddenly turned black, making Lee Cheol wonder in horror why things had turned out this way. A mysterious dark figure appeared, mocking Lee Cheol as a weakling unworthy of the Lee family name. The cloaked figure unleashed a blazing red sword strike, ending Lee Cheol's life with cruelty and coldness. His body collapsed, blood splattering, as he bitterly realized his cruel fate. Lee Cheol lay there, submerged in a pool of blood, reminiscing about a life full of failures and relentless struggles. The sword beside him suddenly emitted a mystical blue light. Like a final miracle, the light enveloped Lee Cheol's body, carrying a strong desire for another chance at life. In the ethereal space, familiar voices echoed, making him realize in shock that it was his father and relatives. Clan head Li Taishan appeared majestically, but his voice expressed regret that that person is gone. Two older men, including clan head Li Taishan, appeared looking younger. Surprising Li Cheol stared in shock at his tiny hands. Unable to believe his eyes, the innocent boy, eyes wide open, showed an expression full of astonishment as he looked at his own hands. Li Cheol burst into tears, realizing in panic that he had become an infant. Not understanding what was happening, clan head Li Taishan decided to name the boy Young, and also ordered servants and the Shadow Sword team to protect him. A Li family official hesitantly asked if it was too early for the boy to participate in the ceremony with his eighth sister. Clan head Li Taishan coldly replied that Li Young was not ready, but that it didn't matter. Clan head Li Taishan's sharp, cold gaze showed that his decision was unchangeable. The boy Li Young, Li Cheol, looked up with wide, round eyes, seemingly vaguely realizing something. Clan head Li Taishan left, leaving the boy Li Young alone in the cradle. Li Young breathed a sigh of relief, feeling the terrifying pressure from his father. Even though he was gone, the boy was skeptical, wondering if this was truly a dream or a memory, because everything felt too real. Li Young realized in shock that the conversation about the weapon selection ceremony was real, not an illusion. The boy closed his eyes, then clenched his tiny hands, not wanting to believe, but having to face the harsh truth. Li Cheol realized in horror that he had truly gone back in time to the past, becoming the infant Li Young. A few months after his rebirth, the special day of the Li martial arts clan arrived. An ancient stone platform was surrounded by countless weapons, preparing for the sacred weapon selection ritual. This ritual would help the descendants of the Li family reveal their talents based on the weapons they chose. Li Cheol's father, clan head Li Taishan, was once chosen by dozens of swords, becoming the greatest swordsman of his generation. His eldest brother was chosen by swords, spellbooks, and staffs, renowned for both magic and swordsmanship. Now, the boy Li Young, Li Cheol, in traditional attire, sat on a cushion with a rather uncomfortable expression. The servant Manhwa smiled and praised Li Young for looking adorable and mature despite being in a new environment. Manhwa picked up Li Young. Confident that the boy would achieve good results in the ritual, she flashed a radiant smile, her eyes full of love. Believing in Li Young's bright future, Li Cheol reminisced about Manhwa, who was like a mother to him, but was expelled due to his brother's jealousy. He recalled Manhwa, the only one who cried for his loneliness and was always by his side. Li Cheol's eyes suddenly became resolute. He swore he would not let that tragedy repeat again. Manhwa embraced the tiny Li Young, her eyes filled with love and a vow to protect him at all costs. The servant Manhwa looked up, her face showing a hint of worry as she heard the call signaling that everything was ready. Manhwa smiled gently at Li Young, asking if they should depart, while the boy also responded with a radiant smile. The scene shifted to an ancient building, where a voice echoed, reporting to the clan head. A man in a black robe stood with his back turned, facing the dazzling light, indicating that the important ceremony was about to begin. Clan head Li Gunseong, with a dignified expression, nodded in agreement, his sharp eyes concealing many thoughts. A long line of Li family members, including Manhwa and Li Young, knelt and bowed before the clan head, preparing for the ceremony. The large gate opened, and dazzling light poured in, signaling a momentous event about to take place before the entire clan. The crowd gathered densely, creating a grand and expectant scene for the ritual. Manhwa and another servant were holding two infants, while a family member whispered about that child. Tiny Li Young opened his innocent golden eyes wide, while whispers arose about the identity of the illegitimate child, brought back. The Li family matriarch, Bak Hwaeon, with a delicate face and jade-green eyes, observed the ceremony with a calm demeanor. The Li family official, Li Taichong, with a sharp face and golden eyes, was also watching the ceremony with close attention. Li Myongjung, the eldest son of the Li family, along with Li Gunseong, the third brother, appeared with somewhat disdainful expressions as they looked towards the children. Li Taichong remarked that this child was still quite young to participate in the ceremony. Li Myongyung sneered, expressing surprise that a child of this age was allowed to participate in the ceremony. Li Myongjung turned to Li Gunseong, asking for his opinion on the matter. Li Gunseong replied indifferently, His gaze sweeping over Li Young with a meaningful expression. Li Gunseong stared at Li Young, his eyes flashing with curiosity about this child who came from nowhere. Li Gunseong loudly declared the start of the weapon selection ceremony. Raising his hand to signal, he extended his hand, ordering the servant to bring Li Hua, the 8th child of the Li family, with innocent wide eyes, was placed on the stone platform. Appearing slightly confused, Li Gunseong bent down, carefully removing Li Hua's necklace. Li Hua's tiny hand was cut by a sharp blade, making her flinch. Li Hua burst into sobs, while a mystical blue light unexpectedly emanated from the wound on her finger. The blue light exploded powerfully, spreading throughout the space, astonishing everyone. A pristine white sword, shimmering with blue light, slowly floated up into the air, attracting all eyes. Li Gunseong realized in astonishment that it was the ivory sword, a treasure that had not responded to anyone for generations. The ivory sword flew directly towards Li Hua, automatically choosing her as its master, leaving Li Gunseong utterly amazed. Li Gunseong embraced Li Hua, declaring that from now on, the ivory sword would belong to her. The elder women of the clan smiled in congratulations, praising Li Hua as a new talent of the family. A momentous event. Madame Baekhuayan smiled gently, responding to everyone's congratulations. Madame Baekhuayan's eyes flashed with a mysterious glint, as if she was waiting for something next. Li Gunseong loudly declared that Li Young's ceremony would begin immediately after. The crowd began to murmur and point towards Li Young, calling him the illegitimate child. Another man spoke disdainfully. Unable to believe that a bastard child was allowed to participate in the ceremony, tiny Li Young was placed on the stone platform. The innocent boy looked at the hand, placing him down. Li Young stared at the blade about to cut his hand, his eyes clearly showing fear and horror. Li Young tried to pull his hand back, his face contorted with pain and fear. Li Gunseong looked down at Li Young, his eyes full of pride, as if the boy had done something incredible. Li Young, with determined eyes, secretly told himself that the fated moment had arrived. In the past, he himself was chosen by the heaven-grade sword Clear Echo, a power beyond imagination. If so, would fate be different this time? A drop of fresh red blood dripped from the boy's finger. As soon as the blood touched the ground, it emitted a dazzling light, signaling that something extraordinary was about to happen. Li Young was utterly astonished to witness his drop of blood explode with energy, secretly thinking that in this life, he would change everything. From above, whispers of contempt echoed, the crowd incessantly discussing the presence of the illegitimate child at the grand ceremony. Li Gunseong frowned uncomfortably. Seemingly too familiar with these malicious rumors, Madame Baekhuayan maintained a calm expression, but her sharp, cold eyes were enough for others to understand that she was not pleased at all. Li Taichung mused, thinking about his elder brother's illegitimate child. Accepting it as a common occurrence in the family, they all secretly thought that a tragic fate awaited that poor child, a future full of hardships. Moon Gawa held Li Young tightly in her arms, her eyes filled with worry for the boy's harsh fate. Having to live in this family as an illegitimate child, a powerful stride approached, initiating a prime example of contempt. Li Taichung looked at elder Li Cheojung with annoyance, secretly thinking that this conservative old man was once again showing concern for the abandoned child. This was elder Li Cheojung, a respected pillar of the Li family, who held power and traditional ideologies. Li Taichung bowed solemnly to the elder, his heart constantly vigilant as he could not guess the old man's thought. Elder Li Cheojung asked about the child brought back by the clan head, and Li Gunseong confirmed that it was the child found by the Shadow Sword team. The old elder sneered contemptuously. Unable to understand why the clan head would allow a bastard child of unknown origin to participate in the weapon selection ceremony, the elder continued to taunt, reminding Li Gunseong that this ceremony was inherently useless for illegitimate children. Li Gunseong clenched his fists, his eyes flashing with anger upon hearing the contemptuous remarks. Elder Li Cheojung maintained a triumphant expression, offering a false apology as he recounted the famous story of Li Gunseong's illegitimate child failing miserably in the ceremony. Finally, the old elder still asserted bitterly, "A bastard will always be a bastard." As the old elder finished speaking, the staff in his hand struck the ground forcefully, creating cracks, as if to crush all hope. With eyes full of contempt, the old elder declared that the child must know his place. Li Gunseong gritted his teeth, Trying to suppress the rage boiling within him, Lee Gunseong sprang to his feet, unable to endure any more humiliation. But elderly Chaeljung stopped him in time. Both men were utterly astonished, their eyes unable to believe the scene unfolding before them. From the balcony, Lee Gunseong and other officials stared down in shock. Where a dazzling light was erupting, a small hand touched the hilt of the brilliantly glowing sword. As if it were responding to a call, elderly Chaeljung's eyes widened, unable to believe the sight before him. His mouth stammering incoherently, Lee Taichung was also utterly astonished. He could not believe what he was witnessing. Lee Gunseong was completely stunned, even witnessing it firsthand. He could not explain this supernatural phenomenon. The entire arena was bathed in dazzling light. Powerful energy. Currents erupting everywhere. The light spread to every corner, making the entire space seem enveloped in a mirror. 3 legendary divine weapons, Sanguine Spirit Spear, Iron Welded Blade, and Divine Sword Ma'ahu, simultaneously shone brilliantly. Even the Divine Sword Ma'ahu and the responsive Dragon Divine Crossbow erupted with radiance, creating an unprecedented spectacle. Unbelievable. The entire arena trembled as countless weapons, even those already claimed, soared towards Li Young. As if bowing in submission, another sword also flew automatically, its hilt glowing brilliantly as it settled neatly in Li Young's hand. Li Myongjung, Li Cheol's elder brother, was so astonished he was speechless. He could not understand what was happening. Madame Bakwayan smiled in astonishment, turning to Lee Gunseong and asking, "Gunseong, can you believe this?" Lee Gunseong stared blankly, admitting that his youngest sibling possessed an incredible talent, a power that outclassed everyone. The crowd buzzed with chatter, unable to believe the insane sight before them. As an illegitimate child could achieve such an extraordinary feat, Elder Lee Chaeljung's face was as cold as stone. He roared, "Silence!" plunging the entire arena into stillness. Clan head Lee Gunseong's sharp, cold gaze swept across the crowd, creating an invisible pressure that enveloped the entire space. Clan head Lee Gunseong solemnly declared that according to family law, all weapons that had chosen Li Young belonged to the boy. However, Clan head Lee Gunseong also admitted that the situation was not simple and expressed his desire to hear proposals from everyone. A hand was raised confidently, signaling that someone wished to offer an opinion. Lee Gunseong looked down, asking if official Lee Taichung had any ideas. Official Lee Taichung smiled shrewdly, declaring that giving all weapons to Li Young went against the true meaning of the metal selection ritual. He emphasized that this was an ancient ritual that must be maintained through generations. Lee Taichung proposed a more reasonable and appropriate solution. For Li Young to personally choose a single weapon from among the countless divine artifacts. Clan head Lee Gunseong thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement, deeming it not a bad idea. With a powerful wave of his hand, Lee Gunseong approved Lee Taichung's proposal, making the weapons around Li Young shine even brighter. Li Young, the shock boy, looked up as clan head Gunseong called out to him, signaling him to begin his selection. Li Young bowed his head, his eyes full of contemplation, as magical light streams from the weapons still surrounded him. Countless divine artifacts appeared before Li Young's eyes, each radiating brilliant aura. Awaiting his choice, Li Young told himself that even though he didn't understand why things were so different from his previous life, this was a heaven-sent opportunity for him to change his fate. The boy clenched his hands, his eyes flashing with determination, resolved to make the most of this situation. With a sharp and determined gaze, Li Young raised his head, ready to face the challenge and seize his destiny. A colossal war hammer, Frach, a weapon that once felled dragons, appeared majestically before the boy. Next was the Holy Spear, forged from the body of a divine white whale, radiating sacred light. Then came Valheim, the staff made from the world tree, where the fairy tribe slept, carrying ancient power. Finally, a heaven-grade sword, forged at the moment the constellations aligned, appeared, its power reaching the sky. Li Young realized that countless great weapons were awaiting his decision, and he had no need to worry. Li Young reached out his hand, his eyes highly focused, preparing to choose his fated weapon. Clan head Lee Gunseong was utterly astonished, his eyes unable to leave the sword Li Young was reaching for. He realized that it was the sword discovered by the family's founder in an unexplored land. That sword, covered in dust and shrouded in mystery. No one had ever understood its hidden power. Li Young reached out and touched the sword. Dark twilight, and a surge of magical light erupted around him. Lei Gunseong pondered. Even though the sword's capabilities were not enough to be ranked among heaven-grade weapons, it was still kept with other heaven-grade weapons as a symbol linking it to the founder. He recalled that none of his ancestors had ever been chosen by this sword. Li Young, with determined eyes, gently touched the sword, making it glow brilliantly, proving that his choice was not meaningless. Li Young closed his eyes, seemingly feeling a deep connection with the weapon he had just chosen. Lei Gunseong wondered, could this be the will of heaven? A new arrangement from destiny. Li Young had officially chosen Dark Twilight, and with this choice, the weapon selection ceremony concluded. Madame Baekhuayan, with a cold expression, pondered about Li Young, the illegitimate child. Seeing the boy as a thorn in her side, she curled her lips dangerously, declaring that she would not hesitate to eliminate the boy if Li Young dared to stand in her way. 9 years later, time passed, and the scene shifted to a peaceful, traditional house. Li Young, now a little older, happily called out Nanny as he prepared to go for training. Manhwa, his nanny, worriedly wanted to escort him, but Li Young insisted on going by himself to training area number 1, a place he knew was not spacious. Manhwa was astonished when Li Young, with a bright expression, declared that someone was waiting for it. Manhwa exclaimed, "No," in shock, realizing someone was in Sector 7, while Li Young stood beside her, bewildered. Li Hua whined that her hand would hurt if she kept gripping the sword so tightly, but the trainer still firmly demanded another vertical slash. Li Hua, the 9-year-old 8th daughter of the Li family, was putting all her strength into a powerful vertical slash. Despite her visibly tired face, Manhwa looked at Li Young, who was intently watching Li Hua train, then explained that it was her and reminded him to call her older sister. Li Young secretly pouted, thinking that a 5-month difference wasn't worth calling older sister, while Li Hua diligently continued her sword training with decisive slashes. Baek Li-hyun strictly demanded Li Hua continue training, emphasizing that she must treat the sword as a part of her body. Despite the clear fatigue on her face, Li Hua's sword decisively struck the target, creating sparks. Showing the intensity of the rigorous training, Li Hua roared in dissatisfaction, her fiery golden eyes questioning Baek Li-hyun for being too strict with her. Little Li Hua angrily protested, claiming that how she held the sword didn't matter, while Baek Li-hyun stood there, calmly, listening. Baek Li-hyun smiled reassuringly at Li Hua, gently suggesting she calm down and try again, believing she would do better this time. Li Young pointed towards Baek Li-hyun, asking Manhwa about the man who was training, and she revealed that it was Commander Baek Li-hyun of the Black Order. Li Hua looked at Baek Li-hyun with suspicion. Not understanding why a commander had to personally train her, Li Young stared at Baek Li-hyun, secretly remarking that this person's skills were too profound to teach a 9-year-old child. Manhwa looked at Li Young with a worried expression, calling his name, seemingly wanting to dissuade him from dangerous thoughts. Li Young smiled brightly, reassuring Manhwa that a true teacher who could develop his talent would soon appear, surprising her. Manhwa bowed her head, apologizing to Li Young for her incompetence, feeling guilty for not being able to take better care of him. While saying that Li Hua had grown up well-nourished, Li Young turned his back, playfully scolding Manhwa for constantly blaming herself, asserting that he was always grateful for what she had done, which moved her to tears. Li Young resolutely walked away, declaring that he didn't need people who only came for the Li family's reputation. Showing astonishing confidence and independence, little Li Young turned back with a radiant smile, confidently asserting that he already had good teachers, hinting at a grand plan awaiting him. The majestic gate of exclusive training area number 1, a historical symbol of the martial arts Li family, appeared before Li Young's eyes. Li Young entered the training area, realizing that it was now more symbolic than an actual training ground. Filled with nostalgia, little Li Young continued walking, already having a clear and mysterious goal in mind. Upon arriving at this place, Li Young stopped, his sharp gaze focused on an old locker, as if he had found what he needed. Little Li Young reached out and touched the locker door, preparing to open a long-buried secret. Li Young lay sprawled on the floor, looking up at the ceiling filled with stored weapons, realizing this was where the family's ancient and priceless weapons were kept. An ancient sword, full of traces of time and untold stories, appeared before Li Young's eyes. Li Young smiled brightly, picked up the sword, and wondered if he should use it today to discover new things. Little Li Young walked confidently, holding the sword. Pondering the astonishing changes that had occurred to him since his rebirth 9 years ago, Li Young's feet stepped firmly on the ground. Each stride carrying immense confidence and determination. Li Young closed his eyes, his face filled with astonishment and surprise at the extraordinary abilities he was about to discover. Blue energy powerfully erupted around Li Young as he gripped the sword. Preparing to activate his special ability, Li Young's golden eyes widened, gleaming with astonishment and understanding as he realized the hidden power within him. Li Young now possessed an extraordinary ability to read the memories hidden deep within each weapon. A game-changing power. Little Li Young observed the blurry images of warriors training. Realizing they were memories recorded within the sword, Li Young was astonished to see memories of the sword's basic techniques appear clearly before his eyes. Like a vivid book, little Li Young raised his sword. Images of warriors training in his mind. Realizing that the older a weapon was, or the more attached it was to its owner, the clearer the memories. Li Young powerfully swung his sword, creating a brilliant blue energy surge, unleashing the formidable Wind-Blood Blade technique, causing the ground to tremble. Li Young smiled contentedly, letting out a sigh of relief as he had finally completed the 7-star sword technique and revealed that he had read the memories of most weapons over the past 2 years. Li Young listened intently, his eyes full of focus and a flash of insight. As if he had just realized something, little Li Young wore a smug smile, seemingly having just completed something extremely difficult, his eyes clearly showing satisfaction. A majestic man suddenly appeared, his eyes sharp and his smile enigmatic, making Li Young realize in surprise that it was his uncle, General Li Taichung, a renowned level 4 martial artist of the Li family. Appeared with an imposing aura, holding an important document in his hand. Li Young bowed respectfully to greet his uncle, while Li Taichung affectionately and intimately ruffled the boy's hair. Li Taichung smiled brightly, expressing his pride at seeing Li Young diligently come to the training room every day. Li Young's eyes briefly saddened when Li Taichung mentioned that he was abandoned and unfairly discriminated against by his siblings. Li Taichung looked at the boy with goodwill, hoping Li Young would overcome all difficulties and prove his worth. Li Young firmly asserted that he was fine, because he was still a part of the prestigious Li family bloodline. The boy stared at the swords hanging on the wall, recalling the teaching that the meaning of the family's name was to prove oneself with a sword. With radiant eyes full of determination, Li Young declared that he would prove his worth by his own strength, without relying on anyone. Li Taichung was stunned, his eyes clearly showing surprise at his nephew's unexpected maturity and steadfastness. Uncle Li Taichung secretly sighed, regretting Li Young's fate as the boy was born without official recognition. Li Taichung lightly coughed, then offered to be Li Young's teacher at his upcoming naming ceremony. The general looked at Li Young with hope, asking the boy if he was happy to have him as a teacher. Li Young resolutely refused his uncle's offer, leaving Li Taichung completely shocked and disbelieving. Li Taichung confusedly asked why Li Young was not satisfied with him as a teacher, but the boy only gave a mischievous, meaningful smile. Li Young explained that there was a rule prohibiting taking a teacher before completing the naming ceremony, and he didn't want to put his uncle in a difficult position. Li Taichung frowned, dissatisfied when mentioning that Li Young's older brothers brazenly broke all rules. Being trained by the best teachers and eating well, Li Young smiled brightly, firmly believing that rules should not be broken, even if others did so. The boy once again affirmed his desire to prove himself by his own strength. Li Taichung looked at his nephew, wondering if this boy was truly only 9 years old, with such mature thoughts. Li Young's steadfast gaze made Li Taichung involuntarily think of his eldest brother, a figure of great power and influence. Li Taichung sighed. Realizing that he couldn't change his nephew's stubborn mindset, he affectionately ruffled Li Young's hair, teasing the boy for being as stubborn as his father, which made the boy let out a cute sound. Li Taichung expressed regret for not being able to help Li Young, feeling helpless that he could do nothing to support him. He asked Li Young if there was anything else he needed, his eyes full of concern and willingness to help. Li Young's eyes immediately lit up, delighted that his uncle had finally asked what he had been hoping for. The boy bowed his head, expressing his desire for his uncle's help with something. Li Taichung ruffled Li Young's hair, curiously asking what the boy wanted to ask for. Li Young gave a mysterious smile, his eyes gleaming with mischief and a grand plan forming. The boy unexpectedly stated his desire to enter the family's secret underground vault, astonishing Li Taichung to the extreme. Lee Taechong and Lee Young's car approached the gate of a strictly guarded area, where a large building stood majestic. A guard holding a spear stood blocking the car, demanding it stop for inspection. The guard seriously asked Lee Taechong to reveal his identity and the purpose of his visit. Lee Taechong calmly lowered the car window, presented his ID card, and introduced himself as General Lee Taechong. Conducting a periodic inventory, he also introduced Lee Young, who was sitting beside him, saying that the boy was on a field trip. After confirming his identity, the guard respectfully saluted and allowed Lee Taechong and Lee Young's car to enter. The car slowly rolled through the open gate, proceeding deep into the secret area, opening up a new and promising world. Legendary weapons, artifacts seemingly only existing in legends, actually concealed a terrifying secret. But there was one place where it was rumored everything could be found: the secret vault of the prestigious Lee family. Little Lee Young, with bright eyes, could not hide his excitement. As Lee Taechong led him to this mysterious place, Lee Taechong pressed the elevator button, explaining that the basement of the secret vault was where countless weapons were sealed for various reasons. Lee Young excitedly asked about monster-level weapons that could devour their masters, and Lee Taechong smiled, confirming that the boy had understood the information. Lee Taechong's warning echoed like a curse, stating that merely touching those weapons would devour both body and soul, sending shivers down Lee Young's spine. Although Lee Taechong teasingly asked if he was scared, Lee Young tried to appear brave, resolutely denying the rising fear. Lee Taechong reassured the boy that they couldn't even enter such dangerous places. A warm smile gracing his lips, he instructed Lee Young to explore freely while he would handle matters on the upper floor. And the boy obediently complied. Lee Taechong waved goodbye, leaving Lee Young alone in the vast space of the secret vault. As soon as Lee Taechong was out of sight, Lee Young's innocent expression vanished, replaced by the sharp gaze of an adult, telling himself that playing the role of an innocent child was not easy at all. The elevator stopped on floor B1, known as the weapon graveyard of the secret vault. The boy stood in a vast space, where countless weapons and artifacts were sealed, awaiting new masters. Lee Young's sole reason for coming here was to search for a special weapon, one that would change his destiny. The weapon he sought was boundless, a glowing dagger capable of transforming when infused with mana. It could freely change its shape, length, weight, and all other attributes, true to its name, boundless. In his previous life, Lee Gunseong had found boundless here, and thanks to its immeasurable transformative power, he had earned the title Myriad Changes. It was thanks to that title that Lee Gunseong, the third son, surpassed even his talented elder brother to become the clan head. An unacceptable event, and it was he who later found Lee Young in hiding and ruthlessly purged him. A painful memory he would never forget. To prevent the tragedy from repeating, Lee Young was determined to do one thing. The boy extended his hand, enveloped in magical light, ready to inspect each weapon, one by one. Even though he knew it would take a long time, a dark energy spread from his palm, ready to absorb and analyze all objects with a resolute expression. Lee Young vowed to obtain boundless before Lee Gunseong could lay his hands on it. In this light, he touched a dagger, but quickly realized it wasn't what he was looking for. After hours of tiring, searching, inspecting countless daggers, boundless remained elusive, causing the boy to start feeling discouraged. But he quickly regained his composure, telling himself that boundless was definitely here. He just hadn't found it yet. Lee Young decided to move to another display rack, hoping to find a clue. A rusty, almost decaying sword unexpectedly fell from the rack. Lee Young stared in astonishment at the rusted sword, wondering how it could have decayed to such an extent. Nevertheless, he reached out and touched the sword, and a familiar dark energy reappeared. But immediately, a powerful suction force from the sword pulled him down, as if wanting to swallow him into the darkness. The boy realized in horror that he was being pulled into a mysterious space, completely beyond his control. Lee Young's golden eyes widened, reflecting extreme panic as he fell endlessly. Suddenly, the surrounding scenery changed abruptly. The boy found himself in a desolate place, filled with ruined landscapes. He was stunned, wondering where he was. In a completely unfamiliar space, he stood amidst a sea of swords and skeletons, a chilling and haunting sight, causing him to utter a question filled with panic. Lee Young began to speculate that this might be the memory of the rusty sword. But the feeling was so real that it was as if he truly existed in this place. A sense of unease surged, and the boy's face clearly showed extreme terror. He quickly turned around, his gaze sweeping across the surroundings, trying to understand what was truly happening. A terrifying presence, exuding an overwhelming aura that made even nature tremble, was lurking in the hazy mist. This was the primordial monster that had escaped from a cosmic black hole, devouring countless ancient civilizations. A terrifying, destructive entity, an apocalyptic-level monster, with a colossal and terrifying form, reigned amidst the desolate landscape. Lee Cheol's legs trembled as he stood on a pile of skeletons, an extreme fear engulfing him as he realized death was imminent. The boy, Lee Cheol's face, turned pale, his eyes wide with horror, desperately realizing he could not possibly fight against that monster. In that moment of life and death, Lee Cheol had only one thought. He had to escape from the colossal monster that enveloped this entire space. The boy ran, looking back over his shoulder, the monster's colossal shadow still clinging like a curse, constantly threatening him. Lee Cheol gasped, his eyes filled with horror and astonishment. As something unexpected occurred, the boy startled and fell back, realizing in terror that a mysterious figure had appeared right behind him without him noticing. A blinding light exploded fiercely, tearing through space and crushing the surrounding skeleton. Amidst the chaotic storm, a mysterious cloaked warrior stood tall, the sword in his hand emitting a dazzling light. The cloaked warrior's cold eyes flashed, preparing to unleash a fatal sword strike capable of cleaving any enemy in two. He swung his sword, creating a colossal energy blade that tore through the sky and plunged down like a bolt of lightning. That destructive attack completely crushed the colossal monster, causing it to explode into countless fragments in the dazzling light. When the dust settled, only an eerie silence remained. The terrifying monster from earlier had vanished without a trace. Lee Cheol sat on a rock ledge, his eyes still stunned as he looked down at the void where the monster had just been annihilated. The boy sprang to his feet, unable to believe his eyes as he witnessed the horrifying scene. A single blow had completely defeated the apocalyptic-level monster. Lee Cheol exhaled sharply, staring in shock at his hand, wondering if the scene he had just witnessed was real or merely a dream. The boy still shivered, feeling as if that terrifying scene was still imprinted in every fiber of his being, as vivid as if he had just lived another life. Lee Cheol couldn't believe his eyes, hastily reaching out to touch the rusty sword that was emitting a strange light. The rusty sword hilt had now become exquisite and glowed brilliantly, confirming that this was indeed the legendary sword he was searching for. A drop of fresh red blood unexpectedly dripped from the boy's finger. Merging with the sword's ethereal light, the boy looked up, his eyes gleaming with determination as he firmly held the gleaming sword, a prophecy echoing, "You shall become the master of myriad weapons." The legendary sword suddenly vanished, transforming into an exquisite ring that embraced Lee Cheol's finger, emitting an ethereal blue light. With a resolute gaze, Lee Cheol clenched his fist, imagining himself holding the sword, ready to face any challenge. The boy swung his sword, a sharp blue sword line cutting through the wind, demonstrating intense focus in every movement. Lee Cheol's face was tense, his eyes fixed on the target, pouring all his strength into each strike. The boy leaped high, channeling all his power into a mighty downward sword strike, creating a powerful surge of momentum. With a radiant, confident smile, Lee Cheol declared that he had found boundless, the sword he had always longed for. The boy continuously performed techniques, but each time ended with a sigh of disappointment. Another failure following suit. Lee Cheol sighed heavily, his eyes clearly showing frustration, as this practice session also did not yield the expected results. A week had passed since acquiring Boundless, and Lee Cheol gazed thoughtfully at the ring on his finger, pondering what had happened. To avoid attention, he skillfully transformed the Boundless found in the secret vault into a ring, concealing its earth-shattering power. The boy confusedly touched the ring, his mind still lingering on the strange scene he had just witnessed. He recalled the mysterious man's figure in the illusion, who had unleashed the powerful split demon technique. Although the man only revealed the name and technique, Lee Cheol felt he was not yet ready to comprehend that profound skill. Despite its unknown origin, the man's sword movements were too fluid, making it impossible for Lee Cheol to perfectly replicate them, no matter how hard he tried. However, a confident smile gradually bloomed on the boy's lips as he gripped the sword hilt. Lee Cheol continued to practice with remarkable perseverance, telling himself that he didn't need to rush, as he believed that with the memory of those ultimate sword movements, He would surely succeed. Li Chiol was startled to realize he was being drawn into some memory or illusion. And the question about that man made him jump. The boy Li Chiol told himself that he was not the powerful man in the memory, but merely a 9-year-old child. The boy Li Chiol suddenly realized that to recreate that power, he had to adapt it to his immature body. With high determination, Li Chiol began to practice, believing that with patience and natural progression, he would succeed. After the flickering memories, Li Chiol awoke, his eyes still lingering on the images he had just experienced. He gripped the sword tightly, determined to find the best way to wield it to suit his current body. Li Chiol's powerful sword swing cracked the ground, sending dust flying, showing his skills had significantly improved. The sharp sword tip plunged into the ground, leaving a deep indentation, proof of the terrifying power of the technique. Li Chiol smirked. Feeling that he had grasped the essence of this technique, he confidently clenched his fist. With only one remaining obstacle, how to utilize mana most effectively. No matter how many times he tried to recreate the mana utilization method from his memories, Li Chiol still failed miserably. As if he was missing a crucial detail. Sighing deeply, he told himself there was no other way but to keep trying until he succeeded. Regaining his composure, Li Chiol declared he would start over from the beginning, determined not to give up. But at that moment, a mysterious figure with an eerie smile appeared behind the door. Silently observing him, Li Chiol continued to practice his sword diligently, completely unaware of this sudden presence. In an instant, the woman's long black hair swept past, unbelievably fast. Suddenly, her hand firmly grasped Li Chiol's sword-wielding wrist. Stopping his attack, Li Chiol looked up in horror, completely surprised by the stranger's speed and strength. Easily subdued, the boy was stunned as the mysterious woman with glowing golden eyes asked about the origin of the technique he had just performed. Still docid? Li Chiol stammered, asking for the woman's identity. Unable to believe his eyes, he secretly speculated that with her characteristic black hair and golden eyes, she must be a direct descendant of the prestigious Li martial arts family. The woman seemed surprised, asking Li Chiol again with a slightly petulant tone, "Me? You don't know me?" Then she chuckled, explaining that she rarely went out, so it was understandable that he didn't know her. She friendly asked his name, her eyes still full of curiosity. Li Chiol hesitated, replying that his name was Young. The girl excitedly introduced herself as Li Young-hwi and complimented his unique name. Li Chiol was greatly shocked, realizing that the woman in front of him was none other than his youngest aunt, Li Young-hwi. He suddenly remembered the stories about his youngest aunt, Li Young-hwi, who was always disliked by his grandfather for her differences. A memory from before his reincarnation. But more importantly, it was his youngest aunt's sharp gaze looking at him. Li Young-hwi commented that he was quite weak, making Li Chiol only able to scream internally, "Why don't you consider the possibility that you're overwhelmingly strong?" His youngest aunt looked at him seriously again. Her tone completely changed. She repeated her initial question, her eyes sharp, as if wanting to pierce through his heart. "Where did you learn that technique?" Li Chiol cautiously asked why she was interested in his technique. Li Young-hwi pointed directly at him, revealing that the technique he had just used was ancient martial arts, and she was extremely fond of old techniques. She also revealed another shocking piece of information. "Did you know ancient monsters also existed a very long time ago?" Even more surprisingly, she held out an old book, declaring it a gift for him. Li Chiol took the book in surprise, his eyes full of curiosity. He opened the book, realizing it was an extremely advanced ancient mana secret technique. And although the writing was difficult to read, the content was incredibly valuable. Li Chiol pondered deeply, wondering if the rumors about his youngest aunt were false. And if ancient mana techniques were truly superior to modern ones. Li Chiol was intently looking at the ancient book his aunt had just given him, his eyes full of curiosity and surprise at the rare knowledge of ancient mana techniques. Li Young-hwi suddenly turned and left, causing Li Chiol to hastily call after her in confusion. Li Chiol stood in the middle of the training room, highly focused on performing the mana technique, causing blue energy to erupt from his sword and spread throughout his body. The boy closed his eyes, mana like blue lightning bolts coursing through his body, focusing on mana paths instead of the traditional mana circle. Li Chiol's eyes suddenly opened wide, shining brightly with iron determination as he realized the terrifying potential of this ancient mana technique. With a confident smile, Li Chiol knew that he had found the right path. a mana technique he had never fully understood before. He unleashed an earth-shattering slash, cracking the floor, sending dust flying, and violently shaking the entire space. Amidst the desolate scene, Lee Cheol stood there with a mix of surprise and pride on his face, while Lee Kyung-hwi behind him was also utterly stunned. The boy joyfully cheered as he saw the results of his efforts, his sword still vibrating with the aftershocks of the powerful strike. Lee Kyung-hwi suddenly rushed forward, grabbing Lee Cheol's shoulders with an expression of extreme astonishment, questioning the origin of the power amplification technique he had just performed. His aunt leaned close to Lee Cheol's face, her eyes full of scrutiny and doubt. While the boy calmly replied, Lee Cheol turned his face away, showing annoyance and indifference at being questioned too much by his aunt about his secrets. Lee Kyung-hwi was horrified to realize that Lee Cheol had figured out how to use the ancient mana technique on his own, just from the book she had given him. His aunt bowed her head, her voice full of pleading as she revealed that she had been searching for this method for over 10 years. Even when she was ostracized, Lee Cheol raised 3 fingers, setting conditions in exchange for sharing the secret of his mana technique. The boy flashed a mischievous smile, pointed his index finger up, and stated the first condition: not to reveal anything about him to anyone. Lee Kyung-hwi tilted her head in confusion, asking for the reason, and Lee Cheol replied that he didn't like people talking about him. His aunt smiled in agreement, her eyes briefly showing sadness, as if she had also experienced similar thing. Lee Cheol continued to state the second condition: both must always trust each other and not lie to each other. Lee Kyung-hwi sighed exasperatedly, seemingly not very happy with this condition, but still accepting. His aunt looked up, her eyes full of curiosity, urging Lee Cheol to state the final condition. Lee Cheol and Lee Kyung-hwi stood facing each other, the boy preparing to state his final condition. 1 year later, Moon Ga-hwa, Lee Young's servant, rushed to the training ground, loudly calling out his young master's name. Lee Cheol, now 10 years old and looking a bit older, stood next to Lee Kyung-hwi, both turning to look at Moon Ga-hwa with surprise. Moon Ga-hwa cheerfully held up an envelope, urging Lee Cheol and Lee Kyung-hwi to look at it. Lee Cheol and Lee Kyung-hwi looked at the envelope together, both their eyes clearly showing curiosity. A formal summons was sent, requiring the 9th young master Lee Young to be present at the naming ceremony. Lee Cheol was surprised to see Lee Myung-jung, the acting clan head, sign the summons. The boy wondered why his father was not present, and why he hadn't heard of any long trips taken by him. Lee Kyung-hwi suddenly exploded, screaming in horror upon learning it was the naming ceremony. His aunt clutched her head, looking extremely annoyed and worried, lamenting that she had just grasped the technique and needed Lee Cheol's guidance more than ever. Lee Cheol held the summons, explaining that it had been a year since their agreement, and they had spent all that time researching mana technique. Lee Kyung-hwi explained the difference between modern mana techniques, using mana circles as the core, and ancient techniques, using mana paths as the core. His aunt revealed a new type of mana technique that combined both methods, and successfully combining them was her dream. Lee Kyung-hwi continued to explain that this new technique accumulated mana, transformed its properties within the mana circle, and used mana paths to control and utilize mana. Lee Cheol asked if he absolutely had to go, his eyes full of reluctance. The boy closed his eyes, secretly thinking that researching mana techniques would be much more interesting than attending the ceremony. Lee Kyung-hwi looked at Lee Cheol with sad eyes, knowing he had to go, but still wanting to hold him back. Lee Cheol smiled mysteriously, reassuring his aunt that he would continue their work as usual. Even though he would be very busy with lessons, Lee Cheol flashed a confident smile, declaring that he would simultaneously practice both modern and ancient mana techniques, ready for the upcoming challenges. In a special training room, Instructor Jang Wook announced the start of the session, with Lee Cheol and Lee Hwa sitting in 2 glass chambers enduring magical attack. Jang Wook, the Blood Tiger Squad instructor, frowned, realizing that Lee Cheol's training situation was different from what he had predicted. Brilliant blue mana lightning bolts continuously struck, engulfing Lee Cheol, showing the terrifying intensity of the test. Jang Wook initially predicted that the 9th young master would fail miserably because he had never received basic training, his eyes full of disdain. However, Lee Cheol calmly meditated, using mana techniques to neutralize all the attacks, leaving Jang Wook utterly astonished. Lee Cheol's sharp eyes and Jang Wook's stunned expression contrasted, showing the instructor's extreme surprise at the boy's talent. Jang Wook realized Lee Cheol was challenging himself, Comparing his skills with Li Hua and implicitly forcing them to teach him higher-level lessons, he couldn't believe that a 10-year-old child, and an illegitimate one at that, could possess such talent. Young Vok sneered, admitting that calling Li Chiol an illegitimate child after witnessing this talent was truly an insult. He told himself to reevaluate his past attitude and behavior. Showing remorse, Jang Wook turned his back, determined to pour all his effort into teaching Li Chiol everything. Considering these lessons more important than the naming ceremony, Li Chiol stretched, letting out a sigh of relief after the intense training session, his face showing clear fatigue, but also deep satisfaction. The boy stared at the training glass chamber, thinking to himself that this family was truly insane for throwing a child into a device that continuously activated magic to increase resistance. Li Chiol rubbed his shoulders, pondering the change in Jang Wook's attitude. Although he didn't expect an apology, he still noticed a clear difference. He decided he needed to rest a bit after the high-intensity training session. Suddenly, a figure rushed forward, unleashing a mana attack towards Li Chiol, creating a brilliant blue stream of energy. Li Hua, the 8th daughter of the Li family, appeared with an angry expression, roaring a challenge at Li Chiol. Li Chiol startled and dodged, looking at Li Hua in surprise, not understanding what she was doing. Li Hua angrily pointed directly at Li Chiol's face, yelling that she was the legitimate child while he was just an illegitimate one, and that she was also a year older than him. Li Chiol coldly turned his back and walked away, declaring that he didn't want to get involved or have time to talk to her. Li Hua furiously screamed, refusing to be ignored, and unleashed another mana attack, making Li Chiol suddenly realize that she was also using mana. He frowned, although he wanted to ignore her. He couldn't. Forced to confront Li Hua, Li Chiol quickly reacted, unleashing a retaliatory mana attack, creating a powerful surge of energy. Li Chiol's strike sent Li Hua tumbling, her face contorted in surprise and pain. Li Hua roared in anger, telling Li Chiol that if he wanted to complain, he should go cry in his mother's arms, and not to bother her because she was busy. Li Chiol stood upright, watching Li Hua stumble to her feet, his face devoid of emotion. Li Hua continued to blame Li Chiol for what happened at the steel selection ceremony, and for always being compared to him. She screamed about the injustice, that she couldn't sleep, couldn't snack, and had to train continuously. While Li Chiol was born with talent, Li Hua covered her mouth, horrified to realize she had slipped up by mentioning Li Chiol's mother. Li Chiol coldly retorted, saying that blaming others was convenient, and if she couldn't sleep, then don't sleep. If she couldn't eat, then don't eat. He turned his back, declaring that if Li Hua resented him, she should do everything to surpass him, and only then could she receive an apology from him. Li Hua furiously gritted her teeth, calling Li Chiol an arrogant bastard. She yelled, vowing to do much better than him at the naming ceremony, and that she would make him kneel and beg for forgiveness. Li Chiol turned back, flashing a challenging smile, saying that he would look forward to. The Li family's training building, known as Training Zone 7, was exclusively for those of direct lineage. A female servant was waiting with a respectful expression. Lady Li, Bak Hwayeon, appeared with a noble demeanor. Greeted by the servant, she offered a faint smile, revealing her delicate and aristocratic face with a cold gaze. Li Hua's mother ordered the servant to leave, preparing for a tense private conversation with her daughter. In the training room, Li Hua was still diligently swinging her sword, each powerful slash seemingly releasing all her frustration and determination. Suddenly, Li Hua's mother appeared behind her, making the girl startle and turn around, her eyes filled with surprise and worry. Li Hua stammered an explanation that she was training, but her mother's stern gaze seemed to pierce through her as she coldly mentioned her failure. Li Hua's mother's eyes flashed with cruelty as she reminded her daughter that the sole goal was to crush the opponent. Li Hua's eyes darkened as her mother expressed extreme disappointment, even saying that she no longer wished to admonish her. Li Hua knelt, gripping her sword tightly, and boldly declared that she trained not because she was forced, but because she herself wanted to. The girl raised her head, her eyes resolute, as she declared she would defeat her opponent at all costs, not because of orders but by her own will. Li Hua's mother was stunned, her sharp eyes filled with contempt as she asked if her daughter was being driven by some bastard child. Li Hua lowered her head, unable to refute her mother's contemptuous words. Li Hua's mother coldly gripped her daughter's chin, forcing her to look up and emphasizing the difference in status between a legitimate child of the Lee family and the other person. She continued to question. Holding a small vial, her eyes full of hidden meaning, the vial was presented before Li Hua, and her mother revealed it was soul bewitching potion. A deadly poison. Li Hua's mother stood behind her daughter, placing the vial in her hand, and coldly ordered, "If you cannot surpass him, crush him." With eyes full of arrogance and cruelty, Li Hua's mother asserted that this was the family's rule of survival. The scene shifted to an ancient, majestic building, where the Li family's secrets and strict rules were maintained. The female butler looked at the screen in astonishment, unable to believe what she was seeing. The Week 14 achievement board was clear. 9th young Master Li Chiel was comfortably in first place in all subjects, making the boy confidently ask the female butler, "No more worries, right?" The female butler emotionally hugged Li Chiel tightly, blaming herself for not having done anything yet. Feeling proud of his excellent achievement, the two looked at each other, the female butler's eyes full of love. While Li Chiel seemed to have something he wanted to say, suddenly, Li Hua appeared in more comfortable attire, full of energy and excitement. Inviting Li Chiel to train, Li Chiel tiredly complained that he had just finished training. But Li Hua boldly declared that practicing magic would help him relieve fatigue. Li Chiel looked skeptical about the strange effect Li Hua had just mentioned, while the female butler merely smiled meaningful. Li Chiel sighed, but Li Hua quickly changed the subject, saying she had something she wanted to show him. Li Hua was so astonished, she was speechless when she witnessed what Li Chiel was about to reveal. Li Chiel smiled confidently, while Li Hua was stunned to realize he had already achieved 1 star. Li Chiel began to explain the 3 common stages of magic cultivation, starting with the iron body stage, to strengthen the body. Next was the Qigong stage, where cultivators changed the nature of their magic. And finally, the supernatural ability stage, allowing the manifestation of supernatural powers through magic. However, Li Chiel revealed that his aunt's method of magic cultivation was completely different. Although both were 1 star, his aunt's method allowed for the manifestation of more abilities, which was why her magic was divided into star levels. Li Hua excitedly cheered when she saw Li Chiel had reached 1 star, but also wondered about learning how to use the difficult mana channel. Li Chiel shivered, recalling the harsh training process that almost destroyed both his vortex and mana channels. He told himself that mana should naturally flow like water, as the body was inherently a vessel for mana. Li Hua pondered deeply, mana beginning to flow around her, as she realized that the body was the perfect vessel for magic. Li Hua beamed, confidently declaring that she could do the same, even if it might take a lot of time. Li Chiel smiled faintly, thinking to himself that at least she had realized that important point. Li Hua, overjoyed, hugged Li Chiel tightly, making the boy yelp in pain from his chest. While Li Chiel lay flat from exhaustion, Li Hua was still full of vigor, wanting to continue training to reach 2 stars immediately. Li Chiel pondered deeply when his aunt asked what he was most confident in, and he had intended to say swordsmanship. Li Chiel's eyes suddenly widened in surprise when his aunt flatly rejected his idea. Li Hua's mother smiled mysteriously, revealing that although Li Chiel had never seen her practice swordsmanship, she had witnessed him several times. She explained that Li Chiel possessed an extraordinary ability even greater than swordsmanship, something difficult to put into words. 9th young Master Li Chiel was completely stunned when his aunt declared that his greatest talent was mana arts. Li Chiel bowed his head in thought, while his aunt praised his incredible mana arts talent profusely, saying that no one before had ever been able to keep up with what she taught, which made him recall how, in his previous life, he had been ridiculed for being unable to use mana. Li Hua's mother pointed her finger directly at Li Chiel, asserting that achieving 2 stars would not be difficult for him. She beamed, confidently declaring that if Li Chiel succeeded, the naming ceremony would be a minor matter. Li Chiel smiled in agreement, while his aunt excitedly promised to teach him the correct techniques and asked him to focus intensely. 9th child young Li Chiel, though appearing tired, still smiled and curiously asked his aunt about the strange object next to her. Li Hua's mother turned her head, questioning. With a meaningful expression, she flashed a bright smile, pointed at the object, and asked back, "Oh, this?" A metal orb suddenly shot past Li Chiel's face at terrifying speed, leaving a crack on the wall and completely shocking the boy. Li Hua's mother burst into hearty laughter, her hair flying, revealing that those were the metal orbs she used for training. She explained that Li Qiol needed to move while releasing mana. Otherwise, his mana arts would be no different from dead mana arts. Li Hua's mother narrowed her eyes, flashed a sinister smile, and asked if they were ready to begin. Li Qiol swallowed hard, sweat pouring down, his eyes clearly showing tension at his aunt's excitement. On the vast training ground, Li Qiol and Li Hua looked tiny before the tall, imposing figure of Blood Tiger Team leader Li Junquan, who was carrying a long spear. Li Junquan, the Blood Tiger Team leader, introduced himself and declared that he would personally teach the renowned secret arts of the Li family to the two children. With a stern expression, Li Junquan ordered them both to choose their weapons and step forward. Li Junquan turned and walked away, giving them 1 minute to prepare and warning them not to hesitate, which made Li Qiol and Li Hua rush off in surprise. Li Hua frowned in annoyance, while Li Qiol sighed wearily. Both seemed displeased with something. Li Hua angrily turned to Li Qiol, asking what he was staring at and if he had anything to say. But the boy immediately denied it. Li Hua asked Li Qiol if he used a sword, seeing him holding one, but the boy flatly replied, "No." Li Hua was utterly surprised when Li Qiol, now carrying both a spear and a sword, confidently declared that whenever he practiced martial arts, he used. Li Junquan frowned and asked Li Qiol what he was doing, and the boy innocently replied that he had been told to choose a weapon and come. Li Junquan looked at Li Qiol, who was carrying an arsenal of weapons including a spear, a sword, and many other things on his shoulder, as the boy affirmed, "These are the things I use." Li Junquan was silent, his eyes glazed over, completely speechless at Li Qiol's naivety. Blood Tiger Team leader Li Junquan slightly furrowed his brow, remarking that he thought Li Qiol wasn't foolish. But it turned out he was a genuine idiot. Li Junquan turned his back, shouldered his spear, and instructed the two children to remember well what he was about to say. He explained that he would teach them secret arts, but not stances or skills. Then suddenly swung his spear. Li Junquan's sharp eyes gleamed as he spoke of the Enlightenment secret arts within the Li family. Li Junquan, looking down from above, explained that to learn those secret arts, they needed to master the basics and, most importantly, awaken the sixth sense dormant in their bloodline. Li Junquan decisively declared that he would awaken their senses right now. While Li Qiol and Li Hua stood ready with weapons in hand, Li Junquan lowered himself, preparing to strike, his resolute expression stating that awakening the sixth sense would not be too difficult. Li Qiol and Li Hua looked at each other, their eyes wide with horror, unable to believe what they were about to face. Li Junquan charged like a gust of wind, warning the two children to brace themselves if they didn't want to be knocked unconscious from the start. Li Qiol's eyes widened, his pupils contracting in horror as he realized what was about to happen. Blood Tiger Team leader Li Junquan unleashed an earth-shattering spear sweep, sending both Li Qiol and Li Hua flying into the air, demonstrating overwhelming power. Li Qiol was straining to block a powerful attack, his expression extremely tense. Li Junquan smirked smugly, seemingly assessing his opponent's strength. Li Qiol shot through the dust, determined not to be defeated again. A powerful blow from Li Junquan cracked the ground, showing his terrifying strength. Li Qiol roared, swinging his sword in counterattack with an iron will, determined to change his fate in this life. Li Junquan's fatal blow struck Li Qiol directly in the face, sending him flying far away in pain. He continued to unleash relentless consecutive attacks, forcing Li Qiol and Li Hua to struggle to defend themselves. 1 month had passed since Li Qiol and Li Hua began their rigorous training with Li Junquan. Li Qiol smirked coldly, wondering if this was the bone-breaking, internal injury-inducing training he had mentioned. The boy admitted that this type of training was not for children, but also confidently declared that he was gradually getting the hang of it. Li Hua collapsed to the ground, her eyes wide with horror as she was knocked unconscious once again. Li Hua dizzily asked if she had fainted again, while Li Qiol calmly informed her that this was her 22nd time. Li Junquan remarked that Li Hua had an extremely resilient body. Even though he had attacked very strongly, she was not seriously injured. He shifted his gaze to Li Qiol, smiling mysteriously as he recalled his impression of the boy's special abilities from the very first day. Li Junquan reminisced about the first day When Li Chiol brought a pile of weapons and surprised him with his astonishing proficiency with all of them, the Blood Tiger team leader smiled with interest. Realizing that Li Chiol was gradually mastering everything after a month of training, Li Zhongquan ordered the two children to return to their positions. Preparing to continue the brutal training session, Li Chiol and Li Hua panted. Ready to face the next challenges from Li Zhongquan, Li Hua turned to ask Li Chiol with an annoyed expression. As if the boy had some intention again, Li Chiol suggested that Li Hua block Li Zhongquan's attack once so he could unleash a combined attack. Li Hua stared wide-eyed at Li Chiol. Her face full of suspicion and annoyance at his sudden proposal, she asked Li Chiol again skeptically. Wanting to confirm if he was sure about this plan, Li Chiol looked directly at Li Hua. Firmly asserting that he was completely serious about his intention, Li Hua charged to attack Li Zhongquan. Determined to make him pay for what he had done, Li Chiol realized that at his current level, he had no chance of winning alone. The boy decided he had to use the advantage of numbers. Coordinating with Li Hua to create an opportunity, Li Zhongquan smiled meaningfully. Remarking that a coordinated attack was not a bad decision, he continued to challenge, saying that the plan would only succeed if everything went exactly as they wished. Li Zhongquan unleashed a powerful kick, forcing Li Chiol to narrowly dodge. He continued to charge, forcing Li Chiol to block the next attack with his spear. Li Zhongquan showed amusement. Seemingly very pleased with the two children's performance, he shot through the air, preparing to unleash another attack. Li Zhongquan attacked relentlessly, forcing Li Chiol and Li Hua to constantly defend and counterattack. Li Chiol roared a signal. Preparing for the decisive attack, Li Hua charged at terrifying speed, swinging her sword to create a powerful surge of energy. Li Chiol knelt, watching his spear and sword get knocked away. Realizing this was the only chance to unleash a cunning attack, the boy focused all his mana into the sword. Preparing for the ultimate attack he learned from Boundless, Li Chiol stomped hard on the ground. Unleashing his full power for the final move, the boy unleashed the powerful Demon Split technique, making Li Zhongquan dodge in surprise. Li Zhongquan unleashed an extremely powerful spear strike, creating a brilliant blue energy surge aimed directly at Li Chiol. Li Chiol put all his strength into blocking Li Zhongquan's terrifying attack, his eyes full of determination. Li Zhongquan continued to press, unleashing consecutive attacks at dizzying speed, making the surrounding air tremble. Li Chiol flashed a challenging smile, though his face was covered in dust. His eyes still shone with fighting spirit. Li Zhongquan suddenly looked down at his hand, unable to believe that Li Chiol had blocked his fatal blow. Immediately, Li Chiol was sent flying by an immense force, fresh blood gushing from his mouth, showing how terrifying Li Zhongquan's counterattack was. The boy collapsed to the ground, his body in extreme pain, but still tried to get up with resilience. Li Chiol sat slumped amidst the rubble, exhausted after 37 days of brutal training, but his eyes remained unwavering. Li Zhongquan smiled meaningfully, congratulating Li Chiol on awakening his sixth sense, a significant breakthrough in his cultivation. He turned to Li Hua, declaring that even though she had awakened her sixth sense, she still had a long way to go. Both Li Chiol and Li Hua lay sprawled on the floor, exhausted after the rigorous training session. While Li Zhongquan calmly declared it finished, Li Hua angrily questioned Li Chiol about his plan. Feeling betrayed when he couldn't keep his promise, Li Chiol looked at his palm, regretting having to use a small amount of mana. Breaking his own rule of not using mana, Li Zhongquan smiled smugly, remarking that Li Chiol possessed excellent combat senses and would make his seniors wary in the future. After 47 days of training, Li Hua also awakened her sixth sense, marking the completion of Li Zhongquan's rigorous training for both of them. Li Chiol used the remaining time to rest and review what he had learned. Preparing for the next challenges, Li Chiol looked at a strange man in surprise, not expecting him to be his eldest brother. The eldest brother, Li Myongjung, appeared, smiling gently, as Li Chiol recognized him. Li Myongjung, Li Taishan's first son, and known as the Twin Star, was a talented second-rank mage and martial artist. He was admired and feared by everyone. But to Li Chiol, he was simply the only older brother he had. Li Myongjung sat opposite Li Chiol, apologizing for not being able to pay more attention to him due to his busy schedule. He smiled warmly, surprised that Li Chiol recognized him immediately. even though it was their first meeting. Li Chiel confidently replied that even though he was only his half-brother, he couldn't help but recognize his eldest brother's face. Li Myungjung sternly reminded Li Chiel not to use the term half-brother, asserting that he was still his biological younger brother. He mused that Li Chiel hadn't even gone through the naming ceremony yet, but was already pushing himself so rigorously. Li Chiel quickly apologized, but Li Myungjung waved his hand, telling him there was no need to apologize. The eldest brother, Li Myungjung, smiled gently, telling Li Chiel not to be so formal with him, as he was his older brother. Li Chiel smiled happily, realizing that his eldest brother was as kind as he had been when he was young. Li Myungjung unexpectedly took out a gift, saying it was a memento of their first meeting as brothers. He explained it was nectar, a rare magical potion with only 500 milliliter produced each year from the Eiffel Magic Tower in France. Li Myungjung handed the vial of nectar to Li Chiel, believing that he would use it more effectively than himself. Li Chiel was astonished to realize the value of nectar, a high-grade magical potion known as the wine of the gods. He happily hugged the vial of potion, even though he felt it was too precious to accept. Li Chiel bowed his head to thank his eldest brother, his eyes filled with gratitude. Li Myungjung looked at Li Chiel with a surprised expression, remarking that the boy was a little different. Li Chiel wondered, not understanding what his eldest brother meant. Li Myungjung explained that all other siblings considered him a rival, and he was happy that Li Chiel was different, even if he wasn't used to it. Li Chiel unexpectedly interrupted, asserting that his eldest brother was mistaken, as he also considered him a worthy rival. The boy confidently declared that he could become Li Myungjung's greatest rival in the future, making him burst into hearty laughter. A mysterious island, where colors changed according to the mana concentration in the air, was the sacred location where the Li family's naming ceremony had taken place for millennia. Amidst the vast expanse of the sea, a voice echoed, beginning to explain the rigorous rules of the naming ceremony. The two children, Li Chiel and Li Hua, faced a daunting survival challenge. They had to endure on this island for 3 weeks to prove themselves. A hand offered 2 metal bracelets along with ancient coins, explaining that these were location tracking devices and must be worn at all times. Li Hua sternly put the bracelet on her wrist, listening to the instructions that the challenge room would open after 3 weeks of survival. Li Chiel also carefully fastened the bracelet, his eyes filled with determination, ready to face the upcoming challenge. After a wish of good luck, the two children were left on the desolate beach, with only their backpacks and resilient will. Li Hua suddenly spoke up, her eyes somewhat hesitant as she looked towards Li Chiel, as if wanting to say something important. Li Chiel smirked teasingly, asking Li Hua if she had made up her mind, which made her ask back in surprise. Li Chiel calmly declared that he had known she wanted to talk for a long time, leaving Li Hua deeply shocked and unable to believe her ears. He looked at her with a puzzled expression, secretly thinking how he could not have realized her intention. Li Chiel patiently urged, telling Li Hua to just say it, and he would listen, even if just for a moment. Li Hua remained silent, her hand clutching an ancient coin tightly, seemingly engaged in an intense internal struggle. She looked directly at Li Chiel, her sharp eyes seemingly ordering him to take something off and put it away. When Li Chiel had complied, he turned back to ask her what was wrong, while Li Hua maintained a serious expression. Suddenly, Li Hua threw a small object towards him, a decisive action that surprised Li Chiel. Li Chiel was horrified to realize the thrown object was a vial of poison named Illusory Dream, his eyes wide with shock. Li Hua explained about the poison. It was only effective on children under 15 and would evaporate after 5 minutes if exposed to air. She continued to reveal its terrifying effect. Once infected, the poison would disrupt the user's mana pathways for a long time. Li Chiel stared at her, his voice deepening with suspicion, questioning who had given her this deadly poison. Li Hua resolutely refused to reveal the origin of the vial, her gaze firm and unwavering. Without warning, she forcefully threw the vial to the ground, shattering it and causing the liquid inside to quickly dissipate. Li Chiel froze, completely shocked by Li Hua's sudden and decisive action. Li Hua calmly pointed to the evaporated liquid trail, declaring that there was no longer any evidence of the poison. She held her head high, powerfully declaring that she would defeat Li Chiel fairly, without resorting to any malicious tricks. She looked directly at him, demanding that Li Chiel give his all to face this challenge. Li Chiel smirked, secretly thinking that even if she didn't say it, he was already ready. He affirmed that he would do his best. Regardless of what Li Hua said, the two children looked at each other, their eyes burning with competitive fire. Both smiling defiantly, Li Hua turned her back, instructing Li Qiao to prepare thoroughly and only proceed to the center of the island once he was accustomed to the environment. As that place was extremely dangerous, Li Qiao replied indifferently. Seemingly unconcerned by her warning, Li Hua suddenly turned back, intending to ask if he was worried about her, but was interrupted by a loud noise. She didn't hesitate to hit Li Qiao directly on the head with her backpack. A sudden and affectionate blow. He clutched his head. Completely stunned by the critical blow from Li Hua decisively said goodbye, telling him not to die, then immediately turned and left, watching Li Hua's retreating figure disappear. Li Qiao muttered that his destination was not the edge of the island as she had said. He clenched his fist, his eyes burning with strong will, ready to begin his journey. With a radiant, confident smile, Li Qiao declared that he would head straight to the center of the island, the most dangerous place. Meanwhile, Li Hua had plunged into battle, defeating a giant monster, proving her superior ability by excellently completing her first hunting mission. The Li family elder wondered about Li Qiao's actions, while Li Zhongquan calmly explained from behind that he was looking for a safe hiding place. Another family member, with a contemptuous expression, sarcastically called Li Qiao a coward like a mouse for only running away, and expressed disappointment that he was a member of the prestigious Li family. A decisive voice rang out, interrupting the sarcastic remark. Li Zhongquan, with a stern expression, spoke up to defend Li Qiao, asserting that finding a hiding place in a dangerous environment was a wise strategy, not deserving of reprimand. The Li family member, with a goatee, scoffed, suggesting that their expectations had been set too high by the over-the-top performance of the eighth person, implying that Li Qiao was just ordinary. The Li family member, with long hair, smirked, coldly declaring that being ordinary in the prestigious Li family was an unacceptable sin. The Li family elder smiled meaningfully. As if agreeing with that harsh viewpoint, he clenched his hand, admitting that it was indeed an unbelievably ridiculous sight for a member of the prestigious Li family to do something ordinary. The Li family member, with a stern expression, looked down, wondering since when their family had fallen so low as to mock a child for his background and action. He pondered, his eyes glinting with doubt, wondering if this family had always been like this, or if he had simply never realized. He looked up at the screen again, his face full of confusion and worry, wondering what Li Qiao was planning by heading straight into the center of the island. A bright red arrow on the tracking screen pointed directly to the center of the island, showing Li Qiao's bold decision, which astonished everyone. Li Zhongquan and the Li family member, with a stern expression, were both surprised, wondering what Li Qiao was thinking, and realized they were not the only ones worried. Li Qiao, with a determined expression, was climbing a treacherous cliff, searching for a suitable shelter. He quickly found a cave, burned herbs to create smoke to hide his tracks, and used leaves to block the entrance, demonstrating impressive survival skill. The Li family members watched on screen, marveling at his impressive stealth skills. The Li family elder, with an astonished expression, exclaimed in surprise upon witnessing Li Qiao's next action. Li Qiao's hand touched the tracking bracelet, and a click sound echoed, signaling an imminent bold action. He knelt down, removed the tracking bracelet, and placed it on the ground, a risky decision that made everyone's heart pound. Li Qiao's eyes suddenly turned cold and resolute, as if he was ready for an uncompromising battle. On the large screen, Li Qiao's signal disappeared, leaving the tracking map empty, causing a shockwave in the monitoring room. Li Zhongquan couldn't help but burst out laughing, his face filled with delight at Li Qiao's unpredictable and surprising action. Other family members also couldn't believe their eyes. Some covered their faces, others burst into laughter, all surprised by his audacity. Li Qiao turned his back on the removed tracking device, telling himself that he didn't need to show them what he was about to do. He smiled confidently, declaring that he could now use his boundless power. A mysterious and promising ability, a dazzling blue magic dagger appeared in Li Qiao's hand, ready for adventures and resource gathering on the island. With sharp eyes and a radiant smile, Li Qiao gripped the dagger tightly, declaring it was time for him to act. However, his expression suddenly changed, contorting in horror as he looked at something in front of him. A purplish blue liquid was bubbling in an earthenware pot, with a small skull floating in it. Creating a gruesome and eerie sight, Lee Cheol sat next to the pot, his face contorted, wondering if he really had to drink this horrific mana tea. Something no normal person would think was made from herbs. He recalled being so poor in his previous life that he couldn't afford a cheap elixir, and secretly thanked himself for learning this formula from a pharmacist. In his mind, an image of his aunt appeared, who had instructed him about the abundant mana on the island and the importance of enhancing mana through magic. Lee Cheol sighed heavily, his face full of resignation. Picking up the gruesome bowl of mana tea, preparing to face the terrifying challenge, he bravely drank the entire bowl of tea. But its hellish taste made him collapse, marking the beginning of 3 weeks of solitary struggle. Time passed. It was already the 18th day of the naming ceremony, and the scene shifted to Lee Myung-jung's office. Lee Myung-jung was concentrating on his work when Lee Jung-kwan entered, politely asking for permission, and if he could interrupt. Lee Myung-jung smiled gently, allowing Lee Jun-kwan in. But deep down, he had a premonition that the upcoming news was not good. Lee Jun-kwan stood opposite Lee Myung-jung, his expression serious, preparing to report the unexpected developments from the naming ceremony. Lee Myung-jung, with sharp eyes, had already guessed that the news Lee Jun-kwan brought was certainly bad. Yoo Jang-hyun appeared, bringing urgent news about a massive group of wanderers who had just infiltrated northern Korea. He continued to report to Lee Myung-jung, emphasizing that this group of wanderers was heading straight towards the Lee family's crucial mana quarry, only 2 days away. Lee Myung-jung mused, noting that these wanderers frequently committed crimes in desolate lands, and their infiltration of the family's territory certainly harbored a malicious scheme. Yoo Jang-hyun warned that their wandering appearance might just be a facade, and it was highly probable that a mysterious force was pulling the strings behind them. He went on to reveal shocking information. Julongjai, a massive organization, was also mobilizing forces towards the northern border, further escalating the tension. The full picture of Julongjai, a powerful organization in Zhongyuan, became clear, showing that they frequently and brazenly encroached upon the Lee family's territory. Lee Myung-jung worriedly speculated that news of the clan leader's absence had leaked, and this was the perfect time for enemies to launch a surprise attack. He asked Yoo Jang-hyun if the intelligence branch had this information, and Yoo Jang-hyun replied that thanks to his orders, they had discovered it earlier than expected. Lee Myung-jung did not hesitate, immediately ordering Yoo Jang-hyun to cooperate closely with the intelligence branch to investigate this matter further. Standing by the window, Lee Myung-jung felt an indescribable sense of unease, only hoping that this was not an omen of an impending disaster. In the dark of night, a fiery magic circle suddenly appeared on the ground, signaling an extraordinary event about to unfold. Light from the magic circle erupted powerfully, illuminating a corner of the forest, creating a scene of immense power and mystery. The space around the magic circle began to violently crack, as if something colossal was tearing through dimensions to appear. A colossal magic sword slowly emerged, bringing with it a terrifying aura, making the atmosphere extremely tense and oppressive. Lee Myung-jung stood there, looking at the newly appeared sword, with a thoughtful expression and a chillingly cold remark. 2 nights are enough to eliminate a bastard. Dawn broke on the desolate island, but the air still lingered with a heavy feeling and traces of a battle that had just ended. A growl echoed through the forest, and a colossal dragon, level 7 Draco, with fiery red eyes, lay slumped on the ground, panting in pain. Lee Cheol, with his blood-stained sword still in hand, panted after the fierce battle. Facing the colossal dragon he had just defeated, the dragon Draco struggled to stand up, its body emitting a fiery red light, preparing to unleash one last fatal counterattack. A colossal surge of energy erupted from the dragon, creating a dazzling golden pillar of light, revealing its terrifying and desperate power. Lee Cheol watched in astonishment as the energy surged towards him like a storm, his face smudged with dirt, but his eyes unwavering. He was thrown far back, but managed to launch a powerful counterattack in time, creating dazzling blue lightning bolts that tore through the air. With terrifying speed, Lee Cheol lunged forward, his body enveloped by a blinding blue energy surge, preparing for the decisive blow to finish off his opponent. He roared with determination, channeling all his strength into the final strike, causing dazzling blue lightning bolts to erupt around him. Lee Cheol delivered a fatal blow, piercing through the dragon's thick defenses, causing it to roar in extreme pain and collapse. The Dragon Draco collapsed completely, its eyes wide in its death throes, showing its miserable and irreversible defeat against Li Cheol's power. Li Cheol sighed in relief, drenched in sweat, but his eyes gleamed with pride mixed with exhaustion after the life-or-death battle. He looked at the dead dragon, admitting that dragons were indeed on a completely different level, and without 14 days of frantic training, he would have been defeated instantly. Li Cheol stood tall, confidently declaring that staying in the dragon's territory any longer would only be a waste of his precious time. He mused, revealing that he came to this island for an even more mysterious and important reason. Li Cheol suddenly stopped, his eyes narrowing in vigilance, as if he had just detected something extremely unusual. He suspiciously wondered. Again? His face showing confusion and worry. Li Cheol quickly hid himself in the bushes, his sharp eyes scanning the surroundings, ready to deal with any dangerous situation. He thought to himself, just as I predicted. His eyes filled with contemplation and high vigilance. A roar echoed, and 3 level 8 lizardmen, ferocious lizard-like monsters, suddenly appeared and charged to attack. Li Cheol was astonished to see the lizardmen, who usually only appeared at the island's edge, attacking right in the center and then inexplicably fleeing. He mused, concluding that lizardmen were not intelligent and were of a lower rank. So, this unusual behavior must have been influenced by a mysterious external force. Li Cheol continued to speculate, questioning whether they were being influenced by some evil force. Li Cheol stared into the deep forest, his eyes full of vigilance and determination, ready to face the mysteries that awaited ahead. Li Cheol darted forward, his eyes sharp as if to pierce through everything. Determined to end this battle, a lizardman was suddenly sent flying, its eyes wide with horror. He swung his sword, striking directly at the group of lizardmen, sending them flying like broken puppets. He looked up, a confident smirk on his face, as if everything was within his expectations. Li Cheol's sword flashed like lightning, leaving a blinding blue streak and splattering blood. Standing amidst the fallen lizardmen, Li Cheol deduced that their unusual appearance could not be a coincidence. In his mind, the keywords confrontation, martial arts, and battle appeared, signaling an unavoidable encounter. At the same time, an enchanting purple mana enveloped the forest, indicating the presence of a mysterious formation. A mysterious figure sat amidst the formation, his eyes profound, remarking that the Li family's bloodline was indeed very special. He wondered how an inexperienced boy like Li Cheol could single-handedly deal with countless monsters. The mysterious figure sneered, dismissing Li Cheol as just a child, easily trapped. He was confident that Li Cheol would surely fall into the brazenly set trap. Nishiyama Shugo, the monster controller, smiled triumphantly, caressing the glowing orb in his hand. He was certain that his plan was so perfect that there was no need for plan B. Hidden in the bushes, Li Cheol observed Nishiyama Shugo from afar, his eyes full of doubt. He wondered how an outsider could have infiltrated this secret island. Li Cheol suddenly realized that a teleportation array might have been set up, sending shivers down his spine. He sneered coldly, speculating that this was definitely a conspiracy by a member of the Li family itself. The 9th young master considered reporting back to the family for reinforcements, but then dismissed the thought. He knew that if he waited, it would be too late to find out who was behind all of this. Li Cheol made up his mind, realizing he had only one option left to deal with it. His body began to glow, mana surging. As he cast the invisibility spell, he vanished in a blue light. Preparing for a surprise attack, Li Cheol darted like a ghost, heading straight for Nishiyama Shugo. He appeared right behind Nishiyama Shugo, his sword already raised, ready to deliver a fatal blow. Nishiyama Shugo was utterly terrified, the gem in his hand glowing fiercely, like a warning. Li Cheol swung his sword, but a surge of blue energy from the gem blocked his attack. Nishiyama Shugo's eyes widened in horror. Unable to believe when Li Cheol had approached him, he cursed as he realized Li Cheol had a danger-detecting item. Ruining his plan, Li Cheol attacked continuously, but Nishiyama Shugo retreated, dodging with difficulty. Nishiyama Shugo mocked Li Cheol as the bastard of the Li family, but also had to admit he was stronger than he thought. Li Cheol retorted confidently, his eyes sharp as knives. "Perhaps you are the weak one." Enraged, Nishiyama Shugo roared, ordering the lizard men to attack the 9th young master. Li Cheol remained unfazed, gripping his sword tightly. Preparing to unleash the 7-star sword third form, he unleashed the powerful True Azure Strike, a surging wave of blue energy sweeping across the battlefield. But suddenly, Lee Cheol was astonished to find his body unable to move. He was tightly bound by glowing red mana chains. Completely immobile, Nishiyama Shogo burst into maniacal laughter, declaring that Lee Cheol had fallen completely into the trap. He explained that this was the most advanced mana sealing array, rendering Lee Cheol immobile and destined for a miserable death. But an unusual glint appeared in the 9th young master's eyes. Despite the tightening mana sealing chains, Lee Cheol was determined to utilize his mana pathways to escape the perilous situation. In an instant, the glowing red mana chains were torn to shreds by the explosive blue energy from the young man's body. Nishiyama Shogo stood there, his back turned, seemingly preparing for a powerful attack. A dazzling light erupting behind him. Caught off guard, Nishiyama Shogo fell backward in horror, his face showing utter disbelief. Nishiyama Shogo looked up, his eyes wide with astonishment, as Lee Cheol appeared right in front of him, kicking him away unexpectedly. Gripping his sword firmly, Lee Cheol looked directly at his opponent, questioning him with a confident tone. "Have you given up running?" Nishiyama Shogo couldn't believe it when he saw Lee Cheol had escaped the seal. While the young man coldly declared that he had reported him to the family and demanded his surrender, Nishiyama Shogo let out a meaningful sneer. Seemingly still holding some trump card, he declared that he would destroy Lee Cheol to regain his freedom, astonishing the young man. Before Lee Cheol could finish speaking, a gigantic black shadow loomed over him, engulfing him in horror. A fatal blow struck, sending Lee Cheol flying like a toy. It turned out to be a gigantic tree monster, its massive body rising into the air, unleashing powerful and formidable attack. Nishiyama Shogo was unexpectedly attacked by his own monster. Blood splattering, he couldn't believe the sight before his eyes. Lee Cheol lay struggling on the ground, coughing violently. A sudden thought about the current situation flashing through his mind, the young man looked up, his eyes filled with horror as he realized something extremely terrifying was happening. The gigantic tree monster revealed its true form as guardian of the Red and Blue Island, Turtlehead Mountain, an incredibly powerful creature. Nishiyama Shogo explained that this was a level 3 monster, a monster of monsters, and admitted he hadn't fully controlled it yet. But the order to kill Lee Cheol would certainly be carried out. Nishiyama Shogo smirked, advising Lee Cheol to give up resisting this overwhelming power. He threw out a series of talismans, while loudly mocking Lee Cheol to accept his tragic fate. Lee Cheol knelt helplessly amidst the encirclement of mana-sealing talismans, his energy being drained, little by little. In the midst of danger, Lee Cheol maintained astonishing composure, realizing that if Nishiyama Shogo hadn't perfectly controlled the monster, then his target must be to capture the controller himself. To deal with Turtlehead Mountain and the one behind it, Lee Cheol knew he had no other choice but to use the special stone he had prepared beforehand, even though he had never thought he would have to use it in this situation. The young man swallowed the stone, a forbidden drug with extremely dangerous side effects, but capable of bringing breakthrough power immediately. Lee Cheol's entire body erupted in dazzling blue light, mana surging powerfully within him thanks to the mana booster. Mana energy continued to surge around Lee Cheol, the young man seemingly having one last trick up his sleeve. He clenched his hand, the ring on his finger emitting an ethereal blue light, signaling a new power about to be unleashed. Lee Cheol summoned the glowing sword, recalling Aunt Gyeonga's words that this technique should only be used in the most dangerous situations. Lee Cheol's eyes suddenly turned a brilliant azure, and he realized this was the right moment to unleash the decisive blow. Lee Cheol's entire body was enveloped in dazzling blue electricity. He stood firm, ready to face any challenge. A fierce blue mana explosion erupted from the ground, creating a powerful shockwave. Lee Cheol charged straight at the tree monster, unleashing a wind-rending blue sword strike, so powerful that it made the surrounding space tremble. The young man was astonished to realize that his powerful attack had been completely blocked, not even leaving a scratch on the opponent. Without flinching, Lee Cheol concentrated all his mana, determined to defeat the monster. With his next strike, the tree monster suddenly emitted a brilliant purple light, surging waves of mana spreading out, creating terrifying pressure. Lee Cheol realized in horror that this was the cry of Turtlehead Mountain, a terrifying power capable of instilling ultimate fear. The young man tried to resist, but was completely helpless. his body suppressed by the purple mana waves, unable to move. Just then, a mysterious black swirling symbol unexpectedly appeared on Lee Cheol's chest, seemingly resisting the overwhelming power. Lee Cheol snapped awake, realizing that his dark energy had helped him resist the terrifying fear from the cry of Turtlehead Mountain. With iron determination, Lee Cheol unleashed a burst of blue energy and charged straight forward, ready for a final counterattack. Lee Cheol shot forward like an arrow, his sword erupting with brilliant blue mana energy. A close-up of Lee Cheol's hand gripping the sword hilt, mana energy surging, ready to unleash the decisive blow. The young man unleashed a fatal blow, a colossal blue light piercing straight into the head of the Turtlehead Mountain monster, making it roar in extreme pain. Dark energy erupted from Lee Cheol's body, forming a destructive purple vortex that swept away everything around him. The night sky gradually descended, dyeing itself a mystical purple-orange, signaling an end to the fierce battle. Lee Cheol coughed up blood, clutching his mouth, his face contorted in pain and exhaustion. The young man collapsed, his body trembling from the terrifying side effects of the mana booster and forbidden technique. Knowing he didn't have much time left, Lee Cheol gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with determination, telling himself he had to find the mastermind within 10 seconds before his body completely collapsed. Time passed mercilessly, every second ticking down like the scythe of death drawing near. Lee Cheol's eyes lit up with a cold, sharp gaze. Focusing intensely on something invisible, he quickly noticed a faint red thread guiding him, like a final signal pointing the way in his critical situation. With only 3 seconds left, the red thread became clearer, leading him through the dark forest at terrifying speed. The red thread led directly to Nishiyama Shogo, who stood with his back turned, completely unaware of Lee Cheol's arrival. Nishiyama Shogo turned his head in horror, unable to believe his eyes, as Lee Cheol appeared right in front of him. With only 1 second left before striking, Lee Cheol unleashed a fatal slash. But the distance was still too far, making him regretfully wish he were a little taller. Determined not to give up, Lee Cheol roared, pouring all his remaining strength to extend his mana sword, transforming it into a scythe of death. The extended mana sword pierced through Nishiyama Shugo's body, causing him to spit blood and collapse in extreme pain. Lee Cheol's blood-stained sword fell to the ground, clanging with a dry metallic sound. Lee Cheol collapsed next to Nishiyama Shugo, panting and telling himself to save himself before completely losing consciousness. He hastily took out a mysterious potion and drank it all, remembering Aunt Gyeonga's advice that this was the only thing that could save him after using the forbidden technique. Lee Cheol struggled to get up, knowing that he had to deal with Nishiyama Shogo before any other monsters could approach. Lee Cheol's blood-stained sword fell to the ground, clanging with a dry metallic sound. Lee Cheol collapsed next to Nishiyama Shugo, panting and telling himself to save himself before completely losing consciousness. He hastily took out a mysterious potion and drank it all, remembering Aunt Gyeonga's advice that this was the only thing that could save him after using the forbidden technique. Lee Cheol struggled to get up, knowing that he had to deal with Nishiyama Shogo before any other monsters could approach. Lee Cheol completely lost consciousness, his body sinking into an endless white void. In a daze, Lee Cheol floated in the white void, his mind still lingering on Nishiyama Shugo and the monster Turtlehead Mountain. He writhed in pain in the white void, dark streaks, like shadows engulfing his body, feeling as if his entire body was disintegrating. Lee Cheol could only clench his fists in despair. A giant eye appeared in the white sky, looking down at Lee Cheol with a mysterious gaze. As if everything had been predetermined, the mysterious entity stated that both powers, the potion and the forbidden technique, were too dangerous for humans. Yet they coexisted within Lee Cheol. It regretted that Lee Cheol had woken up. But now, perhaps it was time to feed. A dark purple honeycomb-shaped object appeared, hovering over Lee Cheol, as if preparing to devour him. Lee Cheol realized it was a purple glow stone of clarity, a purple glowing stone. But the mysterious entity warned that it would consume him, not the other way around. A new era was approaching, and the mysterious entity urged Lee Cheol to become stronger so as not to be swallowed by time. Li Hua appeared, her face radiant upon seeing Lee Cheol had woken up from his coma. Lee Cheol dazedly called out Li Hua's name, but she immediately corrected him, stating that she was older than him, creating a humorous moment amidst the tense situation. Blue mana energy erupted from Lee Cheol's body, showing that although his body was still chaotic, his mana had increased incredibly significantly. Lee Cheol was stunned, wondering if he had truly swallowed the purple glowstone of clarity, as he felt the changes in his body. Li Hua watched in horror as Li Qiu lay writhing, casually listing a series of fatal injuries from fractured bones, twisted intestines, to ruptured tendons. The young lady couldn't help but wonder if the ninth young master had a head injury. As he was still lucid enough to talk about the purple glowstone of clarity, Li Hua explained that the stone was a miraculous medicine that enhanced mana and poison resistance, which she had originally intended to use. Li Qiu, with a sly expression, admitted that he had stolen the stone and even felt a little guilty. Li Hua, still stunned, asked Li Qiu why he was there. Just then, a familiar voice rang out, startling Li Hua into exclaiming, "Youngest, Li Myungjung," the eldest brother of the Li family, appeared with a worried expression, inquiring about Li Qiu's condition. The eldest brother, Li Myungjung, hastily handed Li Qiu a mana recovery potion. His gaze never leaving his younger brother, Li Qiu drank the potion without hesitation, while Li Myungjung stood there with a stern expression. After Li Qiu had taken the medicine, Li Myungjung turned to Li Hua, gently telling her to leave so the two brothers could talk privately. Li Hua understood, obediently replied yes, and turned to walk away, leaving the two brothers their private space. Li Myungjung looked at Li Qiu with sharp eyes, declaring that if anything happened to his younger brother, he would flatten every organization related to that trainer, no matter how powerful they were. Li Qiu merely sneered, replying that it sounded great. In a challenging manner, the eldest brother, Li Myungjung, affirmed that Li Qiu's actions were something every martial artist should emulate. But as a brother, he could not view it positively. Li Qiu chuckled softly, admitting that he hadn't expected Turtlehead Mountain to appear, and if he had known, he would have waited. Li Myungjung closed his eyes, sighed, and said that it was fortunate. Li Qiu knew the difference between arrogance and confidence. Li Qiu looked directly at his brother, demanding the right to know information about the trainer because he had dealt with him. Li Myungjung frowned, rubbing his temple, his expression helpless as if he had anticipated his younger brother's request. The eldest brother revealed that Nishiyama Shogo was a level 15 mage who had died once trying to perform on Myodo, and he had activated a forbidden spell while Turtlehead Mountain was asleep. Li Myungjung speculated that the trainer had tried to cause trouble and make everyone mistakenly believe it was caused by monsters. Li Qiu, with terrifyingly sharp eyes, directly asked Li Myungjung if he had found the mastermind behind this incident. Li Myungjung's eyes widened in surprise, realizing Li Qiu's keen insight. The eldest brother admitted that finding the mastermind at this moment was very difficult. Li Qiu asserted that their ultimate target was not him, but Li Myungjung. Li Myungjung was astonished, asking Li Qiu what made him think that. Li Qiu explained that their goal was to ruin Li Myungjung's reputation, making him appear helpless in detecting and responding to emergencies. Li Myungjung closed his eyes, nodding, admitting that Li Qiu was right. The eldest brother gave a wry smile, asking Li Qiu what he should do now. Li Qiu maintained a calm expression, asking Li Myungjung if he was all right. Li Myungjung patted Li Qiu's head, saying that he was fine. Even if his image was slightly affected, it was insignificant. The eldest brother, Li Myungjung, said that he couldn't leave his position for too long and needed to return. Li Qiu unexpectedly grabbed Li Myungjung's hand, surprising the eldest brother. The ninth young master looked directly at Li Myungjung with calculating eyes. Proposing a plan, Li Qiu suggested that Li Myungjung should declare he had foreseen the trainer's invasion and had given orders in advance, and he would testify. Li Myungjung frowned, realizing this plan would make him seem as if he had prepared for something that even intelligence couldn't grasp. Li Myungjung thought it would be better if Li Qiu told the truth. Li Qiu immediately objected, saying that if he did so, everyone would become wary and consider him a competitor. Li Myungjung nodded, giving an understanding smile, admitting that this plan would benefit both of them. The eldest brother asked Li Qiu what he wanted in exchange for this cooperation. Li Hua unexpectedly asked Li Qiu about a test, specifically if it was the test in the suburban area. With a firm gaze, Li Qiu affirmed that it was indeed the test she was referring to. The young lady, Li Hua, clearly showed disappointment, turning her back on Li Qiu and muttering that he was not what she had expected. Li Qiu thought to himself, she must be assuming he chose the easy path due to prejudice about the test's difficulty. However, the ninth young master, Li Qiu, didn't care at all. his gaze calmly watching Li Hua leave. As dusk fell, the forest was enveloped in silent darkness. Signaling a new beginning, Li Chiel strode through the dense foliage, his eyes intently searching for a mysterious location. Finally, he found a well-hidden cave. Realizing this was the place for the second task of the naming ceremony, before Li Chiel was the majestic entrance to a place known as the Grand Combat Hall. An ancient torch unexpectedly flared to life, illuminating the path ahead. Holding the torch firmly, Li Chiel stared at the towering stone wall. Knowing it was no ordinary wall, the towering stone wall appeared before Li Chiel, concealing ancient secrets. With a decisive motion, Li Chiel drew his sharp sword from its sheath. A powerful surge of blue energy erupted from the blade, shooting straight into the stone wall. The colossal stone wall shook violently before collapsing, revealing an ancient metal door. A satisfied smile spread across Li Chiel's lips. He had found what he needed. Without hesitation, Li Chiel lightly cut his palm with the blade. Letting fresh blood drip, Li Chiel's hand immediately emitted a brilliant blue light, and the drop of blood on his palm seemed to gain power. The drop of blood, carrying powerful energy, shot straight into the metal door, creating a violent reaction. The ancient metal door suddenly glowed brilliantly in a mystical blue light. The door slowly opened, revealing a vast and magnificent hall, harboring arduous challenges. Li Chiel stepped into the hall without hesitation. He placed his still bleeding hand on the stone pedestal, declaring his acceptance of the challenge as a descendant of the martial Li clan. A massive blue energy enveloped Li Chiel, and a mysterious message appeared. There is only one challenge in the battle hall. An illusory version of Li Chiel himself, glowing brightly and wielding a sword, appeared opposite him, signaling that the challenge was to defeat himself. Li Chiel stared at his illusory self, realizing that he had countless attempts and could not leave until he succeeded. With determined eyes, Li Chiel took a fighting stance, ready to begin the internal battle. With a powerful stomp, Li Chiel charged into battle at terrifying speed. The ninth young master was stunned when his illusory self suddenly launched a fatal attack. A devastating blow sent Li Chiel crashing down, fresh blood splattering everywhere. His face filled with astonishment. Li Chiel's illusory self stood tall, coldly looking down at his motionless body. Li Chiel horrifyingly clutched his throat, feeling as if his head had just been severed. But then, he suddenly realized it was just an illusion, and he could not die in the battle hall, even knowing it was an illusion. The chillingly realistic sensation made Li Chiel stagger, and he wondered if an ordinary person would go mad experiencing this. Li Chiel's eyes turned sharp. He realized the problem wasn't just that the illusion was too realistic. Looking at his brightly glowing illusory self, Li Chiel wondered if this was a hidden ability he had never known. He looked at his hand, suddenly realizing that the battle hall could unleash 100% of his current potential. Li Chiel was astonished to realize that the illusion had used skills that even he had not yet mastered. He was bewildered, questioning himself that if that was his true potential, he should have been able to block the previous attack. Li Chiel, highly determined, gripped his sword and was ready to fight again in the grueling test. But by only the third attempt, he was stabbed through the abdomen by the illusion, suffering extreme pain and collapsing. On the fifth attempt, even though he had parried the sword attack, he was still choked to death. A miserable failure that left him breathless. Even by the 10th attempt, Li Chiel had been decapitated. The string of failures continued endlessly, as he constantly faced death. From the 13th, 18th, 20th, then 23rd attempt, he continuously fell, unable to count the number of times he had to start over. In an explosive moment, the two Li Chiels charged at each other, creating an earth-shattering energy collision. The original Li Chiel dodged a fatal attack, his body moving as flexibly as a whirlwind. He dodged by gliding across the ground, leaving dazzling blue energy trails. By the 75th attempt, no, perhaps it was already the 80th, Li Chiel continued to fight relentlessly, his face drenched in sweat and exhaustion. Finally, a radiant smile appeared on his lips. Li Chiel had found the key to overcoming his own limits. He realized his greatest strength was his flexibility, an extraordinary ability to adapt to any situation. The ability to overcome all abnormalities and freely break all expectations was the secret to his strength. With a decisive movement, Li Chiel could now transform his sword into a long spear, Demonstrating versatility in his fighting style, he confidently asserted that this was his true power. Ready to face any challenge, both Lee Cheols wielded spears, charging at each other in a spectacular battle, creating brilliant blue energy streaks. The more they fought, the more the two Lee Cheols resembled each other, as if facing their own perfect selves. Another terrifying collision. Both unleashed fatal blows. Neither willing to yield in the endless battle, the illusory Lee Cheol glided across the ground. Preparing for the next attack with astonishing speed, he suddenly drew his sword, his eyes cold and full of killing intent. Ready to finish off his opponent, the illusory Lee Cheol launched a lightning-fast thrust, aiming directly at his opponent with absolute confidence. But the real Lee Cheol was one step faster. Unexpectedly blocking the illusion's blade with his bare hand, the illusory Lee Cheol showed extreme surprise. Unable to believe his opponent's superior reaction ability, the real Lee Cheol flashed a cunning smile. Revealing that he had deliberately lowered his guard to lure his opponent into a trap, he unleashed a powerful counterattack, creating a blue energy explosion that enveloped the entire space. Ending the battle, the illusory Lee Cheol dissipated into black energy particles. Signaling the end of the life or death test, Lee Cheol stood amidst the brilliant blue energy, feeling a new power rising within his body. A hidden ability that had been awakened outside the battle hall. The Lee clan members were murmuring, awaiting the results of the mysterious test. Lee Myung-jung sighed, showing disappointment that Lee Cheol had not yet appeared after a long time. Elder brother Lee Myung-jung worriedly wondered how much more trouble Lee Cheol would cause at the upcoming clan naming ceremony. Suddenly, a Lee clan member exclaimed in surprise. Noticing the sudden change in mana density around the hall, the battle hall door began to shake and slowly opened. Attracting everyone's attention, Lee Cheol collapsed out of the door, his body exhausted and almost unconscious after the arduous battle. Lee Myung-jung rushed forward in a panic. Calling Lee Cheol's name with extreme worry upon seeing his younger brother appear, the elder brother quickly supported Lee Cheol, shaking him to wake up with a look of impatience and concern. Lee Cheol weakly whispered, his eyes closed, only wanting to rest after the series of challenges. Lee Myung-jung asked again in surprise, not understanding what his younger brother, who had just escaped death, wanted. Lee Cheol, with a miserable expression, weakly demanded water and food. Like a child who had just gone through a fierce survival battle, Lee Myung-jung looked at his younger brother, who had just returned from the brink of death only to demand food and drink, and couldn't help but feel helpless and angry. Elder brother Lee Myung-jung roared in anger, unable to believe Lee Cheol's absurdity after overcoming a life-or-death challenge. A peaceful traditional house was suddenly broken by a desperate, worried cry. "Young master!" The poor female housekeeper burst into tears, her hands clasped tightly due to extreme worry for the young master. The female housekeeper hugged Lee Cheol, both scolding and rejoicing that he dared to challenge the ancient battle hall, while the young master just gave a wry smile, covered in dirt. After a full month, although she initially intended to scold him, seeing Lee Cheol return safely, the female housekeeper couldn't contain her happiness, caressing his face and receiving his sincere thanks. The female housekeeper smiled and promised to immediately prepare hot water and the most lavish meal for the young master. Suddenly, Lee Cheol wondered about the absence of his aunt, whom he thought would be the first to welcome him. The female housekeeper hesitated, her eyes full of awkwardness, which made Lee Cheol curious. The young master patiently asked again about his aunt. Sensing that something was wrong, Lee Cheol's probing gaze made the female housekeeper even more flustered. Unsure how to explain, unexpectedly, Lee Cheol's aunt appeared, smiling brightly from behind cold iron bars. She both asked about Lee Cheol's condition and was utterly astonished to see his mana surge, something his body was originally unable to withstand. Lee Cheol looked at his aunt with a puzzled expression. While she hurriedly told him to sit down to talk, Lee Cheol's aunt gave a forced smile. While the young master secretly thought he never expected her to go to such lengths for him, it turned out that Lee Cheol's aunt was imprisoned for causing an earth-shattering commotion in front of the clan's elder and elder brother. She screamed in despair, her eyes wide with indignation. As if this wasn't the first time she had endured injustice, Lee Cheol's aunt bowed her head, her hands clenched, regretting causing trouble but unable to suppress her anger when thinking of those who had harmed him. Lee Cheol thoughtfully looked at his aunt, understanding her feelings as she feared she would never see him again. She clutched her throat, feeling as if something was suffocating her, an unreleased resentment. Although he still had some doubts initially, Li Chiol realized he had begun to consider his aunt an indispensable part of his family. The young master smiled faintly. Accepting the deep affection he felt for his aunt, Li Chiol resolutely promised to free his aunt soon, which both surprised her and made her worriedly tell him not to overexert himself. The young master smiled confidently, promising to return soon to free his aunt from this confinement. The jet tore through the night, taking off on the sparkling runway, carrying Li Chiol to a new journey. The roaring sound of the engine echoed, signaling a long journey. A group of people, including Li Chiol and Li Hua, stepped down from the luxurious plane. Preparing for an important event, a powerful step landed on the ground, signaling the arrival of a prominent figure. Li Chiol's father, with a stern yet dignified expression, stood there welcoming the newcomers. The Li family matron bowed in greeting, saying that they had prepared hot springs and a lavish meal in response to Li Chiol's father's words about waiting. Li Hua and Li Chiol stood side by side, their eyes full of curiosity and listening intently. Li Chiol's eyes flashed with determination. He wondered if he had truly become stronger after the naming ceremony, but still felt the gap between himself and his father was too vast. The young master looked up at his father, and their eyes suddenly met at a meaningful moment. Li Chiol's father turned his back and walked away, but in his mind, the moment their eyes met still lingered. Li Chiol's father coldly declared that he had no need for those who refused to fight for the family. But his unfinished sentence hinted at something else. With a sharp gaze, Li Chiol's father remarked that only one of his children possessed the desire to surpass themselves. Li Hua and Li Chiol were both surprised, wondering who their father was referring to. And if it was the eldest brother, Li Chiol chuckled softly, secretly admiring his father, because even though he tried to hide his emotions, his father could still read his thoughts. The magnificent scene of the Li family grand banquet hall appeared, where an important banquet was about to take place. Li Chiol stood amidst the crowded banquet hall, surprised by the grand scale of the naming ceremony banquet, which rarely happened. Amidst the crowd, a mysterious figure appeared, known as the youngest Magic Tower leader, attracting all eyes. A guest at the banquet was secretly guessing the identity of the youngest Magic Tower leader, who was standing nearby. While walking through the hall, Li Chiol was suddenly called back by an unfamiliar man. It was the Li family butler. He stood sternly, announcing that Li Chiol's father was looking for him. Li Chiol asked in surprise, and the Li family butler confirmed, inviting him to follow. The young master walked, his heart full of uncertainty, wondering why his father would personally seek him out. Li Chiol finally faced his father, who stood majestically under the moonlight. Li Chiol's eyes gleamed with seriousness, ready to face whatever was coming. Not only his father, but Li Myung-jung, his eldest brother, was also present. Standing next to Li Chiol's father, Li Chiol stood facing the two, a premonition of ill omen rising in his heart as Li Chiol's father began to speak about the reason for summoning him. Li Chiol's father coldly mentioned the naming ceremony and Li Chiol's order to arrest an outsider, making the atmosphere tense. Li Chiol bowed his head, a flicker of unease in his eyes. As he realized he had been discovered, the young master closed his eyes, a bitter smile on his lips, for he knew Li Chiol's father was fully aware of everything. Li Chiol frankly admitted to having made a deal with his eldest brother Li Myung-jung in exchange for 4 days in the library. To prevent any potential trouble, Li Chiol's father declared that he would forgive him for the false reports, considering his involvement in the event. However, Li Chiol's father also sternly warned Li Chiol that there would be no second time, and the young master immediately bowed in compliance. Li Chiol's father turned to Li Myung-jung, ordering him to receive appropriate punishment and take charge of managing the banquet. Li Myung-jung nodded slightly, a mysterious smile on his face. Accepting his father's command, Li Chiol watched Li Myung-jung, a slight worry rising in his heart for his eldest brother. Li Chiol's father continued, saying that besides the false reports, he would reward Li Chiol for his achievement, and specifically, Li Chiol's father also gave Li Chiol a special reward for discovering the Grand Combat Hall, which greatly surprised and delighted the young master. Li Chiol looked at his father, awaiting the next words with an expectant expression. Li Chiol's father stood on the platform, thanking all the guests who had come to attend this important banquet, and blessing his 2 children. The official naming ceremony began. Li Chiol and Li Hua knelt together, ready to receive their new identity. Li Chiol's father called out to Li Hua, his 8th child, to step forward. Li Hua stepped forward, radiant with a confident smile, As Lee Cheol's father spoke of her being chosen by the Holy Sword and always being a guide and to help her continue on the path of light, Lee Cheol's father bestowed upon her the name Sohyun, written majestically on a scroll. Lee Hua joyfully bowed in thanks, her eyes sparkling with happiness as she received her new name. Lee Cheol's father's sharp gaze shifted. Signaling the next person, he called out to Lee Cheol, his ninth child, to step forward, and his name scroll was also unrolled. Lee Cheol thought to himself that everyone's reaction was completely different from the previous steel selection ritual. However, he quickly dismissed that thought, for he knew it made no difference. Lee Cheol's father described Lee Cheol as intelligent, strong, flexible, yet also resolute and unyielding. He likened Lee Cheol's self-cultivation to reach his potential to a master blacksmith forging blades from raw steel. Lee Cheol's father looked directly at Lee Cheol, asserting that there was no better way to describe. He snapped his fingers decisively, as if affirming his decision, and then Lee Cheol's father officially bestowed upon him the name Cheol, written majestically on the scroll. Lee Cheol looked at the scroll, recalling that his father had previously given him the name Cheol with the wish that he would live as resiliently as steel. The young master gave a meaningful smile, declaring that now, the meaning behind that name had completely changed. Lee Cheol clenched his fist, his eyes burning with determination, declaring that he would not stop until he reached the pinnacle of the prestigious Lee martial arts family. The isolated room of the Lee family's Ministry of Justice, where secrets and punishments were hidden, appeared chilling. A woman with long black hair, Lee Gyunga, was groaning in discomfort and restraint. Hyang erupted, and she screamed in despair, her face contorted with resentment from her imprisonment. She slammed her hands against the bars, yearning to escape this cramped place. To witness the naming ceremony of an important person, two jailers stood sternly outside, while Lee Gyunga continuously pleaded for help, wondering where the person who promised to save her was. Suddenly, the phone rang. Startling one of the jailers, who turned around. The jailer informed Lee Gyunga that she could leave, surprising her so much that she bit down hard on the cloth in her hand. Lee Gyunga was stunned to hear she was free, even though her punishment would come later, and small flowers, like symbols of joy, suddenly bloomed around her. She rushed out of the cell with extreme joy, almost kicking the door off its hinges, causing the jailer to frantically intervene. Without hesitation, Lee Gyunga hurried away. Ignoring the jailer's calls, Lee Cheol appeared with a radiant smile, leaning against the doorframe, causing Lee Gyunga to surprisingly call him baby. Lee Cheol confidently declared that he had freed his aunt, leaving Lee Gyunga both delighted and confused as to how he had done it. He handed his aunt a document, stating that Lee Gyunga now owed him a great favor. Lee Gyunga carefully read the document. Astonished to see her name appointed as an elder, she was horrified as she continued reading, realizing she would become the master of Lee Cheol himself. The ninth young master, Lee Cheol, flashed a bright smile, extended his hand, and officially welcomed his aunt, Lee Gyunga, as his master. He adjusted his collar, his gaze firm, as he asked his aunt if everything would begin today. Lee Cheol's female butler looked at him with a sad gaze, admitting that today was a new beginning, and she couldn't believe he was already 13. Lee Cheol bid farewell to the female butler with a confident smile, ready for a new chapter in his life. At 13, the clear blue sky heralded a new day, opening up a promising beginning. Lee Cheol stood before the academy gates, his eyes filled with determination as he began his student life. The crowd of students whispered about Lee Cheol, the ninth young master, and the rumors surrounding his naming ceremony. Another student showed disdain, claiming Lee Cheol was just a lucky fellow. Lee Cheol listened to the unpleasant whispers, telling himself he couldn't endure these baseless rumors any longer. Another student suddenly pointed out the appearance of the eighth child, causing Lee Cheol to turn his head. Lee Sohyun, the eighth child, appeared with a radiant look, admired by everyone as a descendant of the main family. Lee Cheol noticed the clear difference in how people treated Lee Sohyun compared to him. He called Lee Sohyun, and she turned around. They greeted each other after some time apart. Lee Sohyun anxiously asked Lee Cheol about his feelings after the naming ceremony, but he seemed not to understand her meaning. Memories of Lee Sohyun's past disappointed words suddenly flooded back, making Lee Cheol pensive. Returning to reality, Lee Cheol reassured Lee Sohyun that everything was fine, making her overjoyed. Lee Sohyun burst out laughing, teasing Lee Chaol as petty, which shocked and annoyed him. She continued to say that their aunt, Lee Gyonga, had become Lee Chaol's master and a member of the library, which surprised him. The teacher stood on a high platform, preparing to announce the class assignments for all students. A teacher ordered all named students to gather in their current formation. Two nearby students began to worry, fearing they might be assigned to an undesirable class. Lee Chaol silently understood everyone's worries. Realizing the importance of class assignments during the 3 years of training, he thought about the class assignment system, where talent would determine each person's position in 5 different groups. Lee So-hyun smilingly received her class assignment paper from the teacher. Congratulating herself on being assigned to Class 1, Lee Chaol quietly observed, not surprised that Lee So-hyun was in Class 1. And now, it was his turn to await his results. Lee Chaol stared at the announcement paper, his gaze sharp, as if realizing the dark conspiracy behind his class assignment. The paper clearly displayed Class 5, also known as the dump, where students deemed useless were sent on undeniable humiliation. A woman with a powerful expression, along with the Lee family elders, who were believed to have orchestrated everything, stood imposingly before an ancient building. Lee Chaol remained calm, telling himself that although this was an obstacle, it could be an opportunity for him to encounter fewer troubles. While a Lee family teacher guided him to Class 5, with a decisive turn of his head, Lee Chaol accepted his fate. Ready to face the new challenge? Without flinching, suddenly, Lee So-hyun appeared behind him, her eyes filled with worry and confusion upon seeing Lee Chaol accept being relegated to the lowest class. Young lady Lee So-hyun could not suppress her anger, roaring why Lee Chaol was in Class 5 and why he didn't object, creating a tense atmosphere. Lee Chaol turned his back, thinking to himself that he was truly fine and didn't want Lee So-hyun to get involved in this matter. His gaze deepened, contemplating the more important things that lay ahead. Meanwhile, other students in Class 5 were whispering about their fate, worried about whether they could graduate and how they would face their families. Another student looked disappointed, unable to believe that main family members of the Lee clan were relegated to such a pathetic situation. Suddenly, another student approached Lee Chaol, hesitantly asking if he was the youngest son of the main family. The boy was overjoyed when Lee Chaol confirmed it, expressing that he had always wanted to get to know him. The student introduced himself as Kim Han, the son of a small blacksmith family working for the Lee clan, and felt honored to be in the same class as the young master. Lee Chaol was slightly surprised. He had never heard the name Kim Han before, and wondered why Kim Han was approaching him. Kim Han smiled brightly, explaining that Lee Chaol was the center of all attention, and that was why he had always wanted to meet him. Lee Chaol smiled faintly, feeling that Kim Han wasn't lying, and asked for his new friend's name again. He then asked Kim Han what he thought about being assigned to Class 5. Kim Han optimistically replied that perhaps his current skills were only suitable for Class 5, but there was still something more important. The boy flashed a determined smile, believing that no one could know what would happen in the future. Showing an unyielding spirit, Lee Chaol looked at Kim Han with a surprised gaze. Perhaps impressed by his friend's optimism and willpower, a faint smile crossed Lee Chaol's lips, showing that he had found an interesting companion. A voice echoed from afar, confirming Lee Chaol's class assignment, which didn't fail to surprise him. A new group of students, led by one 5-year-old, Choi In-ha, appeared with radiant smiles, welcoming the newcomers. Choi In-ha and her classmates enthusiastically welcomed the new recruits, promising to do their best together. Other students also encouraged in unison, inviting the newcomers not to hesitate to ask anything. A teacher named Lee Jong-ho, a 5th-rank martial artist, appeared and announced that he would skip the lecture to give an overview of the class. Lee Chaol realized that Lee Jong-ho was still as enthusiastic and determined as in his previous life, having secretly guided him when he faced difficulties. Lee Jong-ho concluded the overview and assigned Choi In-ha to take over, guiding the new student. Choi In-ha happily accepted. Ready to carry out the assigned task, young Choi In-ha introduced herself as the second-year class president of Class 5, a little shyly admitting she had been held back twice. Choi In-ha invited the students to sit down and announced that they would proceed with electing a class president. She explained that even as students, they frequently had to undertake missions, and the class president would act as a team leader. Choi In-ha further emphasized that, besides the teachers, the class president was also granted full decision-making authority. A student asked about how to choose a class president, and Choi In-ha explained that in Class 5, they would decide through light duels and voting. Choi In-ha excitedly announced the start of the duels, but forbade the use of mana to test physical strength. Suddenly, Lee Cheol appeared with an extremely displeased expression, his eyes sharp as if to say, "Are you kidding me?" Choi In-ha hesitantly asked Lee Cheol if there was anything he was dissatisfied with, but he bluntly declared that he was unhappy with everything she said and did. Lee Cheol coldly reminded Choi In-ha that this was the prestigious Lee martial arts family, and if she wanted to play role-playing school, she should go to a normal school in a safe area. Lee Cheol decisively stomped his foot on the ground, declaring that perhaps only action would make the opponent understand the problem. With fiery golden eyes, Lee Cheol raised his head, declaring a challenge to all the students in the class, ready to face them one by one. After successive battles, Lee Cheol panted, drenched in sweat, but his hand still gripped the sword hilt tightly, refusing to give up. 2 other students had fallen miserably, one groaning in pain, the other desperately calling for help. Showcasing Lee Cheol's overwhelming power, Kim Han stared in astonishment at the defeated student, unable to believe his eyes as he witnessed Lee Cheol single-handedly take down so many people. Choi In-ha was surprised when Lee Cheol called his name, his eyes revealing confusion. At a hint of worry, Lee Cheol's golden eyes flashed with coldness, and he ordered Choi In-ha to call the next student to the arena. Kim Han muttered in awe. Acknowledging Lee Cheol's terrifying power with only one final opponent remaining, Choi In-ha surprisingly took a step back, gripping his sword tightly as he realized he was about to face a murderous Lee Cheol. Lee Cheol smiled confidently, brandishing his sword as a signal. Directly challenging Choi In-ha to the arena, Lee Cheol lunged like a gust of wind, unleashing a lightning-fast attack that forced Choi In-ha to dodge in horror. The two clashed in a dramatic battle. Choi In-ha couldn't understand why Lee Cheol was fighting so fiercely in a practice match with no reward. Lee Cheol tensed his body, putting all his strength into each strike. Continuing to attack despite being exhausted, Lee Cheol gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with rage, realizing that deep down, he understood why Choi In-ha was doing this. In the fierce battle, Choi In-ha recalled the past, when he too had intensely yearned for victory like Lee Cheol, but had accepted reality and thought he had matured. Choi In-ha clenched his fists, his eyes burning with an intense desire for victory. Refusing to accept defeat, Lee Cheol decisively blocked Choi In-ha's attack, powerfully declaring victory. Choi In-ha was struck by a fatal blow from Lee Cheol, sent flying backward, creating a chaotic scene. Choi In-ha painfully clutched himself, collapsing to the ground as his sword flew from his hand, his expression filled with agony. Lee Cheol stood tall, looking down at Choi In-ha, kneeling on the ground. A surge of purple energy surrounding Choi In-ha, indicating extreme pain. Lee Cheol sighed in relief, ordering someone to take Choi In-ha to the nurse. Indicating the match was over, Lee Cheol's eyes suddenly flashed with fierce determination. He declared that it wasn't over yet. Choi In-ha unexpectedly sprang up, unleashing a fierce counterattack. But Lee Cheol managed to block it with his left hand. Lee Cheol was surprised to realize that Choi In-ha was fighting with his left hand, likely because his right hand was injured. Choi In-ha's eyes flashed with an unusual light, full of resilience and defiance. Choi In-ha launched a final, desperate blow, but Lee Cheol coldly declared that it was all over. Lee Cheol reacted quickly, neatly parrying Choi In-ha's attack. Lee Cheol delivered a powerful punch to Choi In-ha's face, stunning him. Choi In-ha was sent flying by Lee Cheol's punch, spitting out fluid, his expression filled with pain. Choi In-ha completely collapsed to the ground, helplessly watching Lee Cheol stand tall like a victor. Teacher Lee Jong-ho appeared, coldly ordering someone to take Choi In-ha away. Lee Cheol stood there, feeling each moment pass like a lifetime, hinting at the arduous journey he had endured. Lee Cheol steadfastly declared that life would become easy when one compromises. But to protect himself and everything around him, he would fight relentlessly. Even with his last breath, Lee Cheol looked directly at the other students, challenging them to ask themselves if any of them had ever lived a life of relentless struggle like him. Lee Cheol roared in anger, raising his fist high, declaring that this was the true meaning of fighting. Teacher Lee Jong-ho stepped forward, sternly reprimanding Lee Cheol for going too far and causing serious injuries to many students. Lee Cheol coldly retorted to Lee Jong-ho, stating that to survive in the Lee family, Students must endure such injuries, regardless of their circumstances. Teacher Lee Jong-ho was surprised by Lee Cheol's argument, as he asked if there was a need to explain this when even the students already understood. Teacher Lee Jong-ho turned and walked away, admitting that people like Lee Cheol were rare in the Lee family. And despite his ruthlessness, he was still a good person. Lee Jong-ho reprimanded Lee Cheol, emphasizing that even if he had to play the villain, he still had to guide the students on the right path. With clenched fists, Lee Jong-ho ordered Lee Cheol to fulfill his responsibilities correctly. Lee Cheol walked out the door, stretching lazily, complaining that his body was still sore and aching. His eyes flashed with thought. Realizing he had truly overdone it in yesterday's match, Lee Cheol observed the other students, sensing their disdain and anger, but was satisfied that no one dared to avoid his gaze. Proving they were no longer as weak as before, Lee Cheol's appearance caused the students to whisper and gossip, some secretly cursing that damn kid. Another student respectfully bowed to welcome Lee Cheol, calling him young master Kim Han, with bandages on his face. Hastily greeted Lee Cheol and apologized for his poor performance yesterday. But Lee Cheol reassured him that weakness was natural for students. Kim Han gave a forced laugh, rubbing his injury, seemingly still a bit awkward. Kim Han bravely asked Lee Cheol an important question, and the boy was willing to listen. Kim Han, with eyes full of longing, clenched his fists and asked if he could become as strong as Lee Cheol. Lee Cheol calmly listened to Kim Han's hopeful question. Kim Han once again showed unwavering determination. Wishing for Lee Cheol's guidance, Lee Cheol humbly said he wasn't qualified to teach, but quickly praised Kim Han for having keen eyes or sharp instincts, which surprised Kim Han. Lee Cheol revealed that Kim Han had dodged 3 of his feints yesterday, advising him to focus on developing technique rather than strength. And then he would improve on his own. Kim Han was surprised and moved, hastily thanking Lee Cheol for the valuable advice. Choi Ina, with lingering injuries on his face, approached to greet his 2 friends. Choi Ina taunted Lee Cheol about his condition, asking if he could train, and guessed that Lee Cheol wouldn't be sympathetic if he skipped practice. Choi Ina turned away, bluntly stating he wasn't here for a lecture. Lee Cheol subtly smirked, realizing Choi Ina had changed. In the middle of the courtyard, Lee Jong-ho gave an order. Attracting the attention of all the students, Lee Jong-ho announced that 4 students were absent due to injuries. 5 others were absent for unknown reasons. Leaving only 11, Lee Jong-ho looked around, his face clearly showing worry as he saw all the students were exhausted. The atmosphere became unusually tense, completely different from yesterday's relaxed mood. All because of one person's presence. Lee Jong-ho initially intended to assess their basic abilities, but seeing the students' miserable condition, he hesitated. He clenched his fist, then decided to dismiss that thought. With resolute eyes, Lee Jong-ho declared that the assessment would still continue. After the test, the students collapsed from exhaustion, and Lee Jong-ho announced that the class leader would lead the training session. Lee Cheol also sighed tiredly after 10 continuous hours of assessment. However, his fiery golden eyes flashed with determination. Knowing he couldn't rest, the students whispered and discussed the teacher's unusual behavior today. Usually, after fierce battles like yesterday, they would be allowed to rest. Lee Cheol stood before the class, giving an order that drew everyone's attention. With a confident demeanor, Lee Cheol declared himself the class leader. Needing no further introduction, Choi In-ha looked at Lee Cheol in surprise, seemingly having known something beforehand. Another student was astonished to realize that the class leader had full authority unless the teacher gave other instructions. Lee Cheol declared that the training session would be extremely harsh. Only those with strong will could follow, and he would not force the weak. Kim Bo-seong, with an annoyed expression, muttered curses about Lee Cheol's arrogance. Lee Cheol decisively stomped his foot, challenging anyone who disagreed to a duel, stating that if they landed a single blow on him, he would yield the class leader position. And then, with a decisive motion, Lee Cheol ordered everyone to begin dueling with the person next. Only 6 exhausted Lee family students remained until the end, while the others had given up midway. Lee Jong-ho announced the end of the grueling training session, leaving behind a battlefield with students lying scattered. Bunting. The Lee family students began to whisper and complain about being tormented just because of that damn bastard, referring to Lee Cheol. Kim Bo-seong, with an annoyed expression and a wound on his cheek, motioned for the chatterboxes to shut up. Kim Han, despite being bruised all over, looked at Lee Cheol with admiration, wondering if he could ever be as strong as him. Choi In-ha and the other students also showed clear signs of fatigue and disappointment, questioning their own results. Kim Han was determined not to become a loser, vowing to try his best. The Lee family students looked at Lee Cheol with complex expressions, both disdainful and curious about his next move. Lee Cheol, with an overwhelming aura, declared that he would be the class president and challenged anyone who wished to contend for the position. Shane change. Maru was trying to create an aura, but the blue flame in his hand still flickered unsteadily. The aura flame in Maru's hand suddenly flared up violently, as if wanting to swallow his entire hand. Lee Gyunga, with a disappointed expression, realized that Maru had failed again to maintain the aura's form. She couldn't help but be surprised that Maru, who had reached a 3-star level, was still encountering this basic problem. Maru pondered, wishing he could find ancient documents about how people used mana. He recalled the unexpected memories he had gathered from the library. An ancient memory appeared, a colossal shadow monster, so terrifying that all other creatures were petrified. Even the bravest warriors were helpless against its destructive power. But then, the heroes gathered, defeated the monster, and were generously rewarded by the king. From the king's power, the heroes created a legendary sword. That sword was named Boundless, shining brightly amidst the galaxy, revered by all as a symbol of power. Maru realized that the information about the Boundless sword had truly helped him a lot. Lee Gyunga smiled brightly, praising Maru for achieving such incredible progress on his own. She believed that Maru would soon overcome his current problem, as he had already completed 2 amplification and transformation techniques. Maru gave a slight smile, thanking Lee Gyunga for her sincere encouragement. He curiously asked Lee Gyunga about the true meaning of reaching a 3-star level. Lee Gyunga explained that at that level, Maru could use aura skills and enhanced energy. Though there was still a long way to go to master them, she worriedly inquired about Maru's training session. Noticing that he seemed tired and exhausted, Maru indifferently replied that it was nothing, surprising Lee Gyunga. Lee Gyunga eagerly offered to help, but Maru seemed skeptical of her abilities. She confidently smiled brightly, her eyes sparkling like stars, telling Maru to just trust her. Maru looked at Lee Gyunga with a bewildered expression, sensing something ominous when she asked him for absolute trust. Lee Gyunga announced that there would be a special lesson on mana arts today. Drawing the attention of the entire class, Lee Jong-ho introduced Lee Jong-ha as a talented researcher of the Lee family. Lee Gyung-ha was embarrassed by the welcoming applause, but quickly began her lecture without delay. Lee Cheol sat in class, observing his aunt and secretly remarking that she taught much better. Lee Gyung-ha clapped loudly, announcing that the boring part was over. Surprising the entire class, she excitedly introduced the upcoming interesting part, which was the new mana improvement method they had researched. Lee Gyung-ha stood tall, emphasizing that this was just the beginning, and asked all students to focus intently. Lee Gyung-ha placed her hand on Lee Cheol's shoulder, explaining that this method could double mana, and the young master couldn't help but feel grateful to his aunt. Kim Han, a Lee family student, warned his opponent that he would show no mercy in the upcoming match. In response, Kim Bozong, another Lee family student, gave a confident and challenging smile, ready to accept any blow. Kim Han repeated his warning with a serious expression. Unable to hide his determination, Kim Boseong maintained his provocative attitude, urging the match to begin quickly. An extremely powerful punch landed directly on Kim Han's face, stunning him. While Lee Gyung-ha stood below the arena, astonished by the brutality of the battle, Lee Gyung-ha thoughtfully watched the match, feeling as if she was seeing a part of herself in Kim Bo-song's fierce determination. However, her eyes flashed with a cold glint, revealing dissatisfaction, even hatred, towards someone. 2 other Lee family students whispered, saying that Lee Cheol had an advantage because he was an illegitimate child, yet had his abilities unlocked early, which made them feel it was unfair. Lee Gyung-ha suddenly appeared, startling the 2 Lee family students who quickly greeted her. She angrily asked if they were slandering the child, or rather, her disciple. The 2 Lee family students fearfully bowed their heads in apology, admitting they had spoken out of turn. Upon seeing her terrifying expression, Lee Gyung-ha exuded a fierce killing intent, questioning what right they had to say such things about Lee Cheol, causing the 2 students to kneel and beg for forgiveness. She strode forward with authority, declaring that they were not the only ones who knew nothing about Lee Cheol's life. Kim Bo-song still maintained a disgruntled attitude, arguing that even though they had put in a lot of effort, Lee Cheol disregarded their hard work, and that differences were natural when growing up in different environments. Lee Gyanga turned back to look at Kim Bo-seong with a sharp, cold gaze. Asking him again if he truly knew nothing, she smiled meaningfully, saying that perhaps it was better they didn't know, because if they knew how difficult Lee Cheol's life truly was, they would see their own lives as mere play. Kim Bo-seong clenched his fists, growling inwardly about what that illegitimate child could possibly know to dare speak like that. He gritted his teeth, deciding to personally verify how skilled Lee Cheol truly was. That day's training session ended, and the sky gradually turned into a tranquil night. Kim Bo-seong squinted into the distance, his face full of determination. Another Lee family student whispered that Lee Cheol was just like everyone else, and the only difference was his background. Kim Bo-seong and another Lee family student discussed secretly following Lee Cheol. The Lee family student worried if they were allowed to move freely in the main area of the family estate, but Kim Bo-seong reassured him that it was fine since they were students. Kim Bo-seong emphasized that Lee Cheol did not live with the main family, and they would not go to a dangerous place. He was determined to follow and see what Lee Cheol's real life was like. Night fell, enveloping the ancient rooftops, creating a mystical scene. Many hours had passed since Lee Cheol entered the research room, and Kim Bo-seong and the other Lee family students still waited patiently. It was already late. Two other Lee family students began to complain about being sleepy and tired after the daytime training. Wanting to give up, Kim Bo-seong turned to look at them, implying that they gave up too easily. Another Lee family student suddenly pointed, announcing that Lee Cheol had come out. Lee Cheol stepped out of the research room, his face tired, but his spirit still firm, telling himself to keep trying. Kim Bo-seong and the other Lee family student secretly followed, wondering if Lee Cheol was going home. Lee Cheol stopped before a large door labeled Esteemed Marshal Hall, a training room reserved only for the main family, which he was not allowed to enter. Kim Bo-seong and two other Lee family students were startled and terrified upon hearing loud, fierce noises coming from inside the training room. The Lee family students frantically asked each other what that sound was, wondering if it was the sound of training. Another Lee family student, perhaps Kim Han, admitted that young Master Lee Cheol was truly extraordinary. He decided to stop following Lee Cheol, realizing that what Lee Cheol had said was not wrong at all. Kim Bo-seong turned and walked away, asserting that he was also not lazy in his personal training, and there was no difference between him and Lee Cheol. He gritted his teeth, determined to prove that he was in no way inferior to Lee Cheol. Kim Han secretly watched Lee Cheol walking down the deserted path in the dark night. Kim Han hid behind the wall, watching Lee Cheol enter his house, his eyes full of contemplation. Suddenly, a voice rang out asking, "Who was there?" causing Kim Han to jump and turn around with a startled expression. Guard 1 held a flashlight, squinted at Kim Han, and recognized him as a student. Guard 1 was surprised to see a student walking around at this hour. While Lee Cheol still frequently took night strolls, Kim Han awkwardly forced a smile, trying to explain that he and Lee Cheol had something they needed to do together. Jailer 1 sternly reminded Kim Han that this was against the rules and told him to quickly return. Kim Han turned and walked away, but his gaze remained fixed on Lee Cheol's house, where the lights were still brightly lit even though it was past midnight. With a worried expression, Kim Han decided to return, but his heart remained uneasy. Kim Han secretly returned, continuing to observe Lee Cheol. Despite the jailer's warning, the next morning, at training room number 5, a new day began with harsh challenges. Kim Han tiredly held his head, lamenting that he had returned home too late last night due to following Lee Cheol. He suddenly flinched when he heard strange noises from Lee Cheol's room. His eyes filled with surprise. Kim Han looked at Lee Cheol, who was sitting against the wall, his face tired and pensive, wondering if he was okay. Sleeping only 3 to 4 hours each night, he recalled himself how, when he returned home, he would only rest, watch television, or play games. Kim Han told himself that even though he also trained regularly, he still got enough sleep, rest, and entertainment. Lee Cheol turned to ask Kim Han what was wrong, his sharp eyes as if he already knew everything. Lee Cheol looked directly at Kim Han, questioning if he was tired from secretly following him. Kim Han flinched, admitting that he was among those who had secretly followed Lee Cheol. Kim Han continued to question Lee Cheol, suggesting that he had an advantage over other trainees because he was supported by the main family. Lee Cheol calmly replied that he had lived like that since he was young, sleeping only a few hours each night, so being tired was natural. Kim Han was stunned and asked why Lee Cheol trained so rigorously. Lee Cheol moved closer to Kim Han, his eyes full of meaning, and asked in return if he didn't know the answer. Kim Han broke out in a cold sweat, realizing the truth behind Lee Cheol's words. With a look of disappointment and helplessness, Kim Han muttered a curse and turned to walk away. In a large room, Lee Cheol's father stood alone, exuding an imposing aura. The Lee family butler respectfully presented an official document to Lee Cheol's father. Lee Cheol's father took the document, his eyes sharp as he ordered the butler to hand it over. Lee Cheol's father read the document, frowning, as he commented that it was still not good enough. He explained that dungeons of level 7 and 8 were too dangerous for the trainees, and that they needed to create individuals with true survival capabilities. The butler bowed in obedience, affirming that he would follow the father's instructions. The butler further reported that there was another matter to present. Lee Cheol's father listened in silence, then exclaimed that it was Lee Cheol's doing. He recalled that Lee Cheol had extraordinary eyes since he was young, but still lacked leadership ability. Lee Cheol's father clenched his hand, asserting that changing and leading others were two completely different matters. He decided to change the test to raise the standards for the trainees, especially since Lee Soo-yoon, Lee Hwa, was also in that group. The butler bowed in obedience. Receiving the new document from Lee Cheol's father, Lee Cheol's father looked into the distance, telling himself that it was time to test whether Lee Cheol truly had the potential to become a leader. Lee Jong-ho stood in front of training room number 5, where the trainees were diligently practicing. The Lee family trainees were training when they suddenly saw Lee Jong-ho appear and quickly greeted him. Lee Jong-ho smiled with satisfaction, requesting all absent trainees to gather as there was an important announcement. He turned around, announcing that the first assessment had been moved up earlier than expected, causing the trainees standing behind him to show clear signs of fatigue and worry. Lee Jong-ho continued, saying that a week of leave would be granted beforehand, and this was their last chance to get a lot of rest. Lee Jong-ho's eyes became sharper as he prepared to give his final reminder. He believed that the trainees would voluntarily practice basic skills during their break, even without being reminded. After announcing their dismissal, Lee Jong-ho looked at the trainees with a trusting expression, while they responded in unison, full of exhaustion. Lee Cheol pondered, wondering if the sudden leave and the early assessment were signs of something amiss. He flinched and turned around, surprised to ask Kim Han, Kim Bozong, and the other trainees why they hadn't left yet. Kim Han smiled brightly, innocently replying that they were waiting for Lee Cheol, but his eyes held a hidden curiosity. Another trainee curiously asked what Lee Cheol would do during the break, seemingly wanting to probe his plans. Lee Cheol looked puzzled, asking in return why they were asking about his personal time. He asserted that he had no special plans other than resting, which astonished the other trainees. The crowd of trainees began to murmur, unable to believe that Lee Cheol would say such words after putting them through training hell. Lee Cheol frowned in annoyance, wondering what kind of person these people thought he was. Murmuring behind his back, he gave a cold laugh, sarcastically remarking that perhaps they wanted to relive their first day here during the break, which made the other trainees shiver in fear. Lee Cheol smiled meaningfully, saying that rest was also an important part, and he knew well that they wouldn't just simply rest. He allowed them to decide how to use their break, wished them a good break, and said he would see them later. Immediately, the trainees erupted in excited cheers, rushing away as if they had just been freed from prison, while Lee Cheol merely smiled watching them. The scene shifted to a modern building, introduced as Lee Gyung-ha's research laboratory. Lee Gyung-ha, Lee Cheol's aunt, was working and grumbling about him coming to bother her instead of resting. Complaining about the mountain of research work, she irritably asked what Lee Cheol was looking at on his phone, while he maintained a serious expression. Lee Gyung-ha startled and cried out when Lee Cheol mentioned phrases like Haman recognized by the chairman and leukemia, asking what strange thing he was watching. Lee Cheol ignored his aunt's grumbling, seriously, asking if the first assessment being moved up was due to his father's order. Lee Gyung-ha confirmed that it was an official document from the main family, making Lee Cheol realize that this assessment would be much harder than he thought. Lee Cheol pondered deeply, realizing that, to further develop his mana arts, which had reached their limit, he needed to access the next memories of Boundless. He questioned himself, realizing that the fact there were still unseen memories indicated he was still lacking something. Lee Cheol rubbed his temple, disappointed that even a slight change didn't help him read the next memory. He sighed, realizing he could only continue to think of other solutions. While thinking, Lee Cheol accidentally knocked over a stack of documents on the table, causing his aunt to cry out in warning. Lee Gyung-ha irritably scolded Lee Cheol to be tidier. While documents were scattered all over the floor, Lee Cheol bent down to pick up the documents. Suddenly noticing a special page, he picked up the document page, which displayed images of a dragon and a giant turtle, along with text about the difference between ancient and modern martial arts. Lee Cheol read the text about the intent behind techniques and wondered if that applied to his split demon technique. He realized that the original split demon technique was too extreme for a normal technique, and his eyes flashed with understanding. Lee Gyung-ha was still biting her pastry, curiously asking Lee Cheol what was wrong when she saw him suddenly fall silent. Lee Cheol quickly stood up, telling his aunt that he had understood something and needed to go to the training room immediately. He rushed off like a gust of wind, leaving Lee Gyung-ha angrily scolding him for his haste and carelessness. Back in the training room, Lee Cheol summoned a brightly glowing mana sword, his eyes resolute and ready to face a new challenge. A terrible collision caused the ground to crack, sending debris flying. Signaling a powerful attack, Lee Cheol launched himself into the air, his sword glowing with energy. While below, a giant dark shadow was being suppressed. The split demon technique was activated. A dazzling stream of light tore through space, creating a terrifying destructive effect. After the attack, dust and debris flew everywhere, with only Lee Cheol's black hair and a faint aura visible. Lee Cheol stood firm amidst the smoke and dust, his sword still lingering with residual energy, proving the power that had just been unleashed. His gaze focused on the sword in his hand. A surge of black energy enveloped the blade, and he silently affirmed, "It succeeded." Lee Cheol flashed a confident smile, his eyes burning with determination. Ready for the next challenges? Suddenly, Lee Cheol looked around in surprise, realizing he was in an unfamiliar place, and wondered, "Where is this?" He realized this was the familiar training room, but something was different, and he wondered why the boundless memory only showed a single period of time. Lee Cheol narrowed his eyes, his gaze full of doubt as he carefully observed the surroundings. Seemingly trying to recognize something, he was astonished to see a mysterious, long-haired man appear in the memory. His speed unbelievably fast. Lee Cheol's eyes widened, his face showing extreme surprise as he discovered something unusual. The mysterious, long-haired man continuously changed weapons, and each time, his aura also transformed in an astonishing way. He held a battle axe, surrounded by a brilliant golden light, demonstrating the extraordinary power of the transforming boundless aura. Lee Cheol flinched. His face panicked as he realized the long-haired man had changed his fighting style once again. The mysterious long-haired man turned his head, warning Lee Cheol to stop secretly observing others' training. He extended his hand towards Lee Cheol, suggesting a name for the technique he had just begun, proposing 1,000 forms, myriad appearances. Lee Cheol took a step back, his face slightly embarrassed, yet equally surprised to be praised by the long-haired man. The mysterious long-haired man fully turned around, his sharp eyes looking directly at Lee Cheol, asking if he had brought anyone else. Lee Cheol flinched, quickly denying it, his eyes clearly showing surprise and a hint of fear. A powerful surge of energy erupted, signaling an impending attack. The mysterious long-haired man swung his sword with terrifying speed, creating dazzling streaks of light, and asked why Lee Cheol hadn't brought anyone for a good fight. Lee Cheol retreated in horror, his eyes wide with shock as he witnessed the long-haired man's attack. Lee Cheol recognized the mysterious long-haired man's hair color and eyes, which were the characteristics of a direct descendant of the prestigious Lee family. The bus carrying the students was moving through a dark forest. Heading forward, Lee Cheol sat on the bus, his eyes thoughtful as he realized this scene was identical in both the past and the future. A colossal wall loomed, clearly separating the safe zone from the danger zone. Kim Han began to explain about the Blue Hole, an unexplored space located near the Pacific Ocean, where mysterious monsters appeared, monsters of unknown origin, colossal and terrifying, poured out from the Blue Hole, spreading terror everywhere. Humanity had fought relentlessly to reclaim territory, but many unexplored lands still remained. These unexplored lands were called danger zones, harboring countless perils. Lee Cheol stared at the wall, wondering if the safe zone and danger zone were still separated by these walls. Kim Han smiled, explaining that the landscape became more desolate the closer they got to the danger zone. Kim Han continued to reassure Lee Cheol that they were still safe behind the wall, but the unexplored villages in the danger zone were very far from civilization. Kim Han revealed a shocking secret. He had once lived in the danger zone for a short time to escape the war. Kim Han seriously warned Lee Cheol and the other students to always be vigilant. The bus entered a dark tunnel, signaling that they were about to enter a dangerous place. The wheels rolled through a puddle of dark purple water, creating strange ripples, signaling that their destination was a dungeon in the unexplored region. Lee Cheol and the other students stepped off the bus, their eyes full of vigilance as they set foot in the perilous land. An instructor gathered the students, announcing that they would set up a base camp and begin the test after a full equipment check. Lee Cheol and the other students listened attentively as the instructor explained that the guards would only stay to protect the base camp. The instructor further emphasized that from now on, everyone would have to fend for themselves once they left the safe zone. The instructor reassured the students, stating that they didn't need to worry excessively. With a radiant smile, the instructor promised to provide the best possible support from the base camp, encouraging everyone to show everything they had prepared. In response to the instructor's words, all the students cheered in unison with great spirit. Ready for the upcoming challenge, Lee Cheol stepped forward decisively, declaring that he would take command from this moment on. Lee Cheol's eyes flashed with determination. Preparing to make an important decision, he warned that this test would be much more difficult because of him, and this was the last chance for anyone who wanted to withdraw. The eerie scene of the human-faced spider forest appeared, with spiderwebs strung everywhere, signaling a far from easy challenge. A voice echoed, explaining that this was a harsh dungeon where they would be constantly exposed to monsters through the pervasive spiderwebs. Lee Cheol looked straight ahead, his eyes full of defiance, declaring that these threats no longer affected him. A student cheerfully affirmed that no one in Class 5 would run away, and they trusted Lee Cheol. The other students also unanimously expressed their absolute trust in Lee Cheol. Ready to face any difficulties, Lee Cheol was surprised by the unexpected support from his teammates, a hint of confusion in his eyes. After a moment of surprise, Lee Cheol smiled in relief. Feeling the team's cohesion, Kim Bo-seong grumbled that Lee Cheol was naturally saying cringe things, while Lee Cheol Chibi retorted that Kim Bo-seong himself had created that atmosphere. Lee Cheol asked again if anyone wanted to give up, and when no one spoke, he instructed everyone to check their supplies before entering the forest. This forest was home to swarms of human-faced spiders, spiders with human-like heads, creating a chilling scene. These spiders exhibited ant and bee-like behavior, making them extremely difficult to deal with. And Lee Cheol reminded the students of this. Their mission was to record the behavior of human-faced spiders at least 10 years old using filming equipment. Suddenly, Lee Cheol declared that he would hand over command to Choi In-ha from now on. Choi In-ha asked again in astonishment. Unable to believe Lee Cheol's words, Lee Cheol continued to explain that he would go ahead alone and become food for the human-faced spiders. The remaining students, including Choi In-ha and Kim Bo-seong, were utterly bewildered by Lee Cheol's insane declaration. The bewilderment quickly turned into horror as the students realized Lee Cheol's true intention. The human-faced spiders began to move, creating chilling sounds as they crawled across the web. Lee Cheol bravely thrust his sword into a human-faced spider. Green blood splattering, he quickly pulled out his sword, green blood staining his clothes. Ready for the next attack. Breathing heavily after the attack, Lee Cheol was satisfied to see the spiders finally gathered. Killing a spider to send a pheromone danger signal had succeeded. Now Lee Cheol was surrounded by swarms of human-faced spiders with glowing red eyes. He explained that human-faced spiders bring nutrient-rich food back to their nests to feed their larvae. The way they determined if food was nutrient-rich was simple, and Lee Cheol was ready to prove his worth. Food needs to prove that it is very strong. Lee Cheol's eyes gleamed with intense determination. With a powerful spear swing, Lee Cheol unleashed the Demon Split skill, creating a brilliant green energy stream that tore through the air. A hint of worry flashed in Lee Cheol's eyes as he sensed the changes around him. Chilling shrieks echoed throughout the forest, and Lee Cheol realized he was surrounded by a large number of human-faced spiders. Numerous dark tentacles of human-faced spiders lunged towards Lee Cheol, creating an overwhelming scene. Amidst the dangerous encirclement, Lee Cheol unexpectedly flashed a confident and defiant smile. Ready to face his fate, Lee Cheol woke up in a dark space, his golden eyes wide open. Realizing he was in an unfamiliar place, he lay amidst tangled spider silk, wondering if he was inside a human-faced spider's cocoon, and if so, everything was going according to plan. Feeling his body slightly swollen from the poison, but not too bad, he decided to use a stealth technique to erase his presence. Enveloped in a blue light, Lee Cheo began to cast his stealth technique. His body gradually became ethereal. Preparing for a daring infiltration, the space around him became empty, with only dense spider silk remaining. Signaling that the stealth technique had been perfectly successful, he stood up, his entire body still ethereal in the blue light, wondering if this was their lair. Then the human-faced spider larvae must surely be concentrated here. Lee Cheo walked cautiously, his spear ready in hand, each step seemingly vanishing into the air, leaving no trace. He looked around with a skeptical expression, as if something was not right with his predictions. A sense of unease creeping in, he was astonished to find too many empty spider cocoons, and wondered why there were still so many, despite some having been eaten. Suddenly, Lee Cheo was startled in horror as a gigantic cocoon appeared before his eyes, exuding terrifying dark energy. Forcing him to step back, he looked up at the violently shaking gigantic cocoon, wondering what it was that brought such an oppressive feeling. The cocoon continued to shake, with dark purple threads wrapped around it, twitching, signaling something horrifying was about to emerge. Lee Cheo squinted, staring at the cocoon, his eyes flashing with a fiery red glow. A high level of concentration before the impending danger. He was surprised to realize that his dark energy was resonating with something inside the cocoon. An unexpected and mysterious connection. A powerful purple energy burst from the cocoon, tearing apart the surrounding space, creating terrifying cracks in the thread. From inside the cocoon, a gigantic hand covered in dark purple slime reached out, warning of the emergence of a gruesome entity. Another gigantic foot also appeared, stomping heavily on the spider threads. Preparing to fully break free from its casing, the human-faced spider queen appeared, majestic and terrifying, with the lower body of a giant spider and the upper body of a beautiful yet enchanting woman. Asking her children if they were hungry, Lee Cheo was astonished to realize that the queen was a level 5 monster. And even more terrifying, she could speak human language without opening her mouth. He was stunned to deduce that his dark energy had read the queen's thoughts. An astonishing and dangerous ability. The human-faced spider queen unleashed a powerful surge of dark energy, attacking Lee Cheo directly, creating a brilliant purple explosion. Lee Cheo counterattacked with a powerful punch, creating a purple energy explosion, which completely shattered his stealth spell. He stepped back, punting, realizing he no longer had time to maintain his stealth spell when facing such a powerful enemy. The human-faced spider queen stood tall, her gigantic and enchanting figure looking down at Lee Cheo and questioning who he was. The queen realized that the thing that had awakened her was within Lee Cheo, and asked in astonishment why a human possessed it. The queen's face contorted into sharp fangs, and she roared, demanding Lee Cheo hand over that thing immediately, her tone full of menace. Lee Cheo charged forward to attack, his eyes resolute. Realizing that the fear the queen exuded was only for high-level predators, he asserted decisively that such fear had no effect on him. His eyes flashing with steely determination, the human-faced spider queen roared in anger, glaring at Lee Cheo. Unable to believe he dared to deflect her mana, she called Lee Cheo an insolent human and prepared to launch her next attack. Her eyes filled with fury, the human-faced spider queen concentrated her energy, her purple eyes glowing with murderous intent. Preparing for a destructive blow, a terrifying explosion erupted in the forest, with dazzling light and thick smoke, demonstrating the queen's destructive power. The human-faced spider queen watched in horror as her forest was destroyed, roaring and asking Lee Cheo what the hell he was doing. Lee Cheo smirked, revealing that what he had just used was a weapon called an exploding mana shell. He continued to explain that, fortunately, this damned forest had countless things to burn, and the shell had exploded spectacularly at his signal. At the base camp, the Lee family teacher was monitoring the screen, announcing that Group 1 had departed, and they had detected Lee Cheo's powerful mana from the lair. A student hastily reported that it would take them a maximum of 30 minutes to reach the lair, while Lee Cheo, from a distance, decisively ordered them not to worry about him, but to focus on assisting the other student. The human-faced spider queen watched in horror as her forest was destroyed, roaring and asking Li Chiol what the hell he was doing. Li Chiol smirked, revealing that what he had just used was a weapon called an exploding mana shell. The human-faced Spider Queen was roaring in anger. Unable to believe that a small human dared to challenge her, the Mad Queen furiously ordered her children, screaming at them to protect the forest. With a swirling surge of dark energy, the human-faced Spider Queen declared that she would tear Li Chiol apart and devour him. The human-faced Spider Queen contemptuously asked Li Chiol if he thought he could defeat her alone. And if he trusted those who were fleeing, she continued to provoke, asserting that those people would not be able to reach here and Li Chiol would be powerless against her. Li Chiol smirked, his eyes full of confidence, retorting that it was the queen who was underestimating him too much. The human-faced Spider Queen was astonished, her fiery purple eyes wide as she realized something unusual. Li Chiol closed his eyes, a mysterious smile on his lips. Preparing for his next plan, Li Chiol's eyes suddenly shone brightly, a dazzling golden light, as he raised his sword, ready to fight. At Li Chiol's command, the Li family students hastily ran off, each group tasked with detonating mana shells to lure the human-faced spiders. A student nervously asked if it was okay to continue advancing despite the change from the lair. But his teammate affirmed that it was Li Chiol's order, and they had to follow the plan. The Li family teacher, with a worried look in his eyes, silently prayed for Li Chiol to hold on a little longer. The forest burned fiercely, the raging flames devouring everything, creating a chaotic and terrifying scene. The human-faced Spider Queen roared in rage and horror, not understanding why her forest was being destroyed. The human-faced Spider Queen attacked frantically, screaming and asking why Li Chiol wasn't dead yet. Why he could still stand? Li Chiol closed his eyes, seemingly enduring a terrible mental attack from the queen. Li Chiol opened his eyes in astonishment, his golden eyes revealing clear panic as the queen roared. Asking what he saw in those eyes, Li Chiol told himself that his eyes, the demonic eyes, could see through all hidden things and energy flows. Even though he used his demonic eyes to read the mana flow and dodge the fatal blow, Li Chiol couldn't avoid it completely, fresh blood gushing from his mouth. Fortunately, the human-faced Spider Queen had just hatched and couldn't fully control her body, giving Li Chiol a slight advantage. With his wound still bleeding, Li Chiol gripped his sword tightly. Knowing he had only one chance to counterattack, Li Chiol poured all his strength into the sword. A fierce blue light from lightning energy erupting, Li Chiol's eyes blazed with determination, and he charged straight at the human-faced Spider Queen with his sword glowing with lightning energy. Li Chiol unleashed an extremely powerful lightning slash, creating a dazzling burst of energy. The human-faced Spider Queen roared in pain, thick blue blood splattering as she was hit by Li Chiol's attack. Blue blood continued to gush from the queen's wound, showing that Li Chiol's attack had caused significant damage. Li Chiol panted, his eyes sharp as he realized the previous attack was still too shallow. Unable to penetrate the queen's thick shell, the human-faced Spider Queen shrieked in extreme pain. Unable to believe that her thick shell had been pierced, the human-faced Spider Queen turned around, declaring that she would turn Li Chiol into a slave, tear him apart, and use everything inside him to restore her body. The human-faced Spider Queen furiously swore to make Li Chiol suffer eternal pain, while simultaneously unleashing sharp purple energy spider threads. Li Chiol braced himself, sharp purple energy threads encircling. A magical thread pierced through Li Chiol's hair, indicating imminent danger. Li Chiol's eyes became lifeless. He was being mentally attacked by the human-faced Spider Queen. Forced into submission, Li Chiol screamed in extreme pain as the human-faced Spider Queen tried to break his will. The human-faced Spider Queen laughed maniacally, reveling in Li Chiol's agony. The human-faced Spider Queen's smile suddenly vanished, her fiery purple eyes revealing clear horror as she realized something unusual. The human-faced Spider Queen trembled, screaming in terror as her body began to contort, not understanding what was happening. The human-faced Spider Queen roared in extreme anger and panic as her body was affected by an invisible force. Li Chiol stood there, his eyes sharp and full of confidence, smiling as he said that the human-faced Spider Queen had not been careful enough. The human-faced Spider Queen was being fiercely incinerated in a sea of fire, screaming desperately as she realized the fatal weakness of spiders to destructive flames. A Li family student hastily reported the situation to Li Chiol, explaining that they had to fight through countless monsters, which was why they were late. Lee Cheol smiled meaningfully, declaring that they would need special training upon their return, causing the student next to him to grimace in fear. Lee Cheol decisively ordered the students to quickly retreat from the lair, and they all obeyed, running amidst a fiercely burning forest. In the meeting room, teachers and students whispered about Class 5 being late, wondering if they had given up like Class 4, and worrying about the anomalous phenomenon in the Level 6 dungeon. The Lee family teacher stood up, bowing to apologize for Class 5's delay, explaining that they had to take many injured people to the infirmary first. The Lee family teacher continued, asserting that he would present the report immediately. Holding a control device in his hand, the teacher presented that Class 5's initial mission was to capture adult, human-faced spiders, but an anomalous phenomenon occurred, forcing them to gather information and divide into 4 groups to place 132 exploding mana shells. A Lee family member questioned in astonishment, unable to believe that they had used weapons in the dungeon. The teacher confirmed the use of weapons, further revealing that they had used a total of 184 exploding shells after encountering more monsters, shocking everyone in the room. Another Lee family member roared in anger, asking if Class 5 was trying to completely destroy the dungeon. The stern teacher reminded them that the main mission was to film the anomalous phenomenon, and asked if destroying the dungeon would be considered a success. Lee Cheol appeared, with bandages on his face, bowed his head in apology for being late, and affirmed that the mission had been completed excellently. Then presented the video. Lee Cheol handed the recording device to the teacher, his gaze resolute, despite the wounds still on his face. The other students whispered amongst themselves, unable to believe that Lee Cheol had dared to detonate a bomb in the dungeon and even allowed himself to be captured. Lee Cheol calmly explained that it was the most certain way to record everything, astonishing those around him. Another Lee family member couldn't believe what he had just heard, his face full of skepticism. After watching the video, the teacher confirmed that all the information in the report was accurate, but still worried that using a bomb was like adding fuel to the fire. The teacher questioned Lee Cheol if this was a normal plan, but Lee Cheol replied that he only devised the plan with the highest success rate, and asked if a student could complete the mission with a normal plan. Lee Cheol resolutely declared that he had chosen to do everything necessary to complete the mission, rather than fail or give up. Lee Cheol's father, with a sharp, cold gaze, pondered Lee Cheol's words. Realizing that the Lee family only spoke with result, he continued to think, concluding that nothing in Lee Cheol's plan was accidental, and even the seemingly unexpected details had been calculated beforehand. In the meeting room, the teachers whispered that Lee Cheol's plan was too unique, couldn't be used as an example, and was very difficult to evaluate. Lee Cheol smiled confidently as the teacher announced that thanks to the plan with no casualties, Class 5 had received a perfect score. Being the only class among the first-year classes, the scene shifted to the Lee family elder's office, where there was a report of heavy casualties from the first assessment test, with 32 dead and 78 seriously injured. 2 men in the office discussed support measures for the injured, with Lee Cheol's father asking about the next. The Lee family butler reported that they had guaranteed to cover all treatment costs for the seriously injured and would provide support for those with severe after effects. Lee Cheol's father thanked him and asked the butler to continue updating the situation. The Lee family butler continued to present reports on each dungeon. Lee Cheol's father pondered, realizing that there had been a ripple effect after this event. Lee Cheol's father asked about the human-faced Spider Queen's forest, confirming it was a dangerous dungeon. The Lee family butler confirmed that the forest was located near the northern end of Gangwon-do. In the glitching video, the human-faced Spider Queen appeared with a distorted face, screaming in pain and anger. The image of the human-faced Spider Queen in the video was constantly glitching, showing a chaotic and terrifying scene. Lee Cheol's father commented that the video was too short, and the butler explained that it was all that could be recovered. Lee Cheol's father held a teacup, remarking that it seemed someone had edited this video. He took a sip of tea, gave a meaningful smile, and remarked that Lee Cheol was an interesting child. Lee Cheol's father looked at the butler, asking for his opinion on Lee Cheol. The Lee family butler admitted that Lee Cheol had overcome the difficult mission with his intellect, but also expressed concern because his strategy was unconventional. A few months later, at Class 5 Special Training Ground, the scene was unusually peaceful. A student timidly raised his hand, hesitantly calling out Lee Cheol's name. With a pitiful expression, He reminded Lee Cheol that they had just returned from the arduous final exam yesterday. Lee Cheol casually replied that that was why he gave them a day off, making the other student only sigh and give up. Although the year-end exam had ended, Lee Cheol sternly reminded the class not to be negligent because the promotion exam still awaited them. He boldly declared that he would not let anyone in his class fail the promotion exam. And all three students enthusiastically responded. Lee Cheol called out Kim Han's name, declaring that he would have to memorize all techniques all day because he had run out of mana in the recent test. Utterly shocking Kim Han, without hesitation, Lee Cheol ordered them to start physical training, and the entire class responded in unison with great vigor. Looking at the students, Lee Cheol smiled confidently, thinking to himself that they had matured significantly, not just physically, but also mentally, knowing how to compensate for their weaknesses. A year had passed since he began his student life, and Lee Cheol looked back, secretly proud that none of them had died. Except for those attacked from the start, the student announced an important announcement about the promotion exam, making Lee Cheol pay attention. Lee Cheol responded decisively and quickly moved to the gathering point. Entering the room, Lee Cheol looked around. Listening to the calls from the crowd, Li Hua enthusiastically waved, gesturing for Lee Cheol to sit next to her. Young lady Li Hua asked him to sit down, saying she had something to tell him. Li Hua began the conversation by praising Lee Cheol's performance in the test. While also mentioning that Class 1 had done very well, she cleared her throat, seeming a bit smug about her own performance, but also a little embarrassed. Suddenly, Li Hua was startled, hastily correcting herself that it wasn't the most important thing right now. She anxiously revealed that Lee Cheol might run into trouble in the promotion exam, as Seola and Lee Jae-hak had been summoned to the mother's room and subsequently continuously met with other students. Lee Cheol gave a faint smile, directly asking if those people were plotting to eliminate him from the promotion exam. Li Hua was astonished by his composure, explaining that even if not allowed, the mystery in their plot was what was truly frightening, and also called him an eccentric. She emphasized that Seol-ah and Lee Jae-hak were extremely formidable opponents, not to be underestimated. Lee Cheol just smiled, replying that if Li Hua wanted to warn him, it was already too late, as he had run into trouble right from the first test. He thoughtfully recalled the times he had been played dirty, either receiving terrible equipment or being intentionally overlooked for important study materials. And recently, someone had even approached Bosa. Li Hua declared she had spoken with the students in her class, and this time they would compete fairly with Lee Cheol with burning ambition. Li Hua boldly declared that she would claim the top spot and make Lee Cheol call her big sister. Lee Cheol could only stare blankly, wondering why she was so obsessed with him calling her big sister. A man stood on the podium, speaking up to ask if everyone was present. Li Hua and Lee Cheol sat next to each other, with him still confusedly covering his face. The stern teacher announced that this year's assessment tests had concluded, and he would announce the details of the promotion exam. Lee Cheol was astonished to hear the teacher explain that the results of all tests would be integrated into the promotion exam. And the surprising thing was that this exam would take place at Gate T7, 3 kilometers north of Gaeseong. He pondered thoughtfully. Although he had anticipated changes to the promotion exam, its taking place inside a gate was truly beyond his expectation. The teacher held up a nameplate, explaining that inside the gate there would be distinguished warrior nameplates, and if a student lost their nameplate, they would be considered dead and would have to leave the examination area. Et continued, affirming there were no other rules besides collecting as many nameplates as possible. Lee Cheol smirked, realizing this was not just a test of combat strength, but more accurately, a battle for snatching. And he had understood their intentions. The rules of the game were clearly explained. Collect, steal nameplates, and survive. Losing a nameplate meant death, and scores would be based on the final number of nameplates. But Lee Cheol felt this death contained a dangerous trap. An illustration clearly showed how to acquire nameplates, defeat opponents, or find hidden nameplates, making Lee Cheol further understand the brutality of the competition. Lee Cheol clenched his fist, realizing that with individual matches against second-year students, there was definitely someone pulling the strings behind everything. He curled his lips into a meaningful smile, realizing that the exam taking place inside a gate, isolated from the outside world, was a perfect opportunity for those who hated him to act without leaving a trace. But at the same time, This was also a golden opportunity for himself. Lee Seola, the sixth child of the Lee family, gave a dangerous, meaningful smile as she sprawled on the chair. Uttering contemptuous words, she continued to compare Lee Hua to a cute little rabbit, but her eyes flashed with malice. And then, Lee Seola casually picked up a small knife, declaring her terrifying desire to break Lee Hua's neck, sending shivers down the listener's spine. Lee Seola turned to Lee Jae-hak, who was sitting and working, asking for his opinion on their mother's orders. Lee Jae-hak pondered thoughtfully, wondering if this was the right time to test Lee Cheol. Lee Seola bluntly declared her dislike for Lee Cheol, especially the fact that he, an illegitimate child, possessed a direct descendant nameplate. She clenched her fist, her face full of indignation as she said that Lee Cheol acted without knowing his place. With arrogant confidence, Lee Seola affirmed she would teach him a lesson as his older sister. She continued to mock Lee Cheol for only relying on his soft-hearted eldest brother, and that it was time to put him in his place. A Lee family teacher appeared, announcing the details of the promotion exam, a nameplate test held within a stabilized gate. The Lee family students listened, seeming surprised by the fewer participants than expected. Lee Cheol squinted thoughtfully, noticing the abnormality in the number of participants and wondering if they were intentionally showing off, or if this was the nature of a student. Despite his questions, Lee Cheol decided to disregard them and ask the students if they were ready. The students enthusiastically responded in unison, ready to follow Lee Cheol's command. With a confident smile, Lee Cheol led the group of students into the exam, their morale soaring. Turning back to Lee Seola, she casually snacked in Lee Jae-hak's office. Showing delight in the snacks, Lee Jae-hak reminded her that it was food for guests, and also asked if anyone had contacted them yet, as it had been a while since the announcement that all second-year students had entered. Lee Seola still lay sprawled, showing excitement at the thought of that bastard and the trashy students crawling around. She reminded Lee Jae-hak about the reward from their mother if they handled this well, and he began typing on the keyboard to predetermine the reward. Lee Jae-hak looked at the computer screen, wondering if everything would truly be as easy as planned. Though he still hoped things would go smoothly, a voice echoed, warning Lee Jae-hak that he was no match for Lee Cheol, and that he should be careful. Lee Jae-hak recalled his eldest brother Lee Myung-jung's warning about Lee Cheol. Though he had scoffed, he still felt uneasy. Suddenly, Lee Seola startled upright, asking in astonishment what had happened. Lee Jae-hak, with a worried look, showed a notification on his phone. Lee Seola frantically asked what was wrong, while Lee Jae-hak announced that 21 people had been eliminated and 15 had given up. Lee Seola was furious, unable to believe that all the first-year students of Class 5 had survived and that they had failed against that bastard. Lee Jae-hak gave a bitter smile. Admitting they had completely lost, he bitterly stated that they had been defeated by his own youngest brother, Lee Cheol. Meanwhile, 2 Lee family students were frantically fleeing in a cave, continuously cursing Lee Cheol's overwhelming power. One student complained that Lee Cheol was just that ragged bastard from Class 5, but the other yelled at him to shut up and flee into the cave so Lee Cheol wouldn't find them. They panted, wondering if they had shaken off Lee Cheol yet, their eyes still full of fear. Suddenly, a powerful surge of energy rushed forth. Tearing through the air, a sword plunged into the ground, creating large cracks, showing the terrifying power of the attack. A student looked at the sword in horror. Realizing he'd been pursued to the very end, he screamed in pain as he was struck by an invisible force, unable to resist. And then, Lee Cheol appeared with a self-satisfied, powerful smile. He bent down, looking directly at the groaning student. With sharp eyes and a confident smile, Lee Cheol announced his presence. "I, Lee Cheol, am here," he declared loudly. Ending the dramatic chase, Lee Cheol appeared powerfully, easily finding a trembling Lee family student hiding, causing him to frantically beg him not to come closer. Without much talk, Lee Cheol grabbed the Lee family student by the collar, sarcastically remarking that the opponent's plea would make outsiders misunderstand who was the aggressor. With his glowing golden eyes, Lee Cheol coldly declared that anyone who dared to draw a sword against a direct descendant would pay a heavy price. A thunderous sound struck. The ground cracked open, and debris flew everywhere, showing the terrifying power of the recent blow. After the fatal blow, Lee Cheol indifferently turned away, as another Lee family student reported that they had completed their mission. Seeing the two unconscious Lee family students, Lee Cheol ordered his teammates to move immediately. As there were still many eyeing their targets, he instructed his teammates to complete their assigned objectives and continuously collect name tags, while he himself would act alone according to the predetermined plan. With a decisive response, Lee Cheol drew his sword, his eyes resolute as he plunged into the fight alone. He stretched leisurely, keeping in mind that the most important factor of this promotion exam was the number of name tags collected. Realizing that simply stealing name tags from other students was inefficient, Lee Cheol closed his eyes in thought, then opened his glowing golden eyes. A bold idea flashing in his mind, he scanned the vast landscape, wondering if his demon eyes could help locate the valuable name tags. Just a few seconds later, a golden light led directly to a sparkling spot on the cliff face, and he confidently declared, "Found one." With a light yet powerful step, Lee Cheol darted like lightning, determined to achieve his goal. He easily climbed the cliff, smiling with satisfaction as he held the first name tag in his hand, telling himself that this was completely within his control. A self-satisfied smirk appeared on Lee Cheol's face as he looked at the newly collected name tag. Everything was going more smoothly than he had thought. He unleashed a powerful kick in midair. Seeing this as an excellent opportunity to train and enhance his power control, suddenly, Lee Cheol exclaimed in surprise. His eyes wide with astonishment, he stared in amazement at the heavy bag filled with sparkling name tags, not expecting to have collected so many. And then, a strange sensation came over him, making Lee Cheol widen his eyes. His expression thoughtful, sitting next to the bag full of spoils, Lee Cheol realized that the fierce intensity of the exam had made training his demon eyes impossible. The exam had entered its final stage, but the battles had been non-stop since dawn. Making Lee Cheol ponder, he chuckled softly, realizing that if he kept avoiding her, Li Hua would become even more troublesome. And it was time to face her. A powerful footstep landed on the ground, signaling Li Hua's spirited arrival. Li Hua appeared with a radiant smile, sword in hand, calling out Lee Cheol's name challengingly. She was surprised to see Lee Cheol show no surprise, asking him back with a puzzled. Lee Cheol calmly replied that he had known she would come looking for him. Li Hua irritably retorted, asking why he didn't stop and wait for her if he already knew. Lee Cheol gave a mischievous smile, confidently replying that he was here now. After all, Li Hua irritably tied up her hair, declaring that no more words were needed. She drew her sword from its sheath, giving a provocative smile. Ready for a battle, Li Hua raised her fist, proposing a duel to determine their hierarchy. If she won, Lee Cheol would have to call her older sister. Lee Cheol smirked, asking in return about the condition if he were the winner. Li Hua hesitated, turning her back, reluctantly agreeing that if he won, she would call him older brother. Lee Cheol feigned emotional damage, teasing that her psychological attack was quite effective, which made Li Hua furiously yell at him to shut up for talking too much. A powerful collision shook the ground, signaling that the battle between the two had officially begun. Lee Cheol and Li Hua clashed in midair, their attacks powerful, while somewhere a voice echoed, declaring it was time to end Lee Cheol. The promotion exam concluded smoothly, but the increasingly rigorous evaluation system, along with the participation of two direct descendants, turned it into a hot topic for the Lee family. Two Lee family students discussed animatedly, believing that Li Hua had surely secured the top spot, as how could first-year students possibly stand against second years? Surprisingly, Lee Cheol appeared with a radiant smile, receiving his promotion certificate as the overall champion, shattering all predictions. Lee Cheol smiled contentedly, holding the results paper in his hand, thinking to himself that the family couldn't be too biased and not grant him the top position after all. In a flashback scene, Lee Cheol calmly picked up the gleaming golden name tags, while Li Hua lay sprawled on the ground, furious at being completely robbed despite having good results. Another student was surprised by Lee Cheol's calmness despite him having just achieved the highest score. But Lee Cheol merely smiled and replied that his nanny would be very happy. Lee Cheol stood on the high platform, calmly receiving congratulations from the students below, his eyes still holding an indescribable confidence. Choi In-ha was surprised to hear her name called, her eyes wide with astonishment and a hint of worry. The Lee family teacher stepped forward, preparing to announce Choi In-ha's results, a solemn atmosphere pervading. Choi, Inya stood straight, receiving her promotion results paper, with rank 13, her eyes wide with surprise and joy. Choi In-ha clutched the paper tightly in her hand, her emotions a mix of joy and bewilderment. Only able to utter thanks, Lee Cheol gently reminded Choi In-ha not to be too complacent with her current success. While she bowed her head in response, Kim Bo-sung, with his striking green hair, received his promotion results paper, with rank 24. His expression slightly annoyed, but still maintaining a serious demeanor. Kim Han also received congratulations for his promotion to rank 34. His eyes thoughtfully looking at the paper, Kim Han stared intently at his results. Clearly disappointed at only achieving an average rank, Kim Han clenched his fist, his eyes burning with determination, telling himself that this was just the beginning, and he would become as strong as Lee Cheol. Kim Bo-sung also showed resolve, declaring that he would no longer be a burden or live an ordinary life. Choi In-ha, with resolute eyes, affirmed that she would never lose again. Showing a strong shift in her mindset, the three trainees, Choi In-ha, Kim Bo-sung, and Kim Han all looked forward, their eyes filled with determination. After receiving their promotion results, Lee Cheol smiled mysteriously, a meaningful smile as he watched the trainees, as if he already had his own plans. Lee Cheol turned around, a bright smile on his face, declaring that he was no longer worried because everyone had been promoted. Lee Cheol added that if anyone failed, he would personally train them thoroughly, sending shivers of fear down the other trainees' spines. Lee Cheol continued to threaten, warning that the second year would be even tougher, and many people would want to crush them. But he believed they would overcome it. The trainees unanimously shouted, "Yes, young master," their eyes filled with enthusiasm and determination. Ready to face the challenges, Lee Cheol subtly smirked, a confident and somewhat mischievous smile, showing that he was very pleased with his lecture. Lee Cheol gave a radiant smile, encouraging the trainees to do their best, a teasing yet very effective word of encouragement. Lee Hua appeared with an annoyed expression, her eyes glaring sideways in frustration, declaring that she did not accept this result. Lee Cheol turned to ask what she didn't accept, and Lee Hua immediately exploded, accusing him of stealing her name tag, calling it a dirty act. Lee Hua was so angry that she turned into a chibi version, roaring and asking Lee Cheol if he knew how hard she had worked to collect name tags. Lee Cheol sighed, thinking that if Lee Hua had the ivory sword, things would have been different. But defeating her still took over an hour. Lee Cheol looked at Lee Hua, admitting that she was much stronger than he had imagined. Even though she hadn't fully unleashed her swordsmanship and power, Lee Hua was still annoyed. But Lee Cheol suddenly remembered their bet, a detail that made him no longer want to confront her. Lee Hua surprisingly asked Lee Cheol what he was talking about, and he immediately reminded her about their bet regarding terms of address. Lee Hua began to say "big bro," but Lee Cheol quickly covered her mouth, his eyes filled with killing intent. Lee Cheol glared and warned Lee Hua that if she continued, it would be a battle to the death, making her fearful. Lee Hua, with a confused expression, hesitantly agreed, not understanding why Lee Cheol hated that term of address so much. Lee Cheol grumbled, telling Lee Hua to stop the nonsense and hurry up because they were about to be late, and she could only obey. The two walked side by side, their hurried footsteps showing their rush. Lee Cheol and Lee Hua stood before a large door, preparing to enter an important space. They both pushed the large door open, revealing the space inside. Lee Cheol and Lee Hua bowed, announcing their presence to their father. Lee Cheol and Lee Hua's father, with a stern yet warm expression, welcomed his two children. A hand gently placed a teacup down, beginning a meaningful conversation. "I heard you two have completed the first-year trainee program." Lee Cheol and Lee Hua's father, with sharp eyes, looked directly at his two children and asked, "What have you two seen and felt?" Lee Hua and Lee Cheol sat opposite each other, both sipping tea, but Lee Hua stared intently at Lee Cheol, making him confused. When Lee Hua blurted out that she had seen the true nature of the family, Lee Cheol unexpectedly spat out his tea, his face filled with horror. Their father listened thoughtfully as Lee Hua explained that she understood the competition, but injustices were considered normal within the family. Young lady Lee Hua strongly declared that she wanted everything to be fair, and she would achieve everything with her own strength. Their father subtly smirked, thinking that the sacred sword choosing Li Hua was no coincidence, and wondered what had changed. The once timid girl. Their father's sharp gaze shifted to Li Chiol, asking him what he felt. While he was still trying to swallow his surprise, Li Chiol, with a rare serious expression, affirmed that what he felt was shame, because the trainee squad, the root of the Li family, was having problems. Their father pondered, repeating Li Chiol's words, having problems. Li Chiol frankly pointed out that the trainees had not fought with all their might, and while weakness or failure could be accepted, quitters were not worthy of being in the Li family. He continued to explain that he had seen many such trainees, which indicated that the problem lay in the abilities and teaching methods of the instructors. Their father subtly sneered, a meaningful smile at his son's bold declaration. Li Chiol and Li Hua looked at their father in surprise, not expecting him to laugh, after which he praised them for forming their own belief. However, their father also sternly warned that they must always be vigilant, because once they sink into the quagmire of narrow-mindedness, it is very difficult to escape. Li Hua happily thanked her father, while Li Chiol was calmer, promising to remember the advice. Their father continued, saying that he had been reported on their training process over the past year, and although the tasks differed, the content remained the same. He affirmed that they had realized this was a test he had set and had diligently completed it. Li Chiol thought that his father was always strict in rewards and punishments, so there must be a special reason for this reward. Li Hua, with an adorable chibi expression, excitedly demanded dragon-scale armor, an artisan-grade armor set. Their father smiled with satisfaction, agreeing to inform the treasury and tell her to pick it up tomorrow. Their father's gaze shifted to Li Chiol, asking him what reward he wanted. Li Chiol, with a resolute expression, firmly stated that he wanted permission to enter Heavenly Mountain. Their father repeated the question, his eyes awaiting Li Chiol's answer. Li Chiol once again affirmed his desire to set foot on Heavenly Mountain, his determination unwavering. Back in his room, Li Chiol rechecked his herbal books, cast iron cauldron, and his potion-making tools. He sat down to check his luggage. Telling himself that he had packed everything necessary, Li Chiol explained that Heavenly Mountain was not only a sacred mountain with countless magical herbs, but also the birthplace of precious elixirs. He was determined that unlike before, when he could only concoct half-baked potions, this time he would create perfect elixirs. Li Chiol looked out the window, his eyes filled with resolve, silently grateful for being allowed into Heavenly Mountain, which would help him advance further on his path as a martial artist. A majestic view of Heavenly Mountain appeared, introduced as the final test for the children of the Li family to be recognized as warriors, and a place everyone must visit before departing. Li Chiol stared intently at something, his eyes filled with contemplation. He looked at the sword hanging on the wall, affirming that Heavenly Mountain was a place he absolutely had to go. A knock on the door sounded. Li Chiol turned with a surprised expression, allowing the person outside to enter. The housekeeper appeared, her face worried, announcing that there was a message for the young master. Li Chiol surprisingly asked who the message was from. The housekeeper replied that it was an invitation from young master Li Jae-hak. Li Jae-hak appeared, smiling kindly, reminding Li Chiol that this was the first time they had met since this year's Mid-Autumn Festival. Li Chiol smiled back, asserting that he was not that forgetful. While Li Jae-hak calmly brewed tea, Li Chiol smiled in, thanks, curiously asking if Li Jae-hak always brewed tea for guests himself. Li Jae-hak chuckled softly, replying that it depended on the guest, then spoke of personally picking tea from an overseas plantation 2 years ago. Li Chiol sipped his tea, secretly concluding that Li Jae-hak was far from ordinary, as he knew how to control the situation without rushing into the main topic. The sound of the teacup being set down echoed. Li Jae-hak decisively declared that they had probed each other enough and began the main topic, the recent promotion test. Li Jae-hak asked Li Chiol if he knew that he and Li Seola had orchestrated everything, and Li Chiol calmly replied that he knew. Hearing this, Li Jae-hak sneered, declaring that the incident was not his decision, making Li Chiol secretly wonder what game he was playing. A flashback revealed that Li Jae-hak was known for his political acumen, management skills, martial arts, and the nickname Golden Sword for his ability to navigate relationships without creating enemies. Li Jae-hak continued, implying that he did not want Li Chiol to become his enemy and was willing to apologize if he wished. Li Chiol shook his head, his sharp eyes hidden behind his glasses, firmly refusing Lee Jae-hak's apology. He smiled, declaring that such incidents would certainly recur in future confrontations. Lee Jae-hak narrowed his eyes at Lee Cheol, retorting whether he considered him an enemy. Lee Cheol frankly replied that it was very difficult not to consider someone an enemy when they openly played tricks and caused trouble for his people. Lee Jae-hak's eyes flashed with a cold glint, showing that he was contemplating something. He pondered, wondering whether to eliminate Lee Cheol now to avoid future trouble, or if there were other options. Lee Jae-hak smiled and asked Lee Cheol what he wanted him to do. Feigning concession, Lee Cheol demanded that Lee Jae-hak show sincerity, because he was not the only one harmed in this incident. Lee Jae-hak secretly thought Lee Cheol was arrogant for demanding compensation instead of accepting an apology. But he liked that. He reached out his hand, agreeing to send some spiritual medicine to the 5th grade students and provide appropriate compensation to Lee Cheol. Lee Cheol shook Lee Jae-hak's hand, declaring that since he had made a significant concession, he would not bring up the matter again. Lee Jae-hak laughed heartily, saying that among his siblings, he thought he and Lee Cheol were probably the most compatible. Lee Cheol merely smiled in response, saying that he did not know. Lee Jae-hak stood up, announcing his departure. But before that, he wanted to give Lee Cheol a piece of advice. He turned back, seriously warning Lee Cheol to be careful of Lee Seola, as she truly did not like him. Lee Cheol calmly replied that it did not matter, his eyes revealing a confident look. He sneered, saying that he would be leaving the family next year anyway. A strange sound echoed in the empty room, signaling an unexpected appearance. Lee Cheol was surprised to see Lee Hwa's mother standing there, exclaiming "Mother" in astonishment. Lee Hwa's mother looked at him coldly, declaring that she would not allow him to call her mother, and that she had never raised a loser like him. Lee Cheol was horrified, trying to hold on to Lee Hwa's mother, but she delivered a stinging slap. He collapsed to the floor, trying to explain that he was not using the mission as an excuse to run away. Lee Hwa's mother glared, ordering him to be silent with murderous intent in her eyes. Lee Cheol recoiled in fear, feeling the terrifying pressure from his mother. Lee Hwa's mother coldly declared that he had run away, and that was a disgrace. No descendant of the esteemed Lee warrior family was allowed to commit. She emphasized that she would never tolerate such behavior from her own child, making Lee Cheol tremble. Lee Cheol desperately tried to stand up, saying that he could take responsibility for everything. Now he knelt, pleading with Lee Hwa's mother, saying that he could crush that bastard child immediately. Lee Hwa's mother looked at him with disdain, asking if he truly knew nothing. She explained that if things were that simple, she would not have had to torment him like this, and revealed that that bastard child would come to Tianshan in a year. Lee Hwa's mother continued to scold, saying that Lee Cheol had disgraced the entire main lineage and warned that if he dared to show that pathetic face again, the consequences would not just be a slap. Lee Cheol's hands clenched the ground until they bled, his eyes blazing with hatred at being insulted as that bastard child. Lee Cheol's face contorted with rage, only one thought remaining in his mind: I will definitely kill you. Lee Jae-hak stood silently outside, his eyes deep in thought as he pondered Lee Hwa's mother's cruelty and Lee Seol-ah's successful whitewashing in the incident. A meaningful sneer appeared on Lee Jae-hak's lips, as he wondered whether Lee Seola or Lee Cheol was more valuable in the family's eyes. Lee Cheol carried his backpack and sword, quietly walking on a new path, harboring the promise of an explosive return after a year. Sitting in the car, Lee Cheol's hand gently clenched, although he had left the battle. A lingering, endless worry still clouded his face. Lee Cheol sat upright in the car, his eyes clearly showing unease, as if he still couldn't completely escape the recent haunting memories. Lee Cheol's eyes suddenly widened, and he sharply turned around when a strange sound broke the silence in the car. Lee Cheol was utterly surprised to realize that the person sitting next to him was none other than Butler Choi, the Lee family's butler. Butler Choi smiled kindly, declaring that he would diligently take care of the young master during this short trip. Lee Cheol was still stunned by the unexpected appearance of Butler Choi, a high-ranking figure in the family. Butler Choi continued to smile, affirming that this trip would only last 2 days, but he would always be by the young master's side. Lee Cheol asked again in bewilderment, his eyes wide with confusion at Butler Choi's unpredictable words. Butler Choi calmly explained that he was accompanying him by the family head's order, taking the opportunity to clean the ancestral graves and deliver something to the mountain guardian. Lee Cheol flashed a bright smile, saying that he would no longer feel lonely. But deep in his mind, A premonition told him this could not be a mere coincidence. Butler Choi, with his extraordinary demeanor, was not as ordinary as he appeared. In fact, he was a high-ranking figure, holding a more important position than even the family elders. Lee Cheol thoughtfully looked at Butler Choi, trying to re-evaluate the distance and the true relationship between them. Butler Choi looked directly at Lee Cheol, asking him the real reason he wanted to visit Zushan before going to Tianshan. Lee Cheol smiled brightly, explaining that he wanted to visit the ancestral graves, a reasonable excuse to show respect as an illegitimate child. Despite his despised status, Butler Choi nodded, praising Lee Cheol's wisdom, while he secretly marveled that the butler seemed to have seen through all his thoughts. Lee Cheol intently watched Butler Choi, ready to listen to any advice or guidance from this mysterious butler. Butler Choi suddenly changed the subject, asking Lee Cheol if he had a passion for mountain climbing. Lee Cheol shook his head, admitting that he had never truly experienced mountain climbing. Butler Choi smiled meaningfully, his eyes flashing with profoundness, as if about to share a valuable lesson. Butler Choi began to recount his experience climbing a treacherous mountain where there was no established path, and he had to forge his own way. Lee Cheol listened intently to every word from Butler Choi, his eyes clearly showing curiosity. Butler Choi looked at Lee Cheol, posing a challenging question. If it were you, young master, how would you climb that mountain? Lee Cheol answered without hesitation that he would simply look straight at the peak and climb persistently, believing it to be the fastest way to conquer it. Butler Choi nodded in agreement, admitting that method would help one climb quickly. However, Butler Choi continued, emphasizing that sometimes one needs to look back and around to ensure they don't get lost. Otherwise, they will have to take a long detour. Butler Choi looked into the distance, his eyes profound, saying that this rule becomes even more important the higher the mountain. Lee Cheol suddenly started, his eyes awakening, realizing that Butler Choi was not just talking about mountain climbing, but also hinting at the path of martial arts. Lee Cheol fell into contemplation, realizing that since his reincarnation, he had been too engrossed in pursuing new powers, neglecting to solidify his foundation and what he already possessed. Lee Cheol bowed his head, thanking Butler Choi for his profound advice, but he humbly waved his hand, saying they were just the ramblings of an old man. Butler Choi looked at Lee Cheol, his eyes meaningful, announcing that the journey had ended, and they had reached their destination. The luxurious car smoothly stopped, signaling their arrival at the legendary Zushan. Lee Cheol stepped out of the car, the majestic gate of Zushan appearing before his eyes. A grand and imposing sight. Lee Cheol turned to ask Butler Choi if he was allowed to enter the gate, as this place was only for those with the Lee family bloodline, and he calmly replied that he had been granted special authority by the former family head. As soon as he stepped through the gate, Lee Cheol suddenly felt a strange energy envelop him, as if he had just entered a completely different world. Lee Cheol looked at the Lee family butler, listening to his final instructions before proceeding into Zushan on his own. The Lee family butler bowed respectfully, while Lee Cheol flashed a radiant smile, ready for the challenging journey. Each of Lee Cheol's steps firmly pressed onto the ground, signaling a new beginning filled with determination. Finally, Lee Cheol arrived at the place of ancestor worship, an ancient structure hidden amidst the majestic mountains. Lee Cheol carefully opened the heavy door of the temple, his eyes gleaming with seriousness and reverence. Lee Cheol's shadow stretched long on the cold stone floor of the temple as he bowed to express his reverence for the departed. In a moment full of disrespect yet necessary, Lee Cheol slowly drew the black twilight sword from its sheath. A mystical light surrounding the blade, Lee Cheol stood tall, confidently holding the shining black twilight, asking the ancestors for forgiveness for breaking the rules but for a higher purpose. He placed his hand on a stone tablet carved with ancient script, beginning the next ritual to decipher the sword's mystery. Lee Cheol carefully poured a white liquid into the cup, preparing for the unsealing ritual. Lee Cheol's eyes widened, recalling his eldest brother's shocking revelation about the family before he returned to the past. The black twilight suddenly shone brilliantly, revealing 9 ancient seals binding its power. Lee Cheol looked at the sword in astonishment, realizing he only knew the locations of 4 of those seals. The first seal, a symbol of power, proved that he was the true owner of this sword. The second seal, a newborn baby with wide, astonished eyes, symbolized the pure bloodline of the Lee family. The third seal, a figure powerfully swinging a sword, represented the first challenge set by the founder. Lee Cheol felt proud as he recalled successfully unlocking all 3 of these important seals. He stared at the sword, wondering what the next clue to unlock the 4th seal would be. Light from the sword shone onto an ancient mirror, revealing a mysterious image. The mirror suddenly lit up, clearly displaying the words "heavenly," indicating that the next clue was the legendary Mount Tianshan. Lee Cheol understood that it was time for him to set foot on Mount Tianshan, a place holding the deep secrets of the family. The majestic image of Mount Tianshan appeared where the family founder had sensed abundant energy and chosen it as the training ground for descendants. Lee Cheol walked on the mountain path, feeling the dense mana he had read about in records, now experiencing it for the first time. The Lee family butler turned to ask Lee Cheol. While he was still engrossed in admiring the majestic beauty of Mount Tianshan, Lee Cheol smiled brightly, admitting that Mount Tianshan had a completely different feeling compared to other mountains or islands he had known. The Lee family butler continued to instruct Lee Cheol, hoping he would achieve satisfactory results on this trip. A sudden sound echoed, making the atmosphere tense. A strange man appeared unexpectedly, scolding the intruders like a pack of dogs. Lee Cheol and the Lee family butler were both utterly astonished. Unable to believe that someone had appeared without any warning, the strange man roared menacingly, demanding that all the weaklings immediately put down their weapon. He raised his hand, preparing to unleash a powerful attack. With just one fatal punch, the strange man knocked down an opponent, sending him flying and creating a deep crater in the ground. He sneered, despising those who only relied on weapons and refused to listen. Lee Cheol watched the chaotic scene in astonishment. With debris flying everywhere, the strange man calmly drained the bottle of wine, ignoring those he had just defeated. He looked down arrogantly at those lying scattered, mocking their weakness. The strange man turned to the Lee family butler, questioning him for arriving without warning and without bringing wine. The Lee family butler smiled meaningfully, responding to the man's reproach, which surprised Lee Cheol. The Lee family butler introduced the man as the guardian of Mount Tianshan, making Lee Cheol realize with surprise that this was the person Tae Shin had brought back. The Lee family butler confirmed to the guardian of Mount Tianshan that Lee Cheol, the 9th young master, was entering the mountain. The guardian of Mount Tianshan suddenly asked Lee Cheol if he had seen any of his movement. Lee Cheol admitted it in astonishment, causing the guardian of Mount Tianshan to exclaim in surprise that he had noticed. The guardian of Mount Tianshan leaned close to Lee Cheol's face, remarking that he had a similar aura to Tae Shin, but a slightly strange scent. Lee Cheol felt a powerful surge of energy and his eyes flashed with discomfort. As if affected by an invisible force, the guardian of Mount Tianshan continued to scrutinize, saying that Lee Cheol's eyes were also very strange. Lee Cheol was stunned to realize something unusual was happening with his eyes. As they emitted a brilliant golden light, the guardian of Mount Tianshan laughed heartily, praising Western wine as interesting, strange, yet very much to his taste. The Lee family butler smiled contentedly, seeing the guardian of Mount Tianshan enjoy the wine. While Lee Cheol secretly thought that this amount of wine must not be cheap, the guardian of Mount Tianshan slammed the wine cup onto the table, signaling for the Lee family butler to begin the story. He looked at Lee Cheol teasingly, asking if he was so disliked that he was sent here for training. Lee Cheol frankly replied that he came voluntarily, which surprised the guardian of Mount Tianshan slightly. The guardian of Mount Tianshan chuckled, remarking that Lee Cheol was a child with intertwined good and bad fortune. As if seeing through his destiny, Lee Cheol recalled the Lee family butler's words that the guardian of Mount Tianshan was a dokebi, and the strange phenomena he had just experienced. An image of a dokebi appeared, showing that they could read destiny with eyes holding the stars, especially the unchangeable 4 pillars of destiny. The guardian of Mount Tianshan looked directly at Lee Cheol, asking what he would do with the year he was granted. The Lee family butler smiled confidently, saying that from now on, everything Lee Cheol did would be heard by the family head. Lee Cheol sat opposite the guardian of Mount Tianshan and the Lee family butler, beginning to tell his story. The Lee family butler looked out the window, secretly thinking that Lee Cheol was truly a strange child for rushing to the training area. As soon as he knew the location, the guardian of Mount Tianshan asked the Lee family butler to accompany Lee Cheol after he was healed, and the Lee family butler thanked him for the healing water. The Lee family butler looked at the guardian of Mount Tianshan with a serious expression, preparing to state his main purpose. The guardian of Mount Tianshan tossed the wine bottle into the air, asking the Lee family butler what business he had here. Surely not just to bring wine. The Lee family butler smiled, saying that he didn't like beating around the bush and wanted to get straight to the point. The Li family butler revealed that the family head wanted to ask if the guardian of Mount Tianshan had read the celestial signs, yet the guardian of Mount Tianshan held the wine glass, confirming that he had read them, but couldn't say much about them. The Li family butler tried to persuade him, suggesting that a Dakebi treated to good wine wouldn't refuse a favor. The guardian of Mount Tianshan slammed the table angrily, scolding the Li family butler that it was an apology, not a trade for a favor. The Li family butler chuckled to himself, confident that the amount of wine he brought was worth more than 10 ordinary bottles. The guardian of Mount Tianshan drained the bottle of wine, grumbling irritably that he had known this would happen. He slammed the wine bottle onto the table, his face full of thought and a hint of dissatisfaction. The guardian of Mount Tianshan sternly said that the child still had a long way to go. The heavenly gate had opened. Humanity's power had peaked, and chaos would follow. He asked the Li family butler to tell the family head to follow nature and not to make a fuss. The Li family butler understood and promised to convey the message, while the guardian of Mount Tianshan was still annoyed about losing a wrestling match long ago. The guardian of Mount Tianshan changed the subject, asking the Li family butler if he had grown fond of that illegitimate child, and if he was worried. The Li family butler affirmed that he was merely a loyal servant of the prestigious Li martial arts family. Nothing more, nothing less. The guardian of Mount Tianshan reiterated that Li Chiel wanted to enter that place, but he was still just an immature child. The Li family butler asked the guardian of Mount Tianshan to observe Li Chiel for a while. The Li family butler smiled meaningfully, saying that even the guardian of Mount Tianshan might find Li Chiel quite interesting. Li Chiel stood in a vast space, filled with light and strange patterns on the floor, ready for a new journey. Li Chiel gripped the glowing dagger, determined to master all skills from magic, technique, weapons, demonic eyes, sixth sense, to dark energy. The boy set a goal of practicing 1,000 times and affirmed that he would not give up until he achieved satisfactory results. The guardian of Mount Tianshan was resting it, secretly remarking that this kid possessed a rare, strong will. Li Chiel continued to train diligently until exhaustion, then recovered rapidly thanks to the healing water, a process that sounded easy but was in fact no different from self-destruction. The guardian of Mount Tianshan was surprised to see Li Chiel's destiny changing, something he had never witnessed before. He recalled that Li Chiel was originally destined to die young or suffer strange accidents, but now the boy was challenging fate and his innate energy. Suddenly, the guardian of Mount Tianshan was startled, realizing, that's right, bloodlines never lie. Then sneered, "Your family is so cursed that even heaven is fed up." 3 months later, Mount Tianshan was filled with cherry blossoms, signaling that time had passed quickly. The guardian of Mount Tianshan roared angrily, complaining that Butler Choi had said the kid would be interesting. But he was utterly bored because Li Chiel only did basic training. He thought that Li Chiel had only come to ask permission to gather herbs, and perhaps the boy was not dead yet. Suddenly, the guardian of Mount Tianshan was startled, his eyes wide with surprise, as he heard a strange cry. He jumped up, frantically wondering if that was the cry of the spirit beast Baki, and if anyone had intruded into the mountain. The guardian of Mount Tianshan hastily used his finger to create a detection barrier. He was astonished to realize that his detection barrier had been broken, which should have been impossible. He wondered if the people from the Li family who brought food and wine had damaged anything. As a small spirit beast, Baki appeared. The guardian of Mount Tianshan suddenly became utterly panicked, unable to believe his eyes at what Li Chiel was doing. Li Chiel rushed forward with a pickaxe in hand, his eyes full of determination, chasing the panicked spirit beast, Baki. The guardian of Mount Tianshan frantically rushed out, roaring at Li Chiel to stop immediately. The boy Li Chiel continued to chase the spirit beast Baki relentlessly. Despite the guardian of Mount Tianshan's obstruction, Li Chiel darted swiftly, closely pursuing the spirit beast Baki trying to escape. The guardian of Mount Tianshan roared angrily, questioning if Li Chiel was insane to dare do this. Li Chiel turned around, a bewildered expression on his face, as the Tianshan mountain guardian suddenly appeared and questioned him. The 4-year-old Li Chiel still looked surprised as the Tianshan mountain guardian continued to question him, but politely asked him to step aside. The Tianshan mountain guardian angrily pointed at Li Chiel's face, growling that he had never seen anyone like the boy dare to hunt a spirit beast right in front of him. Li Chiel asked back in surprise, not understanding what the Tianshan mountain guardian was saying. The Tianshan mountain guardian questioned Li Chiel why he was exuding killing intent while chasing spirit beast Baki. The Tianshan Mountain Guardian confusedly wondered why he would want to kill a spirit beast. The boy, Li Chiol, unexpectedly revealed that he was carrying a net basket and a pickaxe. The Tianshan Mountain Guardian was startled, trying to stop Li Chiol, but the boy quickly dodged. The Tianshan Mountain Guardian angrily asked Li Chiol the exact reason why the boy was chasing Baki. Li Chiol hastily explained that Baki had stolen his special potion, but he would explain later and continued to rush off. The Tianshan Mountain Guardian watched in astonishment, wondering how on earth this kid had found a hidden spirit beast. The Tianshan Mountain Guardian's eyes widened in amazement as he witnessed Li Chiol's abilities. He couldn't believe that Li Chiol could accurately track Baki's hiding spot, something almost impossible, no matter how excellent one's energy senses were. The Tianshan Mountain Guardian was astonished to see Li Chiol move so fast that his feet exuded energy but left no trace on the ground. He wondered if this kid was always this fast, and what had happened in the 3 months since he last saw him. Li Chiol rushed forward, trying to catch Spirit Beast Baki, who was holding his special potion. The Tianshan Mountain Guardian sighed, realizing that Li Chiol had gone to find the last ingredient for his potion. And while the boy was away, Baki had stolen it and run off. He scratched his beard, finally understanding everything and apologizing to Li Chiol. Li Chiol revealed the precious ingredients he had used to make the potion, including 40 to 50-year-old wild ginseng. The boy continued to list other rare herbs, such as Polygonum multiflorum, white scale grass, dragon scale flower, and truffles, all collected from the corpses of magical insects. The Tianshan Mountain Guardian stood behind Li Chiol, a surprised expression on his face as the boy lamented the difficult effort it took to gather all those ingredients. Li Chiol sadly recounted that he had lost sleep and appetite to create this potion, and now all his efforts had gone to waste. The boy explained that creating that potion was one of his most important goals when he came to Tianshan. The Tianshan Mountain Guardian roared, reminding Li Chiol that he himself had allowed him to collect the ingredients. So what was the big deal about the potion being stolen? Li Chiol smiled mischievously, retorting that even though he had given permission, if the potion was stolen within his territory, it was his fault for not managing it well. The Tianshan Mountain Guardian was so angry that he spat. Hastily offering to compensate Li Chiol, he continued to assure that he would do anything Li Chiol asked, just to appease the boy's anger. Li Chiol gave a meaningful smile, making the Tianshan Mountain Guardian ask in surprise what the boy had just said. Li Chiol smiled brightly, declaring that this was the perfect time, and he had 2 things he needed: the Tianshan Mountain Guardian's help. With the surrounding space suddenly darkened. Shattered bricks and dark energy began to spread, signaling that something terrifying was about to appear. A colossal creature with sharp spines and purplish-black scales gradually materialized, creating a chilling atmosphere. Finally, the colossal human-faced Spider Queen appeared majestically and terrifyingly, facing Li Chiol, who stood with his sword ready for battle. Li Chiol exhaled, his gaze fixed on the brightly glowing sword in his hand, ready to face the challenge. The boy reminded himself to remember that the power of aura skills, when used consecutively, would be no different from the power of the first skill. Li Chiol unleashed a powerful attack called Enhanced Energy Art, Underworld, creating streams of blazing red energy that slashed directly at the target. The human-faced Spider Queen roared in pain as the blazing red energy streams pierced through her colossal body. Li Chiol stomped his foot forcefully on the ground, creating a shockwave, preparing for the next attack. The boy continued to unleash Enhanced Energy Art with a brilliant green surge of power. Enveloping his sword with a decisive slash, Li Chiol launched a colossal green energy stream at the human-faced Spider Queen. Inflicting another critical blow upon her, Li Chiol gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with determination and a hint of annoyance as he realized the previous attack was still not enough to finish off his opponent. The human-faced Spider Queen clutched her wound, from which green liquid was flowing, her face filled with horror and extreme pain. Li Chiol maintained his fighting stance, his sword flashing with a purple light, ready for a new, powerful attack. The boy was surprised to see a yellow talisman fall from above, his eyes wide with wonder as he watched the strange object. A hand reached out to pick up the talisman, and an annoyed voice rang out, complaining about having to clean up the battlefield after the kid. The Tianshan Mountain Guardian appeared, holding the talisman in his hand and angrily wondering why he had agreed to help this boy. He asked Li Chiol if he wanted to rest for a bit, but the boy just sighed and declared that he would continue training immediately. Li Chiol closed his eyes, concentrating intensely and clearly visualizing the target in his memory. Ready for the next training round, the Tianshan Mountain Guardian threw the talisman into the air, and a new illusion of a warrior appeared. Radiating brilliant golden energy, Li Chiol lunged to attack the illusion. But the Tianshan Mountain Guardian felt his spiritual energy depleting at an insane rate. He irritably wondered why Li Chiol knew he could help with illusion training and even requested a 4-hour session. The Tianshan Mountain Guardian clicked his tongue, telling himself that what's done is done, and moved on to the second task of harvesting mana grass, which wasn't too difficult. He observed Li Chiol training and remarked that the boy's body had developed significantly over the past 3 months. Even growing taller, the Tianshan Mountain Guardian continued to assess that Li Chiol's movements had become more refined and skillful. Not only stronger, but also more robust. His gaze sharpened. Pondering something important, the Tianshan Mountain Guardian thought he really should ask Li Chiol about the weapon the boy was using. While Li Chiol continued to train tirelessly, Li Chiol soaked himself in a stream, sighing in relief and feeling as if he had been revived by the healing water. The boy wished there could be healing water outside Tianshan Mountain. Like in the family's main estate, the Tianshan Mountain Guardian grumbled that Li Chiol had been soaking for too long, wondering if he was truly resting after exhausting himself. Li Chiol replied with a satisfied smile, asserting that this was the best way to rest after each training session. The old dokebi admitted he had never seen anyone train as frantically as the boy, and at the same time pulled out a plate of boiled eggs, leaving the 9th young master bewildered. Feeling the atmosphere was still a bit awkward, Li Chiol made an excuse that he had fully recovered and decided to slip away first. But just as he was about to walk away, a colossal hand slammed onto the ground, stopping the young man's intention. "Sit down. I have something to ask," the Tianshan Mountain Guardian commanded, his eyes brooking no refusal. He curiously asked about the name of the weapon Li Chiol had used, his eyes fixed on the ring on the boy's hand with a serious expression. The Tianshan Mountain Guardian pressed for the origin of that mysterious weapon. He promised to keep it absolutely secret, explaining that it reminded him of something he had seen long ago in the past. Li Chiol hesitated slightly, finally revealing its name as Boundless, and that he found it in the family's archive. The Tianshan Mountain Guardian began to stir the water, preparing to tell an ancient story he had once witnessed. He reminisced about a distant past, when there was a mage who could communicate with stars and spirits. The Tianshan Mountain Guardian began to stir the water, preparing to tell an ancient story he had once witnessed. He reminisced about a distant past, when there was a mage who could communicate with stars and spirits. That mage, according to the story, always carried an object with him. It was a stone that could freely change its shape, helping the mage perform countless types of powerful magic. By using its mystical power without requiring any exchange, he became the greatest mage of his era. But then, the old dokebi said in a low voice, a stream of blue magical energy beginning to gather in his hand. The stone he trusted betrayed its master, devouring his soul and transforming the great mage into a deranged monster. In less than a year, he was completely corrupted. And since he could not be killed, people had no choice but to seal him away. Li Chiol immediately asked about the fate of the stone. Realizing that this story sounded somewhat familiar, the old dokebi revealed that the mages of that era had gathered their strength to destroy it, making Li Chiol ponder even more. The teenager tried to inquire if that mage was sealed on Mount Myriad Devils, but the Tianshan Mountain Guardian denied it. Li Chiol secretly concluded that this story was different from what he had read, and that stone and Boundless were two separate but related objects. The 9th young master curiously urged the old dokebi to continue the unfinished story. The Mountain Guardian of Mount Chiansun revealed that on that day, he had smelled a foul odor emanating from the cursed stone, and to his horror, he pointed directly at Li Chiol and declared that the scent was similar to the one currently emanating from him. With a meaningful smile, the old dokebi advised Li Chiol to abandon Boundless, an object of unknown origin and great danger. The seemingly gentle offer carried an invisible pressure, making Li Chiol's heart feel constricted. He recalled the past, when his father suggested sealing his demonic eyes. He had firmly declared that he would subdue and use that power. The Mountain Guardian of Mount Chiansun sneered at the arrogance of the young boy who dared to speak such words to Taishan himself. He questioned whether he truly thought the demonic eyes and that weapon were the same, but Li Chiol affirmed that to him, they were no different. Then there's no other way. The old dokebi growled, muscles bulging as he rose from the water. A fierce surge of magical energy swirled in his palm. "I will have to use force to take it from you," he roared, summoning a gigantic spiked mace that emitted a deadly blue light with terrifying power. The Mountain Guardian of Mount Chiansun swung the colossal mace towards Li Qiol. The spiked mace stopped right next to Li Qiol's face. The wind force from it alone was enough to stir the water. "Hand it over while I'm still speaking politely." He coldly issued an ultimatum, contrary to expectations. Li Qiol merely smirked confidently, challenging that he wouldn't dare to do so. Li Qiol clenched his fist, calmly reminding the mountain guardian of Mount Qinsan that if he acted, he would break his own oath. Hit where it hurt. The mountain guardian of Mount Qinsan could only sigh in exasperation. Seemingly outmaneuvered by this young boy, he chuckled, admitting that he had known everything from the start. His eyes gleaming with cunning, Li Qiol smiled confidently, exposing that his oath to protect the mountain and assist the disciples was his weakness, and the recent threat was merely a test. The mountain guardian of Mount Qiansan fell silent, unable to refute the ninth young master's sharp argument. The young man chuckled gleefully, teasing that he was indeed the type of person who survived by wit and wisdom, making the opponent fume with anger. The mountain guardian explained that the reason he didn't use force was because he didn't sense any dark evil energy from the boy's ring, unlike the item of that source. Hearing this, Li Qiol simply replied with thanks, his hand gently touching the mysterious boundless ring. Unexpectedly, the ninth young master turned the tables, recalling how a mountain guardian had just pointed a weapon at him. The young man declared himself the type of person who always repays grudges, his cunning smile making the old man break out in a cold sweat. Knowing he had messed with someone formidable, the scene shifted back to Li Qiol's temporary residence on Mount Cheonsan. A quiet night about to be stirred. Returning to his room, Li Qiol began the process of absorbing memories from a sword, dark energy flowing from its hilt. After 3 arduous months, he finally succeeded in reading the memories of the Jew blade with a look of deep satisfaction. He recalled that before ascending the mountain, his 7th brother Li Jaehak had given him 2 precious swords, Jew blade and Effenberg. Li Qiol explained that the Effenberg blade possessed innate cold energy, and he had absorbed its memories beforehand. Now, he decided to test the new ability received from Boundless through its second memory. That power was the ability to copy and use the abilities of weapons it had absorbed. The Boundless ring on Li Qiol's hand emitted an enchanting blue light, activating an unimaginable power. Blue energy enveloped the dark sword, Black Twilight standing in the corner of the room. A beam of blue light pierced directly into the sword. Attempting to copy its ability, Li Qiol grasped the dark sword, realizing that Jew Blade's ability was item teleportation. However, he quickly discovered that merely copying the form was not enough. Perhaps this ability only worked with weapons that had been absorbed by dark energy. Undeterred, Li Qiol decided to also read the memories of the Black Twilight blade. As its seal had been broken at Mount Sungya, the sword's memories began to emerge. Taking him back to a distant path, Li Qiol found himself standing in an ancient space, witnessing an important event about to unfold. An ancestor of the Li family with long hair declared that he would seal this sword to protect his descendants from its terrifying power. A mysterious cloaked figure asked if he was sure, because once sealed, it would be very difficult for the sword to recognize a new master. The ancestor did not hesitate. While the cloaked figure agreed and began to channel power, a powerful surge of energy was released. Preparing for the ancient sealing ritual, ancient glowing characters were etched onto the sword's body, officially locking away its power. However, Li Qiol realized he still couldn't hear the content of the unreleased seal. The ancestor decided to test the sword's power one last time before completely sealing it. He swung the sword, his eyes filled with determination and curiosity about its limits. The cloaked figure was astonished to discover a complex magical circuit, on par with a human system, flowing within the Black Twilight blade. The ancestor unleashed a powerful slash, a brilliant golden light flashing. The slash not only cut through the air but also severed the existing magic. The magic was not just dispersed, it was severed, completely nullified. The ancestor realized this power was too dangerous and decided that the seal needed to be reinforced. Returning to the present, Li Qiol clutched his head in pain as the memory ended, but his eyes gleamed with astonishment and excitement. A powerful stomp cracked the ground, signaling an imminent, mighty attack. Li Qiol charged like an arrow, the sword in his hand, slashing swiftly, ready to finish off his opponent. He poured all his strength into the sword, unleashing an incredibly powerful enhanced energy art towards the giant, human-faced Spider Queen. Li Qiol's explosive attack tore through the air, striking directly into the Spider Queen's body, creating a dazzling burst of light. After the fierce battle, Li Qiol turned to watch the Spider Queen vanish, momentarily surprised that he had actually accomplished it. the guardian of Mount Qiansan appeared, smiling faintly as he told Li Qiu that this was the first time he had defeated him. Even though it only took 7 months, Li Qiu grinned triumphantly, teasing the old man that he finally realized he couldn't win against him, making the guardian of Mount Qiansan grumble irritably. "You troublesome devil." The boundless ring on Li Qiu's hand glowed, and he declared it was time to stop training. The guardian of Mount Qiansan happily agreed, thinking he should also rest, but Li Qiu merely shook his head slightly. The old man then asked him in surprise. Not understanding what the 9th young master meant, Li Qiu's eyes shone with determination as he revealed that, in fact, it was time for him to undertake the challenge. He explained that the bloodless dream was a challenge space created by the founder. This was a mystical space created specifically for the successor of the prestigious Li family, combining magic from Mount Qiansan and even goblin sorcery, and the guardian of Mount Qiansan was the one tasked with selecting the challengers, a covenant he had to obey. The guardian of Mount Qiansan asked Li Qiu again if he truly wanted to take on the challenge, and he boldly replied that he had prepared for it. However, the old man looked doubtful, believing that Li Qiu's current abilities were still insufficient to overcome the challenge. But then, a strange glint appeared in the guardian of Mount Qiansan's eyes. He extended his hand, as if contemplating something. Finally, the guardian of Mount Qiansan broke into a radiant smile, officially allowing Li Qiu, the 9th young master of the Li family, to enter the bloodless dream. Li Qiu eagerly shook the guardian of Mount Qiansan's hand, unable to hide his gratitude and excitement. The two walked together to a mysterious cave, which the guardian of Mount Qiansan pointed out as the entrance to the bloodless dream. Li Qiu was surprised to realize that this was the cave leading to the guardian's dwelling. The guardian of Mount Qiansan confirmed it was his dwelling, but only temporarily. He began to channel energy, a powerful blue light enveloping his hand. The guardian of Mount Qiansan placed his hand on the rock face, channeling energy into it, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Immediately, the cave transformed spectacularly, becoming a gigantic gate, shimmering with mystical blue light. The guardian of Mount Qiansan reminded Li Qiu that once inside the bloodless dream, he could not leave until the challenge ended, and ordered him to open the gate. Li Qiu smiled confidently, said goodbye, and promised to return soon. The guardian of Mount Qiansan grumpily wished him luck, but secretly cursed this troublesome fellow in his heart. Li Qiu, without hesitation, reached out and touched the brightly glowing gate. Ready to step into his fated challenge? Li Qiu was tense, facing a new challenge, sweat beading on his forehead as praises for a legendary figure echoed in his mind. The narration continued to describe a legend, said to have founded the greatest family in the world, while the scene shifted to the silhouette of a mysterious man, and there it was, the majestic portrait of founder Li Hyun, the revered ancestor of the Li family, appearing with such grandeur that viewers couldn't help but shiver at the aura of a legend. Li Qiu felt a terrifying surge of power emanating from that sword. As if the founder himself was still alive and present before his eyes, Li Qiu's determined gaze showed intense focus as he listened about the bloodless dream challenge, a rare test that only appeared once every few generations. The sole condition to overcome this challenge was to defeat a recreated version of the founder at the age of 15, a seemingly impossible task. Li Qiu closed his eyes, mentally preparing to face the challenge. But a sudden flash of light signaled something ominous. Immediately, fresh blood gushed from Li Qiu's mouth, his face contorting in pain and shock. A cold, sharp sword had pierced through Li Qiu, a strike from the recreated version of the founder, causing him to collapse in an instant. Li Qiu's eyes widened, unable to believe what had just happened, a cry of pain and panic escaping his throat. Lying, slumped on the green grass, Li Qiu horrifyingly wondered what had just happened. If he had been stabbed in the heart as everything occurred too quickly, he tried to recall the moment of the attack, but his mind was blank, unable to believe he had been defeated so easily. Li Qiu sat up, trying to calm himself, remembering previous times when he was beheaded in challenges. He still understood the reason, but this time was different. He still couldn't explain the recent attack, only knowing that his heart had been pierced without any prior warning. Li Qiu closed his eyes, took a deep breath, telling himself to calm down and think carefully to find an explanation for the fatal blow. He analyzed every detail, realizing that his opponent had not used any secret techniques or ultimate moves. nor had he used martial arts to enhance his body. A flash of insight sparked in Li Qiu's mind, his eyes widening in astonishment. As a sudden thought emerged, he wondered, could it have been an incredibly precise strike to his blind spot? So much so that even his sixth sense couldn't detect it when he closed his eyes? Li Qiu tilted his head, a challenging smirk on his face. Wondering if that was truly possible when his opponent had to see through all his movement, he concluded that this was the clearest proof of the founder's terrifying power. A power beyond all imagination. With a determined gaze and a confident smile, Li Qiu gripped the dagger tightly, ready to face this tough challenge again. Each of Li Qiu's footsteps echoed powerfully on the ground. He was ready for a new battle. Determined not to retreat, the recreated version of the founder reappeared, surrounded by a brilliant blue energy. Ready to engage Li Qiu in battle, Li Qiu grinned excitedly, admitting that defeating this opponent was perhaps unimaginable. But his eyes still burned with the will to fight. At the same time, elsewhere, a messenger informed Li Qiu's father that there was news from Qian-san. While he was cleaning his sword, the messenger continued to report that Li Qiu had entered the challenge gate, causing his father to nod slightly, his eyes full of contemplation. Li Qiu's father mused, realizing 10 months had passed since he began training, and he hadn't expected his skills to reach this level. He recalled Li Qiu's fierce battles, from confronting the guardian of Mount Qiansan, Lizard Man, to the human-faced Spider Queen, battles in which he had never truly lost. Li Qiu's father profoundly remarked that his son had never faced a wall that he felt he couldn't overcome. An astonishing truth. He turned to ask the messenger if he knew that the survival rate in the bloodless dream was less than 50%. His eyes showing worry and calculation under the dazzling light of the majestic mountain peak. A cold explanation echoed. People collapse when facing the wall named Li Hyun. And now, everyone would witness what happens when a child who has never tasted defeat must now confront a true wall. Li Qiu's father mused, his sharp eyes asking if anyone knew why the survival rate in the bloodless dream was as low as less than 50%. Because it was a place where anyone's will would shatter upon encountering Li Hyun, the family's founder. The recreated version of founder Li Hyun stood tall, the sword in his hand, like a grim challenge for anyone who dared to face him. The sword plunged into the green grass, and a heavy gasp echoed, signaling an unfavorable outcome for the child lying there. Li Qiu lay struggling on the ground, his breath ragged. He had once again fallen before this invincible wall. His eyes were wide with shock. Unable to believe that he had died with just a single blow, he had deceived all of Li Qiu's senses, feigning a direct attack before suddenly delivering a fatal blow from the flank. Leaving him no time to react, he sat up, pondering the perfect strike that pierced his blind spot, wondering if Li Hyun already knew all his movements. Li Qiu's hands trembled, a feeling he hadn't experienced in a very long time resurfacing. Despair, fear, and the feeling of helplessness at being unable to win, all compressed into his tightly clenched fist. But even so, he refused to give up. His determined eyes burning with resolve, the sword in Li Qiu's hand suddenly glowed brightly. He roared defiantly, asserting that no one in this world understood this feeling better than himself. When one has reached the bottom of the abyss, the only path left is to rise. A powerful kick tearing through the air, Li Qiu launched himself into the air, charging straight at his opponent with a resounding roar. Declaring that all his efforts were not in vain, founder Li Hyun remained unusually calm, the sword in his hand, ready to parry any attack. Li Qiu suddenly realized something important. The founder's power was not something mystical or elusive. Another insidious blow pierced him. But Li Qiu now understood that his power came from his ability to find the perfect answer for every situation. Li Hyun stood there, exuding a powerful aura, because he always knew how to deliver the most optimal strike, based on a foundation of basic martial arts that was solid to the point of perfection. Li Qiu focused intensely, dodging his opponent's sharp sword strikes while meticulously analyzing the trajectory of his sword. His eyes suddenly gleamed brightly, all his senses pushed to the maximum to grasp every detail. He reacted extremely quickly, neatly parrying a horizontal sword slash from left to right, beginning to catch up to his opponent's rhythm. A confident smile briefly appeared on Li Qiu's lips, showing that he had found a glimmer of hope in this seemingly hopeless battle. Although blood splattered again, Li Qiu still held his head high, vowing that next time he would definitely. The clanging sound of swords echoed throughout the space, signaling an ongoing fierce battle. With a precise parry, Li Chiol blocked the founder's first sword strike. Then came the second strike, which he still resiliently defended against. Unwavering. From the third to the fourth strike, Li Chiol gradually caught up to the rhythm, even able to confront Li Hyul-hyun head-on. An incredibly rapid improvement. Founder Li Hyul-hyun maintained a calm expression, his sword, once again, ready for the next strikes. As if awaiting Li Chiol's growth, Li Chiol was pierced by Li Hyul-hyun, a fatal blow that made him collapse in pain. Li Chiol was stunned to realize that his opponent had activated an aura, a power he had never seen before. In a breakthrough moment, Li Chiol declared, "This is my personal fighting style, defined by unpredictability and freedom." After mastering countless weapons and techniques, Li Chiol finally realized that what he had been lacking all this time was a solid foundation to connect everything. A flash of insight sparked in Li Chiol's mind, and he suddenly understood. That is the true purpose of the bloodless dream. Li Chiol gathered all his strength, charging to attack Li Hyul-hyun with an extremely powerful spear strike. A surge of green energy erupted from Li Chiol's weapon, and he was astonished to realize that this was a power even the founder did not possess. In a flashback, Aunt Li Gyonga smiled and affirmed, "Your magical talent is truly astonishing. I guarantee it." Li Chiol smiled brightly, sincerely thanking his aunt in his memory. Back in reality, Li Chiol roared, pouring all his strength into the enhanced energy grip. Razor Wind attack with a brilliant green aura. He unleashed a vortex of green energy that tore through the air, directly confronting Li Hyul-hyun. Li Chiol's attack created a large crack in the ground, demonstrating its terrifying power. The ground trembled and shattered under the immense power of the strike, proving that Li Chiol had reached a new realm. Li Chiol stood firm with his spear in hand, his gaze fixed on Li Hyul-hyun, who was enveloped in a green energy flow. The Cheonsan Mountain Keeper sat drinking wine, pondering that a month had passed since that kid entered the bloodless dream, and was astonished that less than 50 years after Taishan, another person had appeared. He gently poured more wine into his cup, completely unaware of what was happening. Suddenly, a powerful tremor shook the entire mountain, startling him and making him anxiously wonder, what's happening on the mountain? The Cheonsan Mountain Keeper sprang to his feet, his face filled with extreme astonishment and worry. Sensing? Could it be? He rushed off like a flash, soaring through the snowy forest to the source of the tremor. His steps halted before the ancient gate, where the Bloodless Dream Challenge took place. The Cheonsan Mountain Keeper was utterly astonished, unable to believe that you actually passed the challenge. The colossal stone gate slowly opened, revealing a promising scene. Li Chiol smiled confidently, his eyes radiant after completing the challenge. He stepped out of the gate, stood tall, and confidently greeted the Cheonsan Mountain Keeper. "I have returned, Mountain Keeper." Afterward, Li Chiol soaked in a hot spring, leisurely asking the Cheonsan Mountain Keeper, "How was it?" He smiled brightly, saying, "Honestly, I never want to do that again." While the Cheonsan Mountain Keeper remarked that he doesn't look much different, Li Chiol thoughtfully explained that most people who come out of there have empty eyes, their very nature completely changed. But perhaps each person finds a different answer. He curiously asked the Cheonsan Mountain Keeper, "By the way, do you know how my father passed it?" And he replied, "You mean Taishan?" The Cheonsan Mountain Keeper chuckled, teasing Li Chiol, still curious about your father, then asked him, "Do you know what he said right after he came out?" The Cheonsan Mountain Keeper mimicked his father's words, "My training is complete. I'm going home. Thank you for everything," surprising Li Chiol. "Wait, are you imitating my father?" After countless hardships, Li Chiol finally passed the Bloodless Dream spectacularly, becoming the youngest person to do so. Li Chiol smirked, even though the Cheonsan Mountain Keeper seemed unimpressed by his speed record. The Cheonsan Mountain Keeper curiously asked what the young man would do with the remaining month, wondering if he would continue training. But Li Chiol surprised him by declaring that he would rest and reflect on what he had learned. The Cheonsan Mountain Keeper couldn't help but be surprised, teasing Li Chiol that he had changed. Wondering if he had been confused by magic, Li Chiol called his name meaningfully, causing the Cheonsan Mountain Keeper to respond with a puzzled expression. The young man smiled brightly, bluntly declaring that it was time for him to receive his well-deserved reward. The Cheonsan Mountain Keeper flinched, his face changing color when Li Chiol brought up the old incident. The time he had threatened, he broke out in a cold sweat, secretly worried as Li Qiu reassured him that he wouldn't make a difficult request. But hearing that only made it more terrifying. Li Qiu's eyes suddenly sharpened, and he firmly made his request. "I want to borrow your dokebi staff." The Qiansan mountain keeper was still trembling, not knowing what terrible thing Li Qiu would demand. But Li Qiu maintained his resolute gaze, repeating his audacious request. "I want to borrow your dokebi staff." Upon hearing the request, the Qiansan mountain keeper's eyes widened, so astonished that he was speechless. He immediately objected vehemently, asserting that the dokebi staff was not something a mortal could touch, let alone that Li Qiu couldn't even use it. Li Qiu remained calm, only wanting to touch it once, and was sure it wouldn't cause any major problem. Finally, the Qiansan mountain keeper had to grit his teeth and accept. Though his heart was still filled with annoyance and worry, he reluctantly summoned the dokebi staff, secretly thinking that Li Qiu wouldn't be able to do anything with it anyway. The colossal, spiky dokebi staff appeared powerfully, emitting an ethereal blue light. The Qiansan mountain keeper gripped the staff tightly, revealing that it was a weapon forged from the soul of a god and fragments of a star. He handed the dokebi staff to Li Qiu, but only lent it to him for a mere hour, accompanied by a strict warning. Li Qiu smiled brightly, happily receiving the staff, but his smile quickly faded as he tried to lift the staff. Feeling its terrifying weight, the young man gritted his teeth in endurance, while the Qiansan mountain keeper scoffed, reminding him that he had said he couldn't hold it. The Qiansan mountain keeper left, leaving Li Qiu to struggle alone with the staff, telling him to play with it for an hour. Li Qiu had moved into a stone room, the dokebi staff lying idly on the floor, so heavy that he couldn't lift. He panted, astonished to realize he had to use mana just to move this incredibly heavy staff here. Now in his casual clothes, Li Qiu still diligently tested its limits, speculating that this might not even be the staff's complete form. He mused, recalling rumors of the dokebi staff's earth-shattering power, that it could summon storms, tsunamis, and even move mountains. With black energy swirling in his hand, Li Qiu revealed the true reason he borrowed the staff: to find out if his energy could absorb it. He wanted to discover how his black energy could interact with this legendary dokebi staff, or if there were any special conditions for absorbing it. The Qiansan mountain keeper looked annoyed, secretly thinking about Li Qiu's stubbornness as he struggled with the electric shock energy from the dokebi staff. Li Qiu clutched his chest, his face contorted in bone-piercing pain as he tried to receive the staff's immense power. Despite the extreme pain, Li Qiu gritted his teeth, clenched his fist, and asserted that he had read the staff's memories. A confident smile bloomed on his lips. Li Qiu realized that being able to read the staff's memories meant he could absorb its power. With shining eyes, Li Qiu excitedly deduced that if he could absorb this power, he could even control weapons far beyond human capability. After gathering everything, Li Qiu turned his back, wearing his backpack and sword at his hip. Wondering if he was fully prepared for his upcoming journey, the young man looked back, his sword gleaming at his hip, secretly thinking it was. No wonder it was so noisy at the foot of the mountain. Li Qiu smiled brightly, confirming to the Qiansan mountain keeper that today was the day he would leave, marking exactly 1 year since his arrival. Suddenly, a small, brightly glowing bag of salt appeared, as if it had just been summoned from thin air. The Qiansan mountain keeper took the bag of salt, his stern face making Li Qiu curious about his intention. The old man roared humorously, threatening to sprinkle salt on Li Qiu when he left to ward off bad luck. Leaving the boy dumbfounded, Li Qiu smiled, thanking him for everything and promising to visit again, while the mountain keeper of Qiansan turned away, instructing him never to return empty-handed. The old man continued to tell him to bring back many things, which surprised Li Qiu, who thought to himself, "Wait, he just threatened to sprinkle salt on me, didn't he?" Li Qiu looked at the old man, unexpectedly asking if the mountain keeper of Qiansan was truly content with this reclusive life on the mountain. The mountain keeper of Qiansan gazed into the distance, his voice deep and resigned as he affirmed that this was his place and he would stay here. The old man shook the wine bottle and salt pouch, boasting that even though he was stuck here, he still had a way to enjoy life with wine and snacks, implying he was not bored at all. The mountain keeper of Qiansan waved his hand dismissively, telling Li Qiu not to bother him anymore and to leave quickly. From behind, Li Qiu looked at the old man's back and secretly promised that one day he would help him restore his lost reputation. Lee Cheol gave a meaningful smile, astonishing the mountain keeper of Cheonsan, who exclaimed, "How do you know?" The mountain keeper of Cheonsan stood on the mountaintop, gazing into the distance, secretly thinking about Lee Cheol's promise and admitting that when that day came, he would need his help. The old man burst into hearty laughter, both surprised and amused by Lee Cheol's understanding, muttering to himself, "What a strange child." The story began with a dokebi who caused trouble everywhere, until he was captured by a powerful man and taught a lesson. The man spared the dokebi, but this stubborn demon refused to accept defeat, deciding to challenge him to a wrestling match once more. After losing again, the dokebi had no choice but to accept his fate and made two important vows. The first vow was that the dokebi would manage the mountain and assist those who came here to train. The second vow was that the dokebi would create the bloodless dream and select worthy individuals to face this arduous challenge. The narrator paused, revealing that this was only the part of the story that most people knew. Once again, the dokebi was miserably defeated, falling to the ground in helplessness. The man stood tall over the kneeling dokebi, declaring that he had won and would take the demon's name as proof of their covenant. The man extended his hand, explaining that a name is the essence of a living being, and taking a name is also imprisoning a soul. But he also revealed that the covenant would end when one of his descendants returned the name to the dokebi. Astonishing the old man, the mountain keeper of Cheonsan was rubbing his neck, pondering Lee Cheol's promise to return the name. Suddenly, he roared in anger and frustration because Lee Cheol had disappeared without explanation, leaving him bewildered. With a vexed expression, the mountain keeper of Cheonsan decided to lie down on the ground, lamenting that perhaps he should just go to sleep. After a long time, Lee Cheol finally returned to his family, standing before the main gate under the ethereal moonlight, contemplating how he had stayed on Sunset Mountain longer than expected. The young master was startled when Butler Choi appeared, offering a respectful greeting after many days apart. Lee Cheol surprisingly called out Butler Choi's name, while the polite butler inquired about his well-being with a radiant smile. Lee Cheol realized that Butler Choi personally waiting meant his father had summoned him. Butler Choi confirmed this and instructed Lee Cheol to go directly to the main hall, while also sending someone to take his luggage to his room. Lee Cheol's feet walked steadily on the familiar stone path of the family estate. The young master and Butler Choi ascended the steps together, moving deeper into the vast family compound. Lee Cheol was slightly surprised when Butler Choi directed him to take an unusual path, prompting him to ask again. The young master turned, his eyes full of curiosity, looking in the direction Butler Choi had just indicated. Butler Choi revealed that this path led to the patriarch's private training grounds, an extremely special place. The sword at Lee Cheol's father's hip subtly glowed, exuding an imposing aura. Lee Cheol's father stood there, his sharp gaze fixed on his recently returned son, and offered a welcome. Lee Cheol bowed to greet his father, and his father remarked that he had achieved not bad results. The young master humbly replied that meeting his father again made him realize he still had much to learn. Lee Cheol's father gave a meaningful smile, asking if he had learned how to flatter others while he was away, and if so, it would be truly disappointing. Lee Cheol was bewildered, wondering if that was a joke, and if his father had just smiled. Butler Choi appeared just in time, announcing that tea was ready. Breaking the slightly tense atmosphere between father and son, Lee Cheol's father nodded his thanks to Butler Choi and gestured for his son to follow. Hot tea was poured into exquisite cups, emitting a gentle warmth. All three sat at the table. Lee Cheol's father inquired about his recent situation, but specifically asked him to share his personal impressions instead of a dry report. Lee Cheol was surprised by this unexpected request. Realizing his father wanted to hear his most honest thoughts, the young master clenched his fists, deciding to express his most sincere feeling. Lee Cheol looked directly at his father, responding with a resolute, "I understand." Lee Cheol's father closed his eyes, feeling a strange sensation as he asked his son to share personal impressions of his training process instead of a report. He took a sip of tea, concluding that asking one of his children to share personal impressions instead of a report was unprecedented. Lee Cheol's father placed his teacup on the table, remarking that he had not wasted his time. Lee Cheol gave a confident smile, asserting that he would never dare to waste the time his father had granted him. Lee Cheol's father questioned his son about the reason for his late return tonight, his sharp gaze containing scrutiny. Lee Cheol replied that he had visited the ancestral mountain to pay his respects, but his father merely asked coldly, "Is that all?" The son hastily explained further that if there was anything to be announced, it would be best to show it to the elders first. Li Qiu's father couldn't help but frown, his tone full of sarcasm. "In short, have you become arrogant just because you achieved a few things?" The Li family patriarch's cold gaze fixed on Li Qiu, questioning whether he had gone to the ancestral mountain merely to bolster his reputation in front of him. Li Qiu was utterly astonished, his body trembling under the immense pressure, marveling at his father's terrifying power. Nevertheless, Li Qiu tried to maintain his stance, knowing he couldn't remain passive in this situation, especially since, once night fell, he would have to frequently visit the ancestral mountain. He frankly declared that he wanted to show it through actions, not just empty words about tradition and respect, because even if he was called a bastard child, he still carried the blood of the prestigious Li family and wanted to set an example. Li Qiu's father took a sip of tea, a slight smirk on his lips as he remarked, "You speak quite well." He declared that he would forgive Li Qiu this time, but sternly warned him not to let his confidence turn into arrogance. Li Qiu bowed in apology, but immediately his father added that he still had something left unsaid. The son was utterly astonished, his eyes wide with confusion, as his father revealed that he had only allowed him to train on Qian-san at his request. The patriarch coldly asserted that he did not recall ever permitting Li Qiu to enter the bloodless dream. For the crime of deception, Li Qiu's father declared he would punish him, then turned and ordered him to follow. Butler Choi immediately drew a sword from its sheath, its blade gleaming, preparing to hand it to Li Qiu. Li Qiu's father turned back, his sharp gaze fixed on him, ordering, "Pick up your weapon. Show me what you've learned." Li Qiu stood facing his father and Butler Choi in a vast space, which appeared to be the patriarch's private training grounds, the atmosphere suffocatingly tense. The son was stunned, realizing the true reason his father had summoned him to these training grounds was not for a conversation, but for a test. Butler Choi handed the sword to Li Qiu, and he took it with a determined gaze. Li Qiu was astonished, realizing his father had known everything all along. A feeling of surprise mixed with admiration. With a shout of "Break!" Li Qiu activated his demonic eye, his eyes glowing with brilliant blue energy, ready to face the challenge. Li Qiu's gaze was resolute and highly focused. He was ready for this confrontation. Li Qiu's father stood there, his gaze calm and dignified, observing his son without revealing any emotions or clues. With a cold gaze, the patriarch ordered Li Qiu, "Advance." Li Qiu fully activated his demonic eye, his entire body flaring with brilliant golden energy, his sword glowing blue, ready for a fierce battle. The son was utterly astonished. The brilliant golden eyes of his demonic eye could not perceive anything from his father, and even a cold drop of sweat trickled down his temple. Li Qiu couldn't believe it. He couldn't see any mana or energy flow from his father. Absolutely nothing, making him wonder if his demonic eye had not yet reached a high enough level. He decided that if he couldn't see anything, using his demonic eye would only be a waste of effort and deplete his concentration. With a resounding thud, Li Qiu decisively stomped his foot on the ground, determined that with his father, there was no room for probing or warming up, only fighting with all his might. Li Qiu was determined to unleash a fatal blow from the very first move, channeling all his power into a brilliant blue surge of energy. Li Qiu, with eyes blazing with energy, activated Boundless First Form, transforming his sword into a surging torrent of azure power. His eyes burned brightly, and the sword in his hand emitted a dazzling light, ready to tear through anything. Li Qiu's father stood there, strangely calm, while his azure energy swirled like a blizzard, chilling to the bone. His sharp, cold gaze did not waver, making Li Qiu only able to secretly hope that his attack, though far inferior to his father's, would still have some effect. With a decisive and powerful motion, Li Qiu's father drew his sword from its sheath, ready to face his son. An azure sword strike tore through the air, incredibly fast. Li Qiu's father stood firm as a mountain. With just one sword strike, he easily neutralized his son's explosive attack, sending debris and energy scattering everywhere. He maintained his stance, his majestic sword blocking all moves, creating a powerful shockwave that spread throughout the space. Li Qiu was forcefully pushed back, staggering amidst the rubble. Clearly feeling the impact from his father's counterattack, Li Qiu's father sheathed his sword, calmly looked at him, and then decisively declared, "That's enough." With a scrutinizing gaze, he sternly asked Lee Cheol, "Is this the answer you arrived at after meeting the founder?" Lee Cheol panted, clenching his fists, and firmly replied, "Yes, that's right." He asserted that his talent was unique, something only he possessed, and the path he chose was to continuously break through and refine it to create an unshakable foundation. His eyes shone with determination, and he declared emphatically, "That is the answer I have found." Lee Cheol's father stood there, listening to his son's affirmation of his unique talent and his relentless path of refinement to build a solid foundation. Lee Cheol held his head high, his eyes blazing, once again affirming that this was the path and the answer he had achieved. Lee Cheol's eyes burned with resolve, and his father remarked, "You have chosen a thorny path." Lee Cheol's father looked at his son with a pensive expression, silently acknowledging, "You did not yield, nor did you fall." He waved his hand dismissively, then unexpectedly changed the subject, directly asking Lee Cheol about his experience in the bloodless dream. Lee Cheol looked down at his glowing sword, hesitantly admitting that the experience was too profound to be put into words. Lee Cheol's father and the Lee family butler stood there. He calmly stated, "If you cannot describe it, it means it doesn't truly belong to you yet." Lee Cheol's father turned to the Lee family butler, who was holding a sword, and frankly remarked that his son's recent attack was not his best. Lee Cheol clenched his fists, a hint of remorse in his eyes, and softly replied, "Yes, I know that." Lee Cheol's father looked at him with a stern gaze, not hiding his disappointment. He turned around, warning Lee Cheol that if he had trespassed into the bloodless dream on his own initiative, only to perform half-heartedly, he would certainly be severely punished. Lee Cheol bowed his head, hastily apologizing to his father for his shortcoming. Lee Cheol's father unexpectedly asked, "What do you plan to do next?" Surprising him, Lee Cheol looked directly at his father, decisively making a special request, and his father simply replied, "Speak." Lee Cheol confidently declared that he had far surpassed the level of a third-year student, piquing the listener's curiosity. His father, with his sharp, cold gaze, demanded that he get straight to the point. Lee Cheol decisively expressed his desire to explore the world and requested permission to begin his own warrior's journey. His father had anticipated this and immediately asked if that was why he had climbed Mount Cheonsan. Lee Cheol confirmed without hesitation. He further explained that, more than that, he truly wanted to raise his own limits and standards. With a stern expression, Lee Cheol's father warned that the habit of trying to achieve many goals at once might backfire one day. Lee Cheol bowed his head, affirming that he would remember his father's words. His eyes still a little pensive, he realized that his father's recent words were not just advice, but also contained a profound warning. Lee Cheol's father pondered the warrior's journey his son had just proposed. The narration revealed that the warrior's journey was the final trial that every child of the Lee family had to undergo to train themselves without relying on the family, and what was special was that there were no specific goals. One only needed to achieve accomplishments that everyone would acknowledge. However, 15 was too young to begin this journey, as most usually waited until 17 or 18. But Lee Cheol was no ordinary child. He possessed extraordinary power equivalent to a high-level warrior, and others would have to be extremely vigilant and cautious of his explosive potential. Finally, Lee Cheol's father nodded in agreement, allowing him to begin his arduous warrior's journey. Lee Cheol was so overjoyed that he clenched his fists, unable to believe he had been approved. However, his expression still held a hint of surprise, perhaps because he hadn't expected things to go so smoothly. Lee Cheol's father continued, but with two undeniable conditions. The scene shifted to the Lee family's administrative building, which appeared to be a modern and imposing headquarters. Lee Cheol's aunt, Lee Gyunga, with a radiant smile, happily waved to welcome him. She intimately pinched Lee Cheol's cheek, asking if he was well, and he awkwardly replied. Lee Gyungha burst out laughing, teasing that Lee Cheol had grown much bigger. She invited Lee Cheol to sit down, creating a comfortable and intimate atmosphere. He politely thanked her and sat down. Lee Gyunga asked if he wanted anything to drink, but Lee Cheol politely declined. Aunt Gyunga enthusiastically invited Lee Cheol to eat more, but he could only refuse, as he was already full after eating with his nanny. Lee Gyunga noticed the fatigue on Lee Cheol's face, and he admitted that he had been very busy lately. Lee Cheol unexpectedly said that he had a special gift for his aunt. He placed a small box on the table, explaining that it was a tonic he had made himself. capable of significantly boosting energy and magic power. Within a few weeks, Lee Kyung-ha happily accepted it. Praising Lee Cheol's thoughtfulness and curious about the tonic's special scent, Lee Cheol proudly stated that even the guardian of Mount Cheonsan acknowledged it as a good tonic. Lee Cheol's uncle looked at the tonic box in surprise, accepting his nephew's invitation to try it, holding the dark tonic pill in his hand. The uncle pondered its astonishing effectiveness, telling himself that if even goblins trusted it, it must be genuine. Without hesitation, the uncle swallowed the tonic pill, while Lee Cheol sat opposite him, smiling confidently, his eyes shining brightly. A powerful surge of energy erupted, causing the uncle to close his eyes. Clearly feeling the immediate effect of the pill, the explosive energy enveloped the uncle, making him realize that if he practiced magic under the influence of this tonic, the effects would multiply. The uncle's eyes lit up with extreme astonishment. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Impressive!" at the pill's extraordinary power. The uncle, astonished, asked Lee Cheol if he had personally concocted this instant effect elixir, and the young man proudly affirmed that it was indeed his creation. With a sharp gaze and a knowing smile, the uncle immediately probed Lee Cheol about the secret formula for that miraculous tonic. Lee Cheol confidently replied that he not only knew the formula but could also substitute rare ingredients with others, even if the effectiveness might decrease slightly. The uncle thoughtfully placed the empty box on the table. Beginning to ponder what was to come, the uncle instructed Lee Cheol to keep this formula a secret, because when he matured, he would have countless ways to utilize it. Lee Cheol smiled brightly, teasing his uncle for always worrying about his future, then declared that he would rely on him. The uncle burst into hearty laughter, both teasing his cunning little rascal nephew for daring to take advantage of him, and happily declaring himself willing to let him use him when needed. Lee Cheol was surprised that his uncle already knew about his upcoming warrior's journey. His eyes clearly showing astonishment, the uncle showed a worried expression. Knowing well that Lee Cheol's journey would undoubtedly cause many troubles, Lee Cheol stood amidst countless judging eyes, knowing that he would face gossip about favoritism and that all negative attention would be directed at him. The uncle reminded Lee Cheol that the warrior's journey not only required the family head's approval but also had to be passed by the elder council. With a worried gaze, the uncle advised Lee Cheol to temporarily postpone this journey, as the elders were not very fond of it. Lee Cheol smiled confidently, revealing that he had anticipated all concerns, and that was also why his father had set conditions for his approval. The uncle asked in surprise about the conditions Lee Cheol had just mentioned. Lee Cheol affirmed and frankly stated that he needed his uncle's help to overcome those conditions. Lee Cheol opened the double doors, stepped into a familiar room, and realized it had been a long time since he had returned to this place. The young man changed his clothes, stretched his muscles, ready for what was to come. Lee Cheol's eyes widened in surprise, recognizing a familiar presence right there. Aunt Lee Kyung-ha burst into the room with a radiant smile, opening her arms wide and calling Lee Cheol her baby. The atmosphere suddenly became fiery hot, signaling a dramatic welcome. Aunt Lee Kyung-ha grabbed Lee Cheol's shoulders, roaring angrily and scolding him as an ungrateful nephew for not visiting her first. While the boy could only frantically explain that he was busy with work, Lee Cheol paled, trying to justify that his meeting with his uncle was for work. But his aunt already knew everything. Aunt Lee Kyung-ha crossed her arms, pouting in annoyance, scolding Lee Cheol for rushing into a mission as soon as he returned. Unwilling to spend time with his family, Lee Cheol's golden eyes flashed with a meaningful glint, as if he was hiding a shocking secret. Aunt Lee Kyung-ha affectionately stroked Lee Cheol's hair, continuously praising how his mana had doubled and his mana channels were astonishingly stable. Young lady Lee Kyung-ha gleefully boasted that she had mastered all the aura skills she had learned previously, making Lee Cheol exclaim in admiration that she had reached 3 stars. Lee Kyung-ha excitedly offered gifts of complete incantations for other aura skills and insisted on trying them immediately. However, Lee Cheol skillfully declined his aunt's offer, leaving Lee Kyung-ha surprised and a little disappointed. Ninth young master Lee Cheol explained that from today, he would be extremely busy, hinting at a big plan awaiting him. Lee Cheol and Aunt Lee Kyung-ha stood next to each other, she still wearing a disappointed expression seeing her nephew remain close with his uncle. Decisive footsteps echoed, signaling the arrival of an important figure. Lee Cheol's uncle appeared with a radiant smile, addressed intimately as brother by Lee Kyung-ha. Lee Kyung-ha immediately grumbled, scolding her uncle for saying he was busy, but appearing here, young lady Lee Kyung-ha pouted, accusing her uncle of being a liar for daring to train her youngest nephew. Li Qiu's uncle merely chuckled, explaining that no matter how busy he was, he still made time to help her organize the incantation. Li Qiu thought to himself, surprised that his uncle was so busy, yet still had to help Aunt Li Gyunga. Li Qiu's uncle turned to Li Qiu, praising his research materials as extremely useful for his personal training. Li Qiu smiled in response, after which his uncle inquired about his situation during the past period. Li Qiu was surprised, his eyes clearly showing confusion when his uncle unexpectedly asked about the trip. Li Qiu's uncle embraced him, scolding him for suddenly leaving Mount Qianzhen without a word. And Li Qiu hastily explained that he was on a mission. Li Qiu chuckled as his uncle patted his head. Then he explained that as soon as he returned, he had been summoned by his father. In a luxurious room, sunlight streamed through the window, creating a majestic scene. Li Qiu's father sat in contemplation, tasking Li Qiu's uncle with training the youngest in fundamental techniques. Li Qiu's uncle was surprised, his eyes showing confusion upon hearing the unexpected proposal from Li Qiu's father. Li Qiu's father explained that this would help Li Qiu have a smoother educational process compared to the elder. Li Qiu's uncle pondered, understanding that Li Qiu's father knew his personality and wouldn't be overly concerned with those matters. Finally, Li Qiu's uncle decisively agreed to take on the task of training Li Qiu. A hand gently touched the doorknob, preparing to open a new door. Li Qiu's father looked at Li Qiu's uncle with a stern gaze, warning that he would need to prepare thoroughly for this mission. Li Qiu's uncle bowed in thanks, his eyes filled with determination and respect. Steady footsteps echoed, and Li Qiu's uncle realized that even he couldn't pass the bloodless test without permission, proving Li Qiu's remarkable growth. Li Qiu's uncle smiled contentedly, finally understanding why Li Qiu's father had asked him to personally teach the fundamental techniques to his nephew. Li Qiu's uncle pondered his father's intentions, wondering if he wanted him to be motivated or to compete with the youngest. With strong determination, Li Qiu's uncle strode away, telling himself to test the youngest immediately. Li Qiu's uncle's hand gently patted Li Qiu's head, while the boy looked up with curious eyes, wondering if he could catch up even faster than the anticipated 10 or 20 years. Li Qiu's uncle smiled warmly, apologizing for interrupting his nephew's busy schedule. Li Qiu responded with surprise, while Li Qiu's uncle explained that he was the only one with the succession license and free time. A symbolic image appeared, explaining that the succession license was granted to the heir of all fundamental and advanced techniques of the Li family, and was also a condition set by the father for a warrior's journey. Li Qiu innocently asked if his uncle would personally teach him the basic skills, or if the elders at the training center would do it. Li Qiu's uncle looked at his nephew deeply, posing a meaningful question. Do you think they would provide you with a complete education? A series of dark schemes from Li Qiu's past flashed through his mind: being attacked during his naming ceremony, sabotage before his promotion exam, and being placed in the academy's worst class, making him suddenly exclaim, "Ah!" in astonishment. Li Qiu bowed in thanks to Li Qiu's uncle, while he smiled and patted his shoulder, reassuring him that he didn't need to worry. Li Qiu's uncle's eyes gleamed with pride as he thought to himself that Li Qiu's growth was truly astonishing. Li Qiu smiled brightly, confidently boasting that he used to only be able to see mana flow when concentrating, but now there were parts that even he couldn't measure. Li Qiu's uncle patted his nephew's head, thinking to himself that he wouldn't be sad if the boy caught up, but still wanted to forever be the elder he admired. Aunt Li Gyunga suddenly appeared, her eyes a mix of surprise and anger staring at the uncle and nephew. Li Gyunga exploded, scolding the uncle and nephew for daring to talk while the adult was speaking, forcing Li Qiu to quickly reassure his aunt. Aunt Li Gyunga sulkily declared she would leave, but didn't forget to arrange to meet Li Qiu again tonight, leaving the boy bewildered. Aunt Li Gyunga turned back to look at Li Qiu's uncle with sharp eyes, scoffing and asking if he intended to train, and worrying that it would end very late at night. She explained that training was training, but researching with Li Qiu was a completely different matter, her expression full of cuteness. Aunt Li Gyunga continued, her tone full of pride, asking how she could miss the opportunity to work with someone globally renowned for their mana technique expertise, and then gently asked Li Qiu to wait for her a little longer. Li Qiu forced a smile, thinking to himself that he had no other choice, while Aunt Li Gyunga happily accepted, confident that a globally famous aunt like her would be very understanding. Aunt Li Gyunga happily agreed, hastily leaving with the excuse that it wasn't because her K-drama was about to start, leaving Li Qiu and Li Qiu's uncle speechless. Li Chiol and Li Chiol's uncle breathed a sigh of relief when his aunt finally left, and the boy excitedly declared that they could finally begin training. Li Chiol's uncle decisively drew his sword from its sheath, ready for the training session. Li Chiol's uncle's gaze was firm and direct, declaring that he would ensure Li Chiol perfectly fulfilled the conditions set by his father. Li Chiol gulped, his eyes clearly showing tension as he faced the upcoming challenge. Li Chiol's uncle stood opposite Li Chiol, holding his sword and declaring that he would teach him thoroughly. A week later, at the martial arts hall, the scene of basic swordsmanship training with Li Chiol's uncle was described as simple yet highly effective. Li Chiol's uncle launched a powerful attack, his blade slicing through with terrifying speed. Li Chiol reacted extremely quickly, swinging his sword to block the attack decisively, his eyes burning with determination. Li Chiol's uncle only briefly explained the sword stances and theories, then immediately plunged into actual combat with terrifying speed. Li Chiol, despite trying his best, was still knocked far back, having only a brief moment to catch his breath. This relentless training was exactly like a life-or-death battle. Leaving Li Chiol exhausted and kneeling, his sword plunged into the ground. Li Chiol's uncle stood proudly, declaring emphatically, "I believe that letting the body learn directly is far more meaningful than simply teaching with words." He looked directly at Li Chiol and questioned, "Aren't you observing with your demonic eyes? Move correctly." A fatal sword strike from Li Chiol's uncle slashed straight down, creating a deep crack in the ground, forcing Li Chiol to retreat. Li Chiol groaned in pain, his body trembling after continuous blows from his uncle. Li Chiol's uncle gave him no moment of rest, immediately rushing forward with lightning speed, creating swirling currents of air around his footsteps. Li Chiol roared, putting all his remaining strength into a counterattack, but it still seemed insufficient to withstand the terrifying pressure from his opponent. Even though Li Chiol used his demonic eyes to read his opponent's flow, he still felt his body couldn't keep up with his uncle's speed and power. Li Chiol's uncle's sword strikes came from impossible angles, making Li Chiol realize that neither his muscles nor his joints could endure them. Li Chiol's uncle gave a mysterious smile, asking, "Do you think that last move was too much?" "You're wrong." He continued to explain, "The body of an heir to the prestigious Li martial arts family is much tougher than you think." Li Chiol's eyes widened in astonishment, telling himself in his mind, "Move. My body." He tried his best to dodge the next blow, but was still knocked back, feeling as if his body was about to shatter. Li Chiol's uncle thought to himself, realizing in astonishment, "He's caught up." He continued to ponder. Because his foundation is solid, he absorbs everything very quickly. He couldn't perform such movements before. He mused about Li Chiol's rapid progress, even surpassing his own, as he had never been allowed to participate in the Bloodless Dream Challenge. Li Chiol's uncle smiled confidently, declaring, "All right, since you're catching on quite well, I'll increase the difficulty." He drew his sword, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Challenging. Let's see if you can still keep up now." Li Chiol gritted his teeth, realizing his uncle was truly serious, and he had to exert all his strength to continue. Finally, Li Chiol's uncle ended the training session. "That's enough for today's training." He scratched his head, smiling awkwardly, apologizing to Li Chiol. Sorry, I got a little carried away." Li Chiol lay sprawled on the floor, panting, but with a satisfied smile, thinking to himself, "This is what real training feels like." Li Chiol's uncle extended a hand to help him up and asked, "By the way, it looks like you've started to feel it, haven't you, right?" Li Chiol thanked him and affirmed, "Yes. You said the bodies of the Li family members are very strong, didn't you?" Li Chiol's uncle began to explain further, his body radiating powerful energy, demonstrating the superior difference of the Li family. He affirmed, "The bodies of those from the prestigious Li martial arts family are much tougher than ordinary people. Our tendons are as resilient as steel wires," he added, "and our muscles are both flexible and elastic like rubber." Li Chiol smiled brightly, finally understanding, "That's why we can perform movements that would normally strain the body." That's when I realized that's where the foundation of martial arts training begins. Li Chiol's uncle gave a satisfied smile, praising him for grasping and applying the technique excellently. Li Chiol scratched his head with a wry smile, humbly saying that it was the only thing he had learned after a week of struggling, and there was still a long way to go. His uncle's surprise was evident, as it would take ordinary people months to reach that foundational level. The training session concluded, and Li Qiu's uncle instructed him to visit the infirmary to treat his superficial wounds. After arranging to meet again tomorrow, Li Qiu affirmed that he would spend time reviewing what he had learned. While his uncle gently reminded him not to overexert himself, Li Qiu turned and walked away, leaving the empty training ground behind. Carrying his fatigue but also full of determination, he let out a sigh of relief, his face streaked with sweat and dirt. But his eyes still shone with resilience. Li Qiu looked at his hands, pondering the strange similarity between what he had just learned and something familiar. In his mind, the image of Boundless's basic form, infinite movement, appeared, a technique that used Boundless as the fundamental theory for all movements. At the same time, he associated it with the family's basic training, which maximized the use of one's body based on individual physique. Li Qiu's eyes sharpened. He realized that the framework of both types of training had astonishing similarity. However, the key difference lay in the fact that Boundless focused on weapons, while the family's basic training revolved around physical conditioning. Thanks to this, Li Qiu understood the basic training more easily than expected, and he began to speculate that perhaps both originated from the same root. He suddenly recalled the man he had seen in Boundless's memories, who bore the characteristics of the prestigious Li family, and realized that Boundless was definitely deeply connected to his family. Li Qiu clenched his fist, feeling as if he had just uncovered a shocking secret from an unexpected place. With a confident smile and fiery eyes, Li Qiu believed that time would pass quickly, signaling a new and promising journey. At the same time, in the meeting room of the prestigious Li family's elder council, the elders were all gathered, and a solemn atmosphere enveloped the room. An intricately carved wooden door slowly opened, drawing everyone's gaze. The Li family elder, with his silver hair and long beard, entered, bowing his head to apologize for being late. Li Qiu's father, with a stern expression, couldn't help but be sarcastic upon seeing the rarely busy elder finally visit. The elder replied that he often missed meetings due to being too busy, but this time he thought it was time to attend. Taking a sip of tea, the elder casually asked if everyone had heard about the youngest illegitimate child's application for the warrior's journey. A long-haired member sprang to his feet, indignantly shouting that a mere child, and an illegitimate one at that, dared to demand to go on the warrior's journey. Li Qiu's father calmly explained that the boy himself had directly petitioned the clan head after returning from Mount Cheonsan, wishing to participate in the challenge. The Li family elder quickly clarified that the clan head had not yet made a final decision, but wanted the elder council to discuss it. Hearing this, the long-haired member and another stern member immediately reacted sharply, arguing that simply saying no would settle the matter. The Li family elder smiled subtly, his eyes full of hidden meaning, saying that things were not as simple as they thought. It turned out that the clan head had declared that the child possessed strength equivalent to a 5th-rank martial artist. A shocking revelation. Not only that, he also passed the bloodline challenge without needing to reach a certain realm, something almost impossible, which added more weight to his request. The old elder with sharp eyes declared that a valid reason was needed to oppose the illegitimate child who was challenging tradition, and simultaneously asked if anyone had other suggestions. Amidst the tense atmosphere, a hand was unexpectedly raised, drawing everyone's gaze. Li Qiu's father, Li Taehong, with a confident expression, offered to give an opinion. Breaking the council's silence, Li Taehong, who was known for never taking sides in the family's political struggles, stood there with a calm expression. To the elders, he had always been an outsider, feigning nobility, refusing to participate in any faction. Therefore, Li Taehong's presence at this meeting led the elders to secretly speculate that he was only there to support the illegitimate child, as both shared a similar fate. But Li Taehong, with sharp eyes, seemed to have read all the thoughts of the old elders. Contemptuously calling them old foxes, he began to explain the 3 mandatory challenges that direct descendants must undergo: the steel selection ritual, the naming ritual, and the warrior's journey. Those who pass will become pillars of the family. These individuals would be granted extensive rights and qualifications, including the right to attend and speak at important meetings, essentially being treated as future elders. Li Taehong subtly rubbed his hands, thinking to himself that the narrow-minded elders, obsessed with bloodline purity, would certainly never accept that. He suddenly pondered, wondering if Li Qiu had brought him the elixir just to ask for this, and sighed, questioning if this was the right decision. Li Taehong raised his hand once more, asking if he could make a suggestion. While the old elder silently observed, the elder slightly furrowed his brow, addressing him as general manager. His eyes full of hidden meaning, the old elder continued to probe, sarcastically asking if he was quite close to the youngest child. Referring to Lee Cheol, Lee Tae-hong chuckled at the elder's sarcastic remarks, replying that he didn't hate Lee Cheol at all, because the boy had worked so hard. How could he possibly hate him? The old elder, with a stern expression, declared that this time Lee Tae-hong had gone too far. Causing him to ask in surprise, the elder affirmed that even if Lee Cheol had sufficient valid reasons, they still could not disregard tradition and rules, and that the youngest child needed to understand that he couldn't always have his way. Lee Tae-hong sneered, sarcastically asking the elder in return if he thought he hated the family's traditions and rules, thinking to himself, "This old man is difficult to deal with." Lee Tae-hong explained that it wasn't that he didn't understand the importance of tradition, but merely worried that the family would become too rigid from the perspective of a general manager. The old elder gently closed his eyes, thoughtfully saying that he understood the general manager's point of view. With wide, sharp eyes, the elder directly asked Lee Tae-hong about his specific proposal. Lee Tae-hong declared that if the elder council had no reason to object to Lee Cheol's request, then they simply needed to create that reason. And in reality, this was not something to be concerned about. It continued, asserting that the strongest argument was that the youngest child had never truly proven his abilities. The elder asked in surprise if the clan head hadn't recognized Lee Cheol as a fifth-rank martial artist. But Lee Tae-hong coldly retorted with a question of whether the clan head had truly publicly certified that. The old elder softly ho, his eyes revealing deep contemplation at Lee Tae-hong's words. Lee Tae-hong subtly clenched his hand, a mysterious smile appearing on his lips. Seemingly confident of victory in this conversation, he thought to himself about the elder's cunning, but also implicitly acknowledged that everything would now depend on his decision. Lee Tae-hong proposed that they simply needed to create a stage for Lee Cheol to prove his abilities himself. The old elder exclaimed in surprise, asking Lee Tae-hong if he surely wasn't intending to organize a duel. The Lee family members whispered among themselves, one affirming that the youngest would never refuse the challenge. The Lee family elder thoughtfully asked about a suitable opponent for Lee Cheol, as the dialogue suggested, a martial artist who had just completed the journey. But Lee Jae-hak would not agree. The elder slightly frowned upon hearing the suggestion of the sixth child, while an image of Lee Seol-ah appeared with sharp eyes and a mysterious smile. Lee Cheol's father, Lee Tae-hong, with a calm expression, agreed that Lee Seol-ah was a suitable choice and suggested that restrictions could be imposed on her. The Lee family elder, turning his back, nodded in agreement, deeming it not a bad idea. Lee Tae-hong further revealed that he had heard Lee Seol-ah harbored a deep grudge against the illegitimate child, and her image appeared with eyes full of resentment. The elder smiled contentedly, thinking the plan was not bad, then asked for the opinions of the other elders. 2 other Lee family members also expressed agreement, finding the proposal reasonable and without issue. The stern Lee family member and Lee Cheol's father also had no objections, meaning the meeting would conclude here. Lee Cheol's father, Lee Tae-hong, turned around, receiving praise from another Lee family member for his work today, but his gaze was directed towards the elder. The elder of the Lee family walked slowly, his shadow stretching long across the floor, creating a sense of solemnity and mystery. The elder turned to look at Lee Tae-hong, smiling sarcastically as he asked what wind had brought him this wisdom. Implying he was pretending, Lee Tae-hong calmly replied that everything remained as discussed. While the elder acknowledged his loyalty to the family was genuine, the elder struck his staff firmly against the floor, creating a decisive sound, signaling a warning. The elder looked directly at Lee Tae-hong with a sharp gaze, emphasizing that in actions, even the smallest details are crucial. Lee Tae-hong forced a smile, asking what action the elder was referring to. The elder pointed out that Lee Tae-hong's gaze, tone of voice, and choice of words had betrayed him. The elder stood beside Lee Tae-hong, revealing that he had deliberately called Lee Cheol the youngest, while everyone else called him the bastard child. The elder bid farewell and turned to leave, leaving Lee Tae-hong with a sharp, contemplative gaze. 3 weeks later, at the Emerald Dojo, Lee Cheol held his sword, telling himself that today was the last day of his training. Lee Myung-jung, with a smiling face, teased Lee Cheol, saying he was still talking like that after being thoroughly beaten yesterday. Lee Cheol smiled confidently, asserting that Lee Myung-jung had also sensed something from him. Lee Myung-jung flashed an intrigued smile, challenging Lee Cheol to show what he had. Lee Myung-jung suddenly lunged forward to attack, unleashing a lightning-fast sword strike. Lee Cheol reacted extremely quickly, parrying Lee Myung-jung's sword strike with his own. His eyes filled with determination, Lee Cheol launched a powerful counterattack. Making Lee Myung-jung unexpectedly retreat, the two continued to duel at breakneck speed. Swords clashing, creating sparks. Lee Myung-jung beamed, excitedly realizing, this is that move. As Lee Cheol displayed his skill, Lee Cheol continued to unleash decisive, powerful sword strikes, overwhelming his opponent with peak technique. Thanks to rigorous training, Lee Cheol's magic eyes awakened, granting him a transcendent sixth sense that allowed him to see through all sword trajectory. Lee Cheol confidently declared he could block every strike, charging into a direct confrontation with Lee Myung-jung in an earth-shattering sword fight. The two swords clashed fiercely, creating dazzling flashes of light and deafening sounds in the tense atmosphere. A massive shockwave erupted from the point of impact, blowing away everything around them. Demonstrating the terrifying power of both, Lee Cheol was knocked back, clutching his stomach in pain, while Lee Myung-jung landed gently, his expression calm. Lee Myung-jung chuckled softly, his eyes filled with amusement and satisfaction. Lee Myung-jung laughed heartily, praising Lee Cheol as a genius for mastering the basic technique in such a short time, something that even he had taken 3 months to accomplish. Lee Cheol sighed wearily, muttering to himself about the arduous training process. 1 week to understand, 2 weeks to master, and only 33 days to fully utilize mana for the technique. Lee Myung-jung extended his hand, his eyes full of surprise and admiration, saying that Lee Cheol always surprised him. Elder brother Lee Myung-jung smiled brightly, declaring that he would certify Lee Cheol had completely mastered the basic technique. Lee Cheol flashed a mischievous smile, thinking to himself that he couldn't hide anything from Lee Myung-jung, who had realized he had not only mastered the technique, but also achieved something special. Lee Cheol admitted he had created a new technique, and Lee Myung-jung immediately offered his help, leading to a handshake filled with goodwill between them. Lee Cheol happily accepted the offer, expressing gratitude for his elder brother's help, strengthening the bond between the two siblings. The scene shifted to a gloomy, silent forest under the night sky, signaling a challenging mission. A hand holding a dagger stained with green blood. Maru muttered disdainfully about those who considered themselves noble. Maru stood in the middle of the forest, his face utterly bored. Lamenting that this mission was exceedingly dull, he gritted his teeth, blaming all troubles, including this annoying mission, on that bastard child. Maru angrily stomped his foot on the ground, creating a small ripple of energy. Looking down at the dead monster, Maru continued to vent his anger, asserting that everything, including his mother's rage, was caused by him. As Maru was distracted, another lizard man suddenly lunged from behind. Preparing to attack, Maru spun around, facing a giant lizard man with glowing eyes and sharp fangs, ready to devour. Maru growled, his face full of annoyance. Repeating what he had said, a surge of fiery red flames erupted from Maru's hand, completely engulfing the lizard man in an instant. With fiery eyes and flames swirling in his hand, Maru coldly uttered that it was all king boring. Maru decisively hurled a flaming dagger, piercing straight into the lizard. The scorching dagger plunged deep into the monster's head, finishing it off cleanly. Maru sighed, his face annoyed, muttering that this was already his 21st mission. Maru gritted his teeth, irritably complaining that all 21 missions were troublesome, like clearing giant monster nests, when he should have only had to do 4 to 5 missions per year. Walking through the dark forest, Maru worried as he realized a year had passed, and when he returned to the family, that arrogant bastard child would also be back. A mysterious hooded figure appeared in the night, greeting Lee Seola, the 6th child. Lee Seola's sharp golden eyes stared directly at the person opposite her, demanding he state his identity. The mysterious person introduced himself as Gaguk, number 12 of the Silent Sword Squad, causing Lee Seola to surprisingly ask about the squad's name. Lee Seola realized the Silent Sword Squad was a unit directly under the head of the Elder Council, and immediately asked his purpose for being there. Gaguk replied, stating he had come to deliver an important message from the head of the Elder Council. Lee Seola listened in silence, then suddenly exclaimed with surprise, "Oh, that arrogant bastard did that?" Lee Seol Ah's face contorted with anger. She gritted her teeth, and killing intent erupted fiercely. She gripped the dagger in her hand, her eyes filled with resentment. Ready for an uncompromising battle, Lee Seola flashed a sinister smile, muttering that everything was unfolding perfectly. Because that bastard is digging his own grave, she laughed maniacally, realizing that the head of the Elder Council was also no pushover. Having set an extremely profound trap, with a sharp gaze, Lee Seola decisively accepted the offer. While Gaguk bowed in response, she gripped the dagger tightly, fiery energy fiercely blazing around the blade. Vowing to make that person regret it, Lee Seola roared in fury, declaring she would mercilessly crush Lee Cheol. The scene shifted to a traditional room, where Lee Cheol appeared, hastily apologizing to his uncle for being late due to overly enthusiastic training. Lee Cheol's uncle smiled as he welcomed him, asking what else there was to do now that he had mastered the basic techniques. Lee Cheol sat down opposite his uncle, revealing that he still had a few things he wanted to experiment with and develop. Lee Cheol's uncle announced that the schedule had been released, and he had come to talk to him about it. Lee Cheol smiled confidently, saying that if his uncle wanted to meet, he would have come earlier, instead of making his uncle wait. Lee Cheol's uncle sighed, seemingly surprised by his nephew's confidence and relaxed demeanor. He asked Lee Cheol if he was worried, but the boy only replied with a confident rhetorical question. Why should I be worried? Lee Cheol asserted that everything was proceeding according to his plan, his golden eyes flashing with a mysterious smugness. In a flashback, Lee Cheol's father appeared, saying he had approved his path as a martial artist, but with two conditions. The first condition was to master the basic techniques, which Lee Cheol had quickly completed thanks to his intelligence and knowledge of magic. Lee Cheol's father continued, saying the second condition was much more difficult. He had to convince the Elder Council. Lee Cheol surprisingly asked, "What?" Then heard his father explain that he could use any method, but if he failed, his request would be denied. Lee Cheol was stunned to realize his request would be denied if he couldn't convince the council. A significant pressure, he sat, with his knees drawn up on the floor, pondering that he currently didn't have many ways to influence the council. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Lee Cheol's mind, and he exclaimed, "Oh!" with a determined and cunning expression. He smiled meaningfully, revealing he had decided to shape the situation himself, using verification as an excuse to ask his uncle to arrange a match with the sixth child, Lee Seola. As the Elder Council would have no reason to object, Lee Cheol recalled his father's words. Lee Cheol's father, about having to create his own opportunities to embark on the path of a martial artist, considering it a harsh challenge. Lee Cheol appeared with a calm expression, causing Lee Cheol's uncle to sigh and wonder at how he could be so composed. The boy confidently declared his trust that his uncle had handled everything well. But Lee Cheol's uncle shook his head, his face full of worry. Lee Cheol's uncle turned his serious gaze, mentioning the strained relationship between Lee Cheol and the sixth child, Lee Seola. He looked at Lee Cheol worriedly from behind, asserting that with Lee Seol-ah's personality, this match would definitely not end peacefully. Lee Cheol suddenly placed his hand on the table, firmly telling his uncle that he had a debt to repay her. Lee Cheol's uncle was startled, unable to believe what he had just heard, and unexpectedly let out a gasp of surprise. He stood up, questioning Lee Cheol why he couldn't wait until he was older to settle that debt, and why he had to take things this far. Lee Cheol's uncle clenched his hands, asserting that he wasn't doubting the boy's abilities, but his face was still full of unease. He clutched his head, his face clearly distressed, admitting that he was just worried Lee Cheol would get hurt one way or another. Lee Cheol looked at his uncle with a mischievous gaze, while Lee Cheol's uncle was still panicking, not knowing what to do. He smiled meaningfully, thanking Lee Cheol's uncle for worrying about him, but his eyes held an indescribable confidence. Lee Cheol revealed his plan. Lee Seol-ah would try to beat him half to death, and the Elder Council would use this match to restrain him. He clenched his fist, asserting that this match was not merely for him to qualify for the path of a martial artist. Lee Cheol reassured Lee Cheol's uncle, saying that things would get complicated if he lost, but not to worry. He flashed a confident smile, his eyes shining brightly, and declared boldly that he would definitely win this match. Not long after, the venue for the match was set, and the Elder Council quickly issued orders and began preparations. The match would be held at the Central Training Ground, the largest and most prestigious arena of the Lee family. Lee Cheol donned his traditional attire, his sharp eyes realizing that the family had no intention of resolving this peacefully. He subtly smirked, asserting that this was clearly a conspiracy by the head of the Elder Council. The central training ground was built with surrounding stands, clearly showing their intention to publicly humiliate him and hinder his progress. Lee Cheol maintained a calm expression, asserting that it didn't cause him any problem. Meanwhile, Gaguk, a member of the Silent Sword team, entered Lee Seol's room, carrying an important message. Lee Seola appeared with a surprised expression, not yet understanding what was happening. She still looked confused, but had realized that something was wrong. Lee Seola confronted Gaguk, asking why he was acting so strangely, but he merely replied that there was nothing to worry about. The young lady did not accept that explanation, her sharp eyes asking how he could say there was nothing wrong when she had been like this all day. Lee Seola turned her back, asserting that she hated all the whispers behind people's backs in this family. She clenched her hands, her eyes full of resentment as she thought about Lee Cheol only reaching rank 5, while she was already rank 4, and the gap between these two ranks was immense. Lee Cheol's uncle explained that Lee Seol's mana was suppressed, and she was forbidden from using secret techniques or ultimate moves, causing Aunt Lee Gyeonga to nod worriedly. Even knowing the opponent was restricted, Lee Cheol's uncle still trembled with worry, asking him, what if he happened to fail? Aunt Lee Gyeongha was consumed by fear, blaming herself for not teaching Lee Cheol more about mana technique. The aunt continued to torment herself, wishing she had tried harder in guiding it. Obsession with the past and regret surged. She blamed herself for not telling Lee Cheol about Boundless or the family sooner. Lee Cheol gently stopped Aunt Lee Gyeongga, as she was still immersed in extreme regret and fear. The female housekeeper smiled kindly, asserting that the young master would succeed as always. The housekeeper turned to Aunt Lee Gyeongga, advising her, as a teacher, to offer words of encouragement instead of worrying. Aunt Lee Gyeongha's eyes were still filled with unease, reflecting the deep fear in her heart. Lee Cheol looked at his aunt, thinking to himself that she looked like a frightened small animal, and she must have lost something precious in the Lee family. He recalled his aunt, a solitary figure with a mysterious past that he had never investigated. Although he could easily investigate, Lee Cheol chose not to. He believed that one day his aunt would tell him everything herself. Lee Cheol turned to his aunt, asserting that this was not the time for worry, but for excitement. He smiled confidently, his eyes radiant. Aunt Lee Gyeongha's eyes widened in surprise when Lee Cheol asked if this wasn't the day the mana technique they had both developed would be revealed for the first time. The aunt was still in shock when Lee Cheol added that this debut would have a huge twist. The female housekeeper gently knocked on the door, announcing that it was time for the young master to go to battle. Lee Cheol looked at Aunt Lee Gyeongga with a determined gaze, telling her to watch closely. He would win. He drew his sword from its sheath, firmly telling his aunt to just sit in the stands and cheer for him peacefully. Lee Cheol flashed a mischievous smile, warning his aunt that if the cheers were too quiet, he would be disappointed. Lee Cheol's resolute footsteps echoed in the corridor, heading towards the brilliant light at the end of the path. He thought to himself that it had been a long time since he walked this corridor. Since birth, Lee Cheol had always strived to prove himself. Now was the time for him to witness the fruits of his labor. Lee Cheol confidently stepped into the arena, his aura radiating like a general about to go to battle. He flashed a determined smile, ready to face the challenge. The vast arena appeared before his eyes, with stands packed with people awaiting a fierce match. Lee Cheol strode powerfully into the center of the arena, his gaze unwavering. Lee Cheol's uncle and the elder of the Lee family, along with other elders, were all present, their eyes intently following the upcoming match. Lee Cheol's determined eyes flashed when he heard the contemptuous and provocative call from his opponent. On the vast arena floor, Lee Seola, with a challenging expression, asked Lee Cheol if he still dared to hold his head high. The young lady Lee Seola sneered maliciously, declaring that she had never liked his stubborn attitude from the start. 2 sharp daggers flew from Lee Seol's hands, accompanied by bitter words that a bastard like Lee Cheol shouldn't be so arrogant. Lee Seola, with a crazed smile, growled that today she would break his arrogant neck, sending shivers down the spines of the spectators. In contrast to his opponent's aggression, Lee Cheol maintained a confident smile, calmly replying, "Let's have a good match, 6th sister." Amidst the cheers of the audience, the match official formally announced the fierce confrontation between the 6th young lady and the 9th young master had begun. Both opponents were ready. Lee Seola took an offensive stance while Lee Cheol concentrated intensely, awaiting the signal. Lee Cheol's eyes gently closed, As if he was channeling all his strength and will into the decisive moment, his eyes suddenly blazed brightly. Mana currents surged around his body, signaling that a terrifying attack was about to be unleashed. As fast as lightning, Lee Seola charged forward, her legs erupting in blazing flames. Creating a dazzling streak of light on the arena floor, Lee Cheol was startled in horror when he realized Lee Sola had appeared and disappeared behind him. Unleashing deadly daggers, 3 blazing daggers pierced directly into Lee Cheol's back. So fast that he couldn't react in time, not stopping there. 2 more daggers flew from the front. Completely surrounding Lee Cheol in a storm of killing intent, Lee Seola stood in midair, surrounded by countless blazing daggers, ready to deliver the finishing blow. These daggers were not merely weapons. They were imbued with mana and aura, transforming them into destructive blades of fire. A unique technique of the sixth sister. Lee Cheol stared in astonishment at the blazing daggers, which spun in the air like raging flames, leaving him no opening. Surrounded on all sides by the blazing blades, Lee Cheol realized there was no way to dodge. In that critical moment, Lee Cheol's sword suddenly flared with a dazzling blue light, signaling an abrupt change. He gripped his sword tightly, his golden eyes emitting terrifying energy. His entire body enveloped by a deep blue mana current. Lee Cheol's sword completely transformed, becoming a brilliant lightning blade, radiating the destructive power of the lightning transformation form. An earth-shattering collision sound rang out, and the blazing daggers were knocked away by Lee Cheol's lightning sword. Lee Seola recoiled in horror, her face clearly showing anger and disbelief. She slid across the arena floor, her eyes filled with resentment as she watched Lee Cheol, who stood firm like a mountain. Lee Cheol smirked smugly, casually remarking that he had heard much about her mysterious dagger techniques. Then, he delivered a fatal remark. "But they're not as impressive as I expected." Leaving Lee Seola stunned, Lee Seola gnashed her teeth, her face contorted with anger and humiliation. The young lady roared furiously, 2 daggers blazing in her hands again, vowing to make Lee Cheol pay dearly for his arrogance. Lee Seola darted forward like the wind, the daggers in her hands sparking with fire, ready for a lightning-fast attack. Lee Seola, with fiery eyes, couldn't believe that Lee Cheol dared to challenge her, determined to make him taste regret. "I will crush him overwhelmingly," Lee Seola growled, a barrage of blazing daggers soaring towards her opponent, each carrying immense killing intent. Lee Cheol stood firm amidst the rain of blazing daggers, his gaze unwavering against the relentless attack. Lee Seola unleashed a series of terrifyingly fast attacks, daggers flying from all angles, making spectators admire her agility. But Lee Cheol merely smirked meaningfully. As if everything was within his calculations, a sharp sword suddenly plunged into the arena floor, creating a large crack. Revealing Lee Cheol's intentions, both leaped into the air. Lee Seola continued to throw daggers, while Lee Cheol glided like a ghost, evading every attack. Lee Seola's blazing daggers plunged into the ground, forming a deadly encirclement. But unfortunately, not a single strike hit its target. Lee Cheol suddenly counterattacked, using his sword to create a blue mana shield, completely blocking Lee Seola's assault. Lee Cheol's sword suddenly flared with a dazzling blue light, crackling mana, surging, signaling an extremely powerful technique about to be unleashed. "Demon Slayer!" Lee Cheol roared, his entire body enveloped in a brilliant blue electric current, his sword transforming into a destructive weapon, ready to end the match. Lee Seol's eyes widened in shock, her pupils contracting as she realized the terrifying power erupting from Lee Cheol. Lee Seola frantically realized this was a fatal blow. Quickly taking a defensive stance, her eyes clearly showing anxiety, the 2 streams of power collided violently, creating an earth-shattering explosion. A dazzling light engulfing the entire arena. Dust and smoke enveloped the arena floor, leaving only scattered debris, indicating the terrifying destructive power of the recent strike. The audience below began to murmur, unable to believe their eyes at Lee Cheol's unexpected power, wondering if it was some kind of trick. Lee Cheol stood amidst the smoke and dust, his sword still imbued with mana, his gaze fixed on his opponent with an unnervingly calm expression. He glanced briefly, wondering if the previous attack had been too gentle, his eyes still full of calculation. One of Lee Seol's Ah's shoes appeared amidst the rubble. Showing how far she had been knocked back, Lee Seol-ah sprang up, her face contorted with anger. Realizing she had been knocked far back and her daggers lay scattered on the ground, she gnashed her teeth, muttering that Lee Cheol had used some secret family technique. Her eyes filled with resentment, Lee Seol-ah quickly retrieved her daggers, her eyes determined not to be hit again. Lee Cheol calmly asked, "So you have one more move?" Then shook his head regretfully. "What a pity." It continued, his tone full of sarcasm. "You should have used it at a more crucial moment." Lee Seol-ah charged like an arrow, blazing daggers in hand, determined to attack Lee Cheol once more. Lee Cheol calmly watched Lee Seol-ah charging at terrifying speed. Wondering if she was rushing headlong into death, Lee Seol-ah unleashed a powerful spinning attack. But Lee Cheol quickly dodged, causing her to strike only air. Lee Seol-ah lay prostrate on the ground, her eyes filled with surprise and anger as Lee Cheol appeared right in front of her. Asking if she wanted to continue running her mouth, Lee Seol-ah launched a fatal attack with a mana-infused blazing dagger. Forcing Lee Cheol to retreat in pain, she continuously unleashed lightning-fast, unpredictable attacks. So much so that Lee Cheol could only dodge and defend. Lee Cheol focused intently, using his sword to block one of Lee Seol-ah's dagger attacks. His eyes gleaming with determination and lightning-fast reflexes, Lee Cheol's eyes blazed with determination, telling himself that even if she was his older sister, he could still see through all her movement. Lee Cheol stood firm on the arena floor, facing the charging Lee Seol-ah, confidently declaring that he could see everything she was about to do. He explained that his sixth sense helped him detect the daggers, while his magic eye precisely identified all their attack directions. A meaningful smile appeared on Lee Cheol's lips as he revealed why he was so determined to fight Lee Seol-ah. Lee Cheol confidently asserted that his abilities made him the perfect opponent to counter Lee Seol-ah, his eyes shining as if victory was already in his grasp. Lee Seol-ah trembled with rage, gnashing her teeth at Lee Cheol's smug attitude and disdainful gaze. With two daggers in hand, Lee Seol-ah told herself that the power of these weapons lay in stealth and agility. She continued to ponder. If all her attacks were detected, her fighting style would be severely limited. Lee Seol-ah charged to attack Lee Cheol with a powerful sword strike, but then told herself that if she tried to overwhelm her opponent by closing the distance, she would be hit first. She felt annoyed by the magical restriction. Her mana was sealed in her legs and arms, significantly reducing her power. Lee Seol-ah wished she could increase her mana limit by another 10% to use higher-level aura skills. Escaping her current constraints, a flashback appeared, revealing that Lee Seol-ah had spent the past year thinking of ways to get revenge on Lee Cheol. Her deep hatred evident, her sole goal was to crush and shatter the pride of her detestable younger brother. She wanted to torment Lee Cheol until he begged for mercy. A cruel and thorough revenge. Lee Seol-ah panted, standing amidst her defeated past enemies, wondering if something was wrong with her. As she faced her current predicament, she laughed maniacally, never expecting to fall into such a difficult situation against Lee Cheol. Lee Cheol suddenly appeared right in front of Lee Seol-ah, his eyes sharp, sarcastically asking if she seemed to have time for idle thoughts during the match. He reminded her to focus on the battle, not to be negligent against her opponent. Lee Cheol suddenly delivered an extremely powerful kick to Lee Seol, sending her flying, demonstrating his superior strength. Lee Seol-ah stared in horror at Lee Cheol's sword pointed directly at her, her eyes filled with panic and anger at being overwhelmed. Lee Seol-ah growled, declaring that she had no intention of using this move, implying it was her final, dangerous strike. Lee Cheol was surprised to see Lee Seol-ah activate a new skill, covering her daggers and body with blazing flames, signaling a dangerous attack. A powerful blue energy surge erupted from Lee Cheol's chest, indicating that his mana was being severely affected by his opponent's skill. Lee Cheol's heart was enveloped in a blazing red energy, showing that Lee Seol-ah's skill was effectively sealing his mana. Lee Cheol was surprised to realize his magic circle had been restricted, but he remained calm and quickly analyzed the situation. Lee Seol-ah threw a dagger onto the arena floor, creating a crack, then sarcastically told Lee Cheol that he finally had some intelligence to realize the problem. Lee Seol-ah burst into a smug laugh, declaring the match over. But she didn't know that Lee Cheol still had a shocking secret yet to reveal. She widened her eyes in shock, unable to believe the sight before her. As blue magic power still surged around Li Qiol stood calmly amidst the surging magic power, confidently declaring, "My magic technique is fundamentally different from everyone else's." Below the stands, Li Qiol's uncle clenched his fists, trying to reassure himself that everything would be all right. Li Hua, with worried eyes, told herself that Li Qiol was extraordinary and that he wouldn't let things repeat as they did last time. The young lady trembled, her golden eyes hiding extreme fear as she witnessed the intense battle. The female butler gently comforted Li Hua, who was covering her face in worry. But the young lady still couldn't stop wondering what would happen if Li Qiol fell into a dangerous situation again. Fear was evident on Li Hua's face, her eyes tightly shut in pain, as she was consumed by worry. The female butler reassured Li Hua that Li Qiol was fine, but the young lady immediately retorted. Li Hua asserted that Li Qiol was not only fine, but his foundation of power was terrifyingly solid, astonishing those around him. A family member exclaimed, asking about Li Qiol's aura skill. Realizing it was not a secret technique of the prestigious Li family, Li Hua was surprised to recall that the illegitimate child was now 15 years old, a fact that made her ponder. Li Qiol activated his clairvoyance ability, his eyes blazing with intense focus on every movement of his opponent. He spectacularly dodged Li Qiol's terrifying attack, leaving a trail of blue energy tearing through the ground. Li Qiol spun around, preparing to counterattack as Li Qiol charged with sharp, energy-reddened sword strikes. Li Qiol unleashed the powerful technique Enhanced Energy Art, Underworld, sending blazing red energy blades directly towards Li Qiol. She soared through the air, her face resolute and filled with killing intent as she continuously launched relentless attacks. Li Qiol suddenly groaned in pain as crimson energy ribbons tightly wrapped around her body, seemingly reflecting her own attack back at her. The ground shattered once more, a testament to the terrifying destructive power of their confrontation. Li Qiol smiled confidently, having successfully used Li Qiol's own crimson energy ribbons to bind her tightly, leaving her horrified. Li Qiol's eyes widened in terror, her face changing color as she realized she was trapped by her own technique. Li Qiol smirked meaningfully, secretly commending Li Qiol for using razor wind to sever his underworld. Li Hua pondered deeply, realizing that all aura skills like lightning underworld or razor wind were things she had created with Li Qiol. The young lady clenched her fists, feeling the chaotic emotions within her gradually dissipate. Li Hua's eyes were now filled with unwavering resolve and intense faith in Li Qiol. She flashed a radiant smile, confidently asserting that Li Qiol would win because he was a true genius. Li Qiol stared in shock at the devastated arena, unable to comprehend what was happening. Her eyes widened in astonishment, wondering how Li Qiol could still use mana when his power source had been sealed by her special skill. On the ruined arena, Li Qiol and Li Qiol faced each other, the atmosphere suffocatingly tense, signaling an impending, overpowering move. Li Qiol's eyes gleamed with confidence as he secretly affirmed a shocking secret. His power was completely different, something his sixth sister had no idea about. Li Qiol unleashed a burst of blue mana, declaring his unique magical technique could manipulate mana solely through mana channels, completely outclassing everyone else. With overwhelming momentum, Li Qiol decisively declared, "Now, it's my turn," signaling an imminent, fierce counterattack. Immediately, Li Qiol lunged to attack, creating an earth-shattering impact that shook the entire arena and sent debris flying. Li Qiol's eyes were sharp. He quickly recognized Li Qiol's astonishing speed, but maintained his stance. Li Qiol glided like the wind, dodging his opponent's mana attack, leaving a powerful shockwave in his wake. Suddenly pushed back, Li Qiol staggered, her face clearly showing surprise at Li Qiol's counterattack power. She gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with fury as she clutched her daggers. Unable to believe she was being overwhelmed, Li Qiol launched himself into the air, delivering an incredibly powerful mana sword strike that tore through the air and headed straight for his opponent. His attack created a terrifying explosion, shattering the arena floor and sending Li Qiol flying far away. Li Qiol fell to the ground, stunned and unable to accept the fact that she was being pushed into a disadvantageous position. She could not be the loser. Li Qiol's eyes suddenly blazed with fire, on extreme fury erupting in her golden eyes, signaling something ominous. Li Qiol narrowed his eyes, noticing the sudden change in his opponent's aura. A sense of unease creeping in. Li Qiol. Ah's mana erupted violently, creating an overwhelming aura that made the spectators in the stands anxious. The lady of the Li family's jade-green eyes observed coldly. But deep down, they held a special interest in the match's progression. The lady of the Li family sat upright in her armchair, her expression stern, like a queen observing the fate of those beneath her. Li Qiol gasped, her face contorted with rage. Crimson mana swirling around her, signaling an imminent outburst of fury. She roared inwardly, unable to accept defeat, especially against the brat she despised. Li Qiol clutched her dagger tightly, fiery mana blazing fiercely around her hand, ready for a fatal strike. Li Qiol, Ah's entire body ignited in a sea of mana flames, and she shrieked in a frenzy. "For that illegitimate brat, I'll kill you!" Elder brother Li Myeongjung was horrified. Realizing the immense amount of mana Li Qiol was forcibly unleashing, a power so illogical, it was terrifying. Li Qiol gripped her daggers with both hands, mana surging through them. She disregarded all internal damage to unleash destructive power. A barrage of fiery daggers was unleashed, tearing through the wind at terrifying speed, transforming into deadly projectiles. Li Qiol frantically unleashed a rain of fiery daggers, her entire body transformed into a living flame, destroying everything. Li Qiol, Ah's eyes burned crimson with hatred. She snarled through the exploding mana. "I'll kill you!" A deadly declaration. Li Qiol's uncle exclaimed in horror, angrily accusing Li Qiol of breaking the rules. Unable to accept this insane act, the elder of the Li family was equally stunned, roaring an order, "Stop her!" Upon realizing Li Qiol, Ah's murderous intent, amidst the storm of fiery projectiles, Li Qiol stood firm as a rock, blue mana swirling around his sword. Ready to face any danger, he gripped the sword hilt tightly, blue mana surging through it, his eyes resolute. Preparing for a fated confrontation, Li Qiol's blue magic sword suddenly glowed brightly, emitting incredibly powerful energy. Ninth young master Li Qiol exhaled softly, his eyes intensely focused, preparing for a surprising counterattack. Amidst the rain of blazing fiery daggers, Li Qiol charged straight into the eye of the storm, his blue sword slashing through the air. In an instant, the blue energy streams from his sword completely blocked and neutralized Li Qiol's fiery attack. Li Qiol was utterly astonished to see her attack nullified. While Li Qiol wore a smug smile, as if taunting his opponent, he decisively stomped his foot on the ground, creating a large crack, demonstrating the terrifying power hidden in every action. Li Qiol began to explain the unchanging truths of this world. Stating that mana never completely disappears, he asserted that mana merely disperses into the air and returns to nature, because mana is infinite, never truly vanishing. However, with sharp, cold eyes, Li Qiol hinted that there was an exception to this immutable law. He revealed the founder's sword, Black Twilight, a weapon capable of breaking all rules. Li Qiol gave a mysterious smile, declaring that this sword could sever and erase mana, a terrifying ability. He reiterated the name of the ancient sword, Black Twilight, a legendary weapon, and he reaffirmed its terrifying power. This sword severs and extinguishes mana. Li Qiol, with the Black Twilight sword returned to its original black color, admitted he hadn't expected Li Qiol to use Meteor, but it had served its purpose nonetheless. He explained that with his current power, he couldn't completely stop Meteor, so he used Black Twilight to sever the magical thread connected to the dagger. With his magic eyes, Li Qiol saw the magical energy thread connected to the dagger, but both were tightly compressed by immense gravity. He took a decisive step, the sound of his shoes hitting the ground echoing powerfully. Li Qiol turned his back to his opponent, confidently declaring, "Now, it's my turn." Li Qiol panicked. Wondering if Li Qiol intended to reuse his previous attack, she immediately retreated, determined to maintain distance to prevent him from executing that technique. But Li Qiol was surprised to see Li Qiol at such a distance, preparing an attack stand. Li Qiol, with his sword blazing with blue electrical energy, began to unleash a powerful new technique. He explained that Demon Slayer was a sword technique originally created to fight monsters. With a confident smile, Li Qiol asserted that from the very beginning, distance had never been an issue for him. He unleashed the boundless, First form technique. His eyes blazing with electrical energy. Demon Slayer, Lee Cheol roared, releasing a massive surge of blue electrical energy. Lee Seola stared in horror at the scene before her. Completely taken aback by his explosive power, she couldn't believe her eyes. Uttering a curse word in utter shock, an enormous blue electrical energy explosion erupted from Lee Cheol's sword, engulfing the entire arena. Lee Seola was defeated, lying motionless on the devastated arena floor, leaving a long crack on the ground. Lee Cheol staggered, clutching his head with a pained expression. Clearly suffering from the side effects of his recent attack, he gritted his teeth, enduring the intense pain from his eyes. Having used his magic eye technique to its absolute limit, although the Demon Slayer technique had hit its target, Lee Cheol was still determined to follow the battle to the end. Without a hint of carelessness, suddenly, a powerful surge of energy enveloped the arena, putting Lee Cheol on high alert. Lee Cheol was astonished to see a sharp-cut tear through his shirt, blood beginning to seep out. Proving his opponent still had the ability to counterattack, he stepped back, clutching the bleeding wound on his chest. Still unable to believe, Lee Seola's reaction speed. A powerful kick from Lee Seola aimed directly at Lee Cheol, creating a terrifying shockwave. Lee Seola charged forward at dizzying speed, her eyes filled with killing intent, making Lee Cheol exclaim that she was too fast. She swung her dagger with the intent to finish him, making Lee Cheol realize this was an extremely dangerous attack. Lee Cheol reacted in a flash, using the Black Twilight sword to block Lee Seol's sharp dagger. The two collided powerfully, creating a shockwave that caused the arena floor to crack further and dust to fly everywhere. Lee Cheol put all his strength into it, pushing Lee Seola back in a decisive moment. He held Lee Seola tightly, keeping her in a perplexing posture, seemingly trying to control the situation. Lee Seol's dagger had pierced through Lee Cheol's shirt, missing his heart by a hair's breadth. Lee Seola still maintained a furious expression, blood streaming from her mouth, but her eyes still shone with unyielding determination. Lee Cheol successfully pushed the dagger away from himself, leaving only a tear and a bloodstain on his shirt. He stood upright, still gripping the Black Twilight, looking down at Lee Seola, lying unconscious at his feet. Lee Cheol let out a slight sigh of relief, realizing that if he had been a second slower, his heart would have been pierced. He pondered, realizing that Lee Seola had unconsciously reacted the moment the Demon Slayer's skill touched her. An astonishing survival instinct. Lee Cheol gave a mysterious smile, secretly thinking how truly terrifying her bloodline was. Two Lee family members, stern, approached, looking at Lee Cheol with confused expressions, unsure of what was happening. Lee Cheol turned around, still holding his sword, asking them why they hadn't taken Lee Seola away, warning that her internal injuries would kill her. One of them flinched, hastily responding to Lee Cheol. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Lee Cheol ordered the family warriors to take Lee Seola away. While she still lay motionless on the arena floor, he turned his back to the crowd, grandly declaring to the family warriors that they had clearly seen his strength. Even the Lee family elder looked at Lee Cheol in astonishment, seemingly unable to believe what he had just witnessed. Lee Cheol did not forget to mention his half-siblings, who had always looked down on him. His eyes filled with pride, he raised his fist high, powerfully declaring to all those who once thought he would lose just because he was a bastard, that they were gravely mistaken. Lee Cheol stood tall, fists clenched, the bloodstains on his white shirt testifying to the fierce battle just fought, his resolute gaze declaring that this was the first time he had proven himself to be completely different. Lee Cheol's gaze was sharp and full of determination, as if he was seeing through every scrutinizing look from the crowd. He held his head high, walking confidently on the cracked ground, leaving behind the fragments of battle and astonished gazes. Lee Cheol's father, Lee Taeyong, sat on a chair with a stern expression, his eyes fixed on his son, his hands slightly clenched, his inner thoughts inscrutable. The scene encompassed the arena, showing the grandeur and crowdedness of the assessment, where Lee Cheol had just created a miracle. Lee Cheol stood upright, his gaze resolute and a little surprised as he sensed the reactions from around him. The crowd below erupted, cheering endlessly. Lee Cheol is truly amazing, the shouts reverberating throughout the arena. Young Lady Li Hua was utterly thrilled, her hands clenched, shouting loudly, "Dam mit! I knew it! You did it! while another person hastily reminded her to calm down. Li Qiu could only cover his face. Embarrassed, as Li Hua used mana to amplify her shout, "Li Qiu is the best!" making the entire arena hear clearly. Father Li Taehong descended from the stands, his demeanor imposing, advancing towards Li Qiu, the Li family elder, with a pensive expression, nodded slightly. "Very good. Excellent." Li Qiu smiled faintly, secretly thinking that his father would not praise him directly in front of everyone. He recalled that Li Taehong himself had arranged everything, choosing Li Seola as an opponent to manipulate the course of the match. According to his calculations, Li Qiu understood clearly that Li Taehong had chosen an opponent with a more compatible advantage than anyone else. Making those unaware of the situation believe that Li Seola would surely win, the elder and other family members stood watching, pondering Li Qiu's words, wondering how many people present could truly achieve that. Li Taehong looked directly at his son, his eyes full of profound meaning. "You have proven yourself. Therefore, I acknowledge your right to begin your warrior's journey." Li Qiu bowed, placing his hand on his chest, responding humbly, "Thank you, Father." A smile containing many unspoken things appeared on Li Qiu's lips, showing that he had more to say. Li Taehong subtly noticed, his sharp gaze seemingly piercing through his son. "It seems you still have something to say." Li Qiu raised his head, his resolute gaze meeting his father's. "Indeed, I cannot hide anything from Father." Li Taehong stood there, his expression calm, but his eyes full of anticipation, ready to listen to what his son wanted to express. Li Hua's mother and another family member stood side by side, whispering about how the public reward for this assessment was merely the right to begin a warrior's journey, and Li Qiu should not receive anything more from his father. Li Qiu took a deep breath, his eyes sharp. Then, "Please allow me to say a few words." He turned to look at the Li family elder, his eyes full of challenge, speaking to Father, and also to the Council of Elders. Li Qiu placed his hand on his chest, his voice full of confidence. "I have acquired enough skills to graduate from the officer's course. Father himself has confirmed this." He turned his back to the stands, his resolute gaze fixed on the family. "I have even returned from Mount Qiansan and passed the Bloodless Dream assessment." Li Qiu continued, his sharp gaze directed towards his father. "Since Father entrusted the final decision to the Council of Elders, I must also speak with them about the reward." He clenched his fist, the bloodstains still on his shirt, asserting, "I have proven everything and met all the requirements." Li Qiu looked directly at the Li family elder, his eyes full of questioning. "Is the council testing me without reason just because they don't trust me?" Although his wounds were still bleeding, Li Qiu stood firm, frankly declaring that Li Seola was severely injured, and he himself was exhausted. Yet he maintained an unyielding spirit. Li Qiu's sharp gaze directly confronted the Li family elder, implicitly suggesting that the council was deliberately making things difficult for him. The ninth young master confidently asserted that he was only 15 years old and could still be forgiven for his arrogance, and this was a golden opportunity for him to question injustices. Li Qiu's father, Li Taehong, with a meaningful expression, turned to the elder, gently urging him to answer his son's question. The Li family elder, gripping his staff tightly, silently faced the pressure from Li Qiu's questioning gaze. He forced a smile, trying to diffuse the situation by saying that this was just a misunderstanding, and all decisions were made by the council. Li Qiu sneered contemptuously, mocking the council for violating family rules by implicitly referring to him as an illegitimate child during the assessment. The young master questioned the elder, asserting that he had never mentioned his status. So why could the council do that? The elder tried to justify again, saying that letting him go out too early would entail many dangers, which is why they had to test him thoroughly. Li Qiu's gaze was as sharp as a knife, cornering the elder as he pointed out that Li Seola was clearly much stronger than him, and the age gap was too wide for them to be opponents. He continued to press, revealing that he had read the official documents, which clearly stated that the assessment must be conducted with someone who had just returned from a warrior's journey. Li Qiu growled, asking why it wasn't Li Jaehak, his seventh brother, or any other warrior who had just returned, but instead Li Seola. Li Qiu's father, Li Taehong, gave a subtle smile, seemingly greatly amused by his son's sharp question. Li Taehong couldn't hide his smile, Trying to cover his mouth to suppress his delight as he watched his son corner the elder, Lee Tae-hong suddenly turned to the elder. With a thoughtful gaze, seemingly pondering whether this was a deliberate move by Lee Cheol continued to question, pointing out that if they truly wanted to test him, why didn't the council hold a private match instead of publicly before the entire family? The young master clenched his fist, his gaze resolute, demanding that the elder provide a clear explanation. Lee Cheol looked directly at the elder, once again asking the real reason behind the council's decision to hold such a public assessment. The Lee family elder, with a tense expression and cold sweat, realized he had been cornered by Lee Cheol. With no way out, Lee Tae-hong stepped forward, declaring it was time to end the debate. But his eyes were still full of hidden meaning. As if to say this was not the end, Lee Tae-hong sternly reminded Lee Cheol that the elder was the highest-ranking figure in the family, implicitly asking him to mind his attitude. Lee Cheol bowed his head, apologizing for his disrespect. But Lee Tae-hong still emphasized that while he understood his feelings, his behavior was still inappropriate. Lee Tae-hong turned to the elder with a challenging gaze, asking for his opinion on whether things should end so easily. The Lee family elder, with a grimace and full of helplessness, admitted that he had been completely cornered by an illegitimate child. Finally, the elder had to admit that there were confusing aspects to the assessment, and that the council should indeed reward Lee Cheol. Lee Cheol bowed his head once more, sincerely apologizing for his disrespect, but his eyes still shone with resolve. Lee Tae-hong looked at his son with pride, asserting that Lee Cheol was only doing what needed to be done, and he was not expecting anything unreasonable. Lee Cheol continued to declare, his gaze resolute, that he only wanted to receive what he deserved. No more, no less. The Lee family elder, with an expression of extreme surprise, could not believe what he had just heard. Completely outmaneuvered by Lee Cheol in this verbal sparring, a few days after the fateful match, a peaceful atmosphere enveloped a corner of the Lee family estate with its ancient roofs. A heavy sigh echoed from inside the room. Breaking the silence, Lee Cheol was lying flat on the bed, his face dejected, secretly lamenting that he missed that damned Mount Chien-san again. He was annoyed at being confined until he fully recovered, recalling the nagging words of his eldest brother, younger sister, and even the nanny. If there was a healing technique, he probably would have returned to action sooner. Lee Cheol thought to himself as he heard a knock at the door. "Come in," Lee Cheol said, and a familiar voice rang out excitedly. "Long time no see. Young master." 3 Lee family trainees, Kim Han, Choi Ying, and Kim Bo-song, appeared with radiant smiles, asking about his health. They explained that they had wanted to visit sooner, but heard he was busy, and Lee Cheol reassured them that he was fine. Lee Cheol friendly invited them to sit down, pointing towards the empty chair. The 4 of them sat together, and Lee Cheol asked about his friends' situations. Choi In-ha confidently recounted that she had encountered some unnecessary provocations, but considered them a sign of recognition, so it wasn't too bad. Kim Han, with a face full of curiosity, directly asked Lee Cheol what kind of training he had done to become so strong. A sharp glint flashed in Lee Cheol's eyes when Kim Han excitedly mentioned the battle they had witnessed. Kim Han continued to casually tease that Lee Cheol seemed to have a lot of free time with the 3rd-year promotion exam approaching, causing Lee Cheol to involuntarily emit a terrifying aura. Realizing he had misspoke, Kim Han stammered, asking if the others had also seen that battle. The other 2 friends just looked away, leaving Kim Han awkwardly alone in his embarrassment. Kim Bo-seong quickly apologized for being late, while Choi In-ha explained that she was busy training, and Lee Cheol smiled, telling them there was no need to be so formal. Lee Cheol turned to Kim Han, mischievously asking if he had been lazy in his absence, causing Kim Han to quickly deny it. Looking at his friends, Lee Cheol smiled faintly, thinking to himself that they had matured a lot. The narration continued to reveal that Choi In-ha and Kim Bo-song had been assigned as apprentices under the Blood Tiger Squad and the Heavenly Archer Squad, 2 of the prestigious 4 Great Divine Squads of the Lee family. As for Kim Han, he decided to enter the training academy, participating in both sword and ranged weapon classes, a task that was by no means easy. Lee Cheol gave a meaningful smile, remarking that it was extremely rare for half of the 5th-year trainees to receive apprenticeship positions. He looked at his friends, instructing them to continue working hard and that he would rely heavily on them in the future. The 3 trainees replied in unison with enthusiasm, promising to mature to the point where they would not bring shame to the young master. After saying their goodbyes, the trainees stood up, preparing to leave. Just as they turned their backs, Lee Cheol suddenly remembered something, called them back, and asked about the reward he would receive today. Kim Han, with a cheerful expression, didn't understand why Lee Cheol was asking him, but he still excitedly said that it was a good thing for Lee Cheol. A mysterious voice spoke up, asking Lee Cheol if he had decided what to choose as his reward. Lee Cheol gave a confident smile, affirming firmly, "Of course,